This story begins at the luxurious manor of the current Duke of the Empire, Darkus. The Duke, shocked by his daughter's recent actions, roared at her. The girl herself, Meliora, barely listened to her father, as she wasn't interested in any of it. She was the Duke's second daughter, and the Duke swore that this young lady had brought him great shame, for not long ago, she had been the Crown Prince's politically advantageous bride. But the girl unexpectedly broke off the engagement for reasons unknown. She couldn't tell those around her, but she was no longer Meliora, but someone whose soul had transmigrated into her body. Therefore, she wasn't at all interested in listening to the Duke, who was no longer her father, yell at her. She knew the story she was in, and she knew that the Crown Prince was the protagonist, as was his bride. According to its plot and title, this novel called for a boy to overcome all the evil within himself. And the girl stood on the side of righteousness in all events, inspiring everyone to do good. But all the good deeds of the heroes ended when the Demon King appeared for some unknown reason at their wedding. He instantly turned the entire celebration into chaos and horror, leaving almost nothing for the minor characters. So she knew that if she followed the original plot, she would surely die in the end. Therefore, after arguing with her father, she quickly packed her suitcase and prepared to leave the manor. She didn't understand why she had suddenly been hit by a car in her past life. But in any case, she had no doubts about her decision to leave. After all, she knew that Meliora had been abused by her own father her entire life. Moreover, after her marriage, it would only be a matter of time before she was kicked out of the house. So she decided to get rid of this miserable situation in advance, because she wanted to live a normal life. She thought the best thing for her to do was to leave the Empire. She didn't want to face a demon who was supposed to destroy everything around her in 3 months. So the fact that she was kicked out was only a benefit to her, because now she could go anywhere she wanted. Therefore, she left the manor in the most extravagant way possible, which only further enraged the Duke. But she didn't care at all, because she wished death upon the father who had treated her so cruelly. Meliora had taken a lot of different jewels with her, but she didn't know where to sell them. She knew perfectly well that in the shops on the main streets of the city, many people would recognize her. Therefore, her only option was to look for places on the outskirts of the districts. Suddenly, she heard the barking of a dog behind her, which startled her and forced her to turn around. A real Cerberus was approaching her, and it was clearly unfriendly. Meliora had never thought she would encounter a real Cerberus. As she froze in fear, the dog continued to rapidly approach her. She wasn't very familiar with the world of the novel, but she didn't believe such terrifying creatures lived in it. However, the dog was real and quickly closed the distance between them, which frightened her even more. Suddenly, the dog jumped high to shorten the remaining distance between them. Gripped by fear, she covered herself with her hands, praying inwardly that the dog wouldn't bite her. But unexpectedly, she didn't feel the pain of a bite, but rather the wet tongue of the animal licking her skin. The dog didn't attack her, but decided to lick her face affectionately, because it liked her. This was so sudden for Meliora that she even froze in surprise. The dog didn't show any aggression, just happily rolled around beside her. The Duke's daughter noticed that the dog was asking for a belly rub and immediately began to fulfill its wishes. She was so engrossed in playing that she didn't notice someone approaching from behind, but the dog saw him immediately. She turned around cautiously, curious, only when the man behind her called the dog Culber. Meliora didn't even know what to expect from the owner of such a strange creature, and she was afraid of him too. Meanwhile, the man asked the dog with displeasure why it had suddenly run off in an unknown direction. Listening to his pleasant voice, she stared at the stranger's face. She couldn't help but notice that the man was handsome and completely to her taste. But Meliora couldn't allow herself to stare like that, so she tried to push him out of her mind to calm down. She changed the subject and asked if the dog really belonged to the man. To this, the owner simply confirmed rather rudely. She suggested he cross his arms. The protagonist suddenly noticed that after the man made that gesture, the animal fearfully hid behind her. The man himself suddenly asked aloud, thoughtfully, since when Culber had been so kind to other people. In response, Meliora smiled sweetly and said she wasn't surprised at all, as animals always liked her. Indeed, in the girl's previous life, birds and animals had always flocked around her. So, stroking the dog, she asked how it was doing, as it must be difficult to combine 3 personalities in one body. For some reason, the man was visibly startled and even, for some unknown reason, repeated the phrase about 3 different personalities. Meliora asked if it was really so strange to think there were 3 dogs, even though they had 3 different heads. In response, the owner remained silent, but his face became quite gloomy, although there had been no sign of it before. Noticing that the stranger's mood had changed for some reason, Meliora asked if everything was all right. Suddenly, the man abruptly dropped to one knee and tightly grasped the lady's hand. He pulled her towards him, and the girl's hat even flew off from the sudden movement, as Meliora hadn't expected anything like this to happen at all. At the same time, the dog's owner gently cupped the girl's chin, scrutinizing her face. The man himself maintained a very serious expression, and Meliora couldn't understand anything from it. The protagonist even decided that the handsome stranger wanted to kiss her, which suited the lady perfectly. Having already prepared herself so as not to miss the moment, Meliora suddenly heard a man's voice nearby. Realizing they had been seen, the protagonist immediately jumped up, trying not to blush too much. The dog owner's secretary bowed politely to the Duke's daughter, thanking her for her help. Having studied the man's manners and speech, Meliora guessed that he was the butler of the stranger's estate. Then the protagonist turned and looked again at the handsome man, only now realizing that he was a nobleman. Interestingly, the longer the girl looked at the dog's owner, the more she liked him, but the gentleman himself did not give the lady the most pleasant expression. For some reason, he was still gloomy, but the protagonist now paid no attention to the man's mood at all, feeling embarrassed as she met his gaze. The butler suddenly offered the lady money as a reward for her help, but Meliora wanted to refuse. Suddenly, she saw the number of coins the man was offering her and was therefore very surprised. So the protagonist immediately changed her mind, holding out her hand to take the coins from the butler. Having accepted the money, the lady bowed to both noblemen and then announced that she had to go. So that no one would stop her, Meliora quickly ran away, as if she had never been there. Watching all this, the butler smiled and remarked that the gentleman had met quite a nice girl. Suddenly, the man noticed that the dog's owner was for some reason barely reacting to his words. The man himself was indeed preoccupied, as something about the whole situation seemed very strange to him. To find out what was going on, he called out to the first passerby he met on the street. The commoner fearfully turned to the nobleman, who, with a gleam in his eyes, said he had a question. Pointing to Colbert, who was now not all friendly, he asked how many heads the dog had, while the dog itself growled fiercely, frightening the already terrified man, who could only see one head. Wanting to be let go as soon as possible, the commoner reported that at the nobleman's feet was an ordinary dog with only one head. These words puzzled the blonde stranger even more, and he couldn't find the answer to his question. Since he no longer needed the man, he let him go, and he immediately ran off as fast as he could. The butler asked again what exactly was worrying the gentleman so much, since the dog was under a spell. Then the man reminded his assistant that the girl had somehow seen that the dog had 3 heads. It turned out that the lady was able to calmly see through Culber's illusion and even react calmly to it. The secretary didn't believe it at first, but then suggested that Meliora might have made a pact with some demon. When a man also denied this assumption, the butler had only one explanation left. He didn't even voice it, as the blonde man himself said that the girl in his memory had nothing in common with this lady. However, something still bothered the dog's owner, causing his snow-white eyebrows to furrow deeply. So he addressed someone named Tanma and asked him to find out everything about the girl. The man knew that appearances could be different, but the soul couldn't possibly change somehow. Therefore, the dog's owner strongly hoped that in this duke's daughter, he would finally find what he was looking for. Meanwhile, Meliora arrived in an area with cheaper prices, where she intended to spend some money on necessities. Soon, she found some comfortable clothes and bought them without a second thought. Continuing down the street, Meliora noticed a sign depicting a large mug of beer. She had been wanting to relax for a while, so she happily entered the tavern. Inside, she had no regrets, enjoying a hearty meal and feeling much better. Now, Meliora could fully concentrate on her escape plan. She knew the Empire would soon be destroyed by the Demon King, so she didn't plan to stay. After escaping, she also wanted to find a holy relic called Cain, which would be of great help. This artifact had been created long ago, specifically to save and protect the life of its owner. However, she understood there was one big problem with her entire plan: the location of Cain. The relic was located in the temple of the very Demon King who would destroy the Empire. Even after reading the novel, Meliora didn't understand why Alves had suddenly decided to destroy everything around him. Lost in thought, she didn't notice someone approaching her from the crowd. The man came close and suddenly asked which demon king she was talking about. With a puzzled expression, Meliora turned to the person who had spoken to her, someone who clearly recognized her. Looking at her doodles, the man said with a sweet smile that he didn't know nobles drew so poorly. He was certain drawing should have been taught to her along with other basic skills. But at that moment, Meliora wasn't listening to the stranger at all, captivated by his beauty. And for the Duke's daughter, it didn't matter who this handsome man was in the world of the novel. The young man grinned, saying it was the first time he'd seen someone he knew wearing trousers, and he thought he was mistaken. Meliora really didn't want this man to guess she wasn't the real Meliora. Suddenly, the man froze, staring silently at her, making her very uncomfortable. She asked him what was wrong. He explained that she used to speak to him formally, but he preferred a simpler form of address. Bending down, a faint blush on his face, he suggested she call him something else from now on. Completely charmed by the stranger's beauty, Meliora agreed to anything. The man, clearly taking advantage of the situation, quickly asked her to call him Linden. Only now did Meliora realize who she had been so carelessly talking to. It turned out Linden Ethison was the Empire's second prince, whose appearance was known to few. In a novel, this man was a supporting character, and she knew it well. Noticing the change in Meliora's expression, the prince immediately asked what was wrong. Unable to explain anything, Meliora tried to make an excuse, saying she just felt stuffy in the room. She didn't understand what Linden was doing in such a quiet and unknown place. Because his mother had died early, he had been raised outside the palace by his grandfather. Because of this, even within the imperial palace, many didn't know the second prince's face. The man called her name again, and she flinched, responding to him. He suddenly placed his hand on her forehead, wanting to check if she was sick. Linden immediately realized she didn't have a fever, but still suggested she go home just in case. Blushing furiously, Meliora refused the offer, hastily assuring him everything was fine. From the novel, she knew Ethison was a rather insidious person who tried to steal his brother's wife. The man then said he'd heard about the Duke's daughter breaking off her engagement and asked if she was all right. Although genuine concern showed on Linden's face, Meliora didn't trust him at this moment. She had no ties to her family anymore, so she knew Linden couldn't get anything from her. Tired of the whole charade, Meliora decided to end it. She stood up, saying she had a lot to do after breaking off the engagement and that she was leaving. Linden tried to stop her, but before he could touch her, she was truly gone. Meliora was a little worried that she had been too rude, but she didn't want to get involved with the second prince. However, looking back at him, she thought that perhaps the man was genuinely worried about his friend. Meliora knew that it was at this time that Linden's grandfather died, and many responsibilities fell upon him. So, the young lady returned to Prince Ethison and thanked him for his concern. The prince himself did not expect Meliora to suddenly approach him and even want to talk to him. The girl suddenly promised that if her friend, Linden, needed help in the future, she would support him. This was the first time Linden had encountered such a thing, so he didn't even know how to respond to such words. Finally, he smiled and asked the young lady to call him by his name, Linden, so that they wouldn't have to stand on ceremony. Hearing this, the protagonist thought that the prince was really like a child, but she just smiled back at him. Suddenly, interrupting the girl and the boy's conversation, a three-headed dog unexpectedly rushed into the room. Meliora immediately noticed the hurried movement from the corner of her eye and quickly turned around. But before the young lady could do anything, Culber happily wagged his tail and pounced on her. Linden jumped up, drove the impudent dog away, and offered his hand to help the Duke's daughter up. At this moment, the tavern owner, Culber's owner, appeared at the door and called Culber over, saying he was being too rude. Meliora was very happy to see the handsome man, and when their eyes met, she smiled sweetly at him. But it was completely impossible to tell what the man was thinking, as the gentleman remained silent for some reason. Then, the girl said with a little pride that she had changed her hairstyle, because tying it up in a ponytail made it easier for her to move around. Only then did the stranger smile and say that this unexpected new hairstyle suited the young lady very well. While the two were talking, Linden watched the girl and the man in complete shock. Finally, Linden couldn't hold back any longer and asked his friend, Meliora, who she was talking to. The young lady didn't know the dog owner's name, so Linden introduced himself first and then asked for the stranger's name. But for some reason, the light-haired man remained silent, only frowning. This made the prince quite embarrassed, and he asked, out of politeness, shouldn't the other party also introduce himself? The dog owner said that he didn't have to do so at all, and the protagonist felt the tension in the air. Meliora didn't know why the two of them were suddenly arguing, but she knew. It was best to separate them as soon as possible. Meliora's biggest worry now was that her friend, referring to the dog owner, would discover Linden's princely identity. The prince himself wasn't worried about his identity being exposed at all, because he was too angry about this. He declared that well-bred people would introduce themselves to each other immediately, and the guards behind him began to stir. The protagonist couldn't even imagine that the second prince's guards would disguise themselves as ordinary citizens. But the light-haired man himself wasn't intimidated by Linden's words at all. He just crossed his arms across his chest in displeasure. He glanced at the guards, and the people around him were all awed by the aura emanating from Culber's owner. The prince knew who possessed such powerful magic, so he was afraid. The gentleman unexpectedly walked towards Meliora, ignoring everyone around him. The man then briefly said his name was Leftet, as he only wanted to introduce himself to the girl. The protagonist replied with her own name, somewhat bewildered, though tense about the atmosphere in the room. She smiled, thinking to herself that this was a name she had encountered in her previous life. Unexpectedly, Leftet, with an excited expression, asked the young lady if they had met somewhere before. Since the protagonist had only recently occupied this body, she didn't know who Meliora had and hadn't met, so the girl said she didn't remember him, but they could get to know each other again. But Culber's owner was in no hurry to respond to this proposal, which puzzled the Duke's daughter. Then she added that she would be leaving soon, so they didn't have much time to get to know each other. Hearing these words, the man visibly perked up and asked where the girl was suddenly planning to go. The young lady artlessly stated that she was going to Gibbon Village in the eastern part of the empire. The protagonist was about to smile and say goodbye, but Leftet suddenly and unexpectedly said that he would go with her. Hearing this, the girl froze in surprise, as she hadn't expected anyone to accompany her at all. The man said it would be much more reliable with him around, but the young lady tried to refuse, saying they weren't very familiar with each other. Meliora said that the journey would take several days, so she would only be a burden to her new friend. To this, Leftet calmly replied that if the young lady didn't fully trust him, he could make a sacred oath. The man was very serious, and as soon as he finished speaking, he drew a dagger from its sheath. Then, without waiting for the young lady to speak, Culber's owner swore an oath to the moon goddess that he would not harm her. As Leftet spoke, the dagger shimmered with magical light, accepting its master's oath. Meliora watched, utterly shocked by her new friend's serious actions, unable to understand what was happening. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Meliora cried out to Leftet, telling him to stop and not do anything foolish. She grabbed his hand, preventing him from completing the sacred oath that required bloodshed. Meliora exclaimed that she didn't need any of this, that she already trusted him. Smiling, she tried to ease the tension and offered to let him accompany her on her journey. Meliora interrupted the sacred moon oath because she knew it was typically used between lovers. As the Duke's daughter, she feared what might happen if the oath were broken, so she didn't let Leftet complete the ritual. To completely distract Leftet, Meliora began to chatter, saying that it would indeed be safer for her to travel with him. Leftet's face gave no indication of whether he saw through Meliora's ruse. He himself remained silent for some unknown reason. Indeed, in the end, he couldn't help but smile slightly, pleased at the prospect of traveling east with such pleasant company. Linden, who disliked the entire scene unfolding before him, continued to observe Meliora and Leftet from the side. Prince Linden didn't want to admit it to himself, but the whole situation made him feel out of place. The next morning, Meliora woke up in a wonderful mood, having slept well. Meliora immediately encountered Culber, and she didn't mind talking to him at all, as she loved animals. As Meliora spoke to the dog, she became so engrossed in the conversation that she didn't notice someone approaching her. It turned out to be Tanma, approaching from almost directly behind her. He wanted to know how Meliora was feeling, so he came closer to speak with her. After exchanging a few words, Tanma, the butler, announced that breakfast was ready, and he called Meliora downstairs. At the dining table, Meliora eagerly awaited her new friends, one of whom even waved to her cheerfully. Meliora couldn't help but think how lucky she was to be surrounded by so many handsome men. Meanwhile, Linden pushed a plate towards Meliora, suggesting she try the local delicacies. Meliora hadn't expected Prince Linden to be so considerate, but she tried to act natural so as not to embarrass herself. She also felt slightly uneasy, as she couldn't remember the last time she had a proper breakfast. This was because she never had enough time for a proper meal before work, so Meliora always just grabbed a quick snack. However, Meliora understood that in this world, she had to eat well, so she readily picked up her cutlery. Suddenly, she noticed Leftet's hand pushing the plate with 2 delicious pieces of toast away from her. Meliora stared at Leftet in surprise as he nonchalantly continued to calmly drink his beverage. Noticing Meliora's gaze, Leftet explained that if she ate too much now, she would be too full to leave the table. In response, Meliora smiled and thanked her friend, finding this casual concern endearing. Unsure of what was in the cup, Meliora took a sip and was utterly astonished. The drink in the cup was exactly the same as the one she used to drink every morning before work, something Meliora hadn't expected at all. Meliora looked at Leftet in surprise again, but this time she didn't say anything to him, as he wouldn't understand anyway. Meeting Meliora's gaze, Culber's owner, Leftet, smiled and asked if her drink and food were delicious. The Duke's daughter, Meliora, became incredibly embarrassed by the intense gaze, covering her flushed face as she mumbled a reply to her friend. Then, Meliora thought again about the delicious coffee, which she never expected to taste in this world. Unexpectedly, Leftet suggested that his friend Meliora add some honey or sugar to her cup, as it would taste much better that way. Meliora immediately agreed with these words, feeling flustered by Leftet's proximity. She began to drink her coffee as quickly as possible, hoping that at least this would distract her thoughts from her handsome friend, Leftet. Just as Meliora finished her drink, Linden suddenly spoke to her, interrupting the meal she was about to enjoy. To Meliora's surprise, Linden suddenly asked if she was really going to Gibbon Village, and Meliora confirmed that she was. Abruptly, Prince Linden said that he also needed to go east now and requested to travel together. Meliora was so surprised by Linden's sudden request to travel with her that she almost dropped her toast with jam. Noticing the hesitation on Meliora's face, Ethison put on a pitiful expression, looking at her pleadingly. Linden went a bit overboard again, his face becoming as innocent and pure as a child's, as if he were about to cry. Seeing such a cute trick, Meliora almost forgot everything in the world and froze in place. Unable to resist, Meliora asked Leftet if he minded taking Linden along on their journey. To this, Leftet calmly replied that he would agree with any of Meliora's decisions, even though he had just argued with Prince Linden the day before. In truth, Meliora had hoped Leftet would object to traveling with Ethison, but the anticipated refusal never came. Thus, when the carriage was ready, 3 passengers ultimately set off on the journey east. Seeing such a beautiful carriage, the heroine couldn't help but admire its magnificent appearance. Leftet proudly declared it was his, meticulously prepared by his butler, Tanma. He then extended his hand, politely inviting the girl to join him. The Duke's daughter hadn't expected Leftet to suddenly offer to travel together, as she had originally planned to get there by different means. So, Meliora shook her head, saying she only wanted to borrow a public carriage. But Leftet opposed this, stating there was no need to take separate transportation when they were headed in the same direction. These words gave Meliora pause, as Leftet's carriage was also far superior to a public one. Shaking her friend's hand and thanking him for the invitation, she ultimately accepted. At that moment, Linden bid farewell to his closest aides, as he hadn't brought anyone along. Then, turning around, his gaze met Leftet's directly, causing him to freeze in surprise. The second prince, deciding to play a trick, smiled and said that since his carriage hadn't arrived yet, he wanted to ride with his friends. This ploy greatly displeased Culber's owner, but he couldn't even properly object. Thus, for a time, the 2 men simply stood silently facing each other, the animosity between them palpable. Linden was the first to break the silence, mentioning that his father had once cautiously told him something about Leftet. And now, the second prince was incredibly surprised to have actually met this man. But suddenly, the blond man rudely interrupted his speaker, beginning to speak with a threatening tone. Leftet ordered Linden to shut up and not reveal anything about him to Meliora prematurely. The man wanted nothing more than to keep his identity hidden, so he even widened his eyes in anger. Having said all he wanted to say, Leftet turned and left, leaving the second prince alone. The boy recalled overhearing his father's instructions as a child, telling him never to approach Leftet Alvise. The man strictly forbade his son from interfering with this family, no matter what happened. Young Linden sincerely couldn't understand what his father could possibly fear if he commanded him not to defy Alvise. Then the emperor declared that if Leftet pointed his sword at someone, the entire empire would instantly turn into a wasteland. But even so, Linden couldn't just stand idly by and watch the Demon King approach Meliora. As soon as everyone settled in for the journey, Meliora felt the awkward atmosphere pervading the air. Meliora couldn't understand why this feeling arose, but she hoped it wasn't because of Linden's presence. Inside the carriage, Meliora finally couldn't bear it any longer and apologized to Leftet again, asking for forgiveness for the inconvenience she had caused. But the man replied impassively that the girl could do whatever she wanted. However, these words did nothing to dispel the awkward atmosphere surrounding the group. So, the heroine decided to address the issue herself. Jumping up in the carriage, she suggested they have some fun once they reached Gibbon Village. But the girl hadn't considered that things might not be so easy and carefree, as she began to feel unwell in the carriage. The heroine hadn't anticipated this, so she trailed helplessly behind her friends, feeling quite ill. Seeing Meliora's condition, Leftet decided to take a short break near a village they happened to be passing. The man owned a house here, so the entire party eventually moved in. After settling the Duke's daughter into bed, Linden asked if she was sure she could be left alone, which Meliora confirmed. With a worried expression, the second prince promised to find medicine for his friend to make her feel better. Only then did Ethison leave, although his expression made it clear he didn't want it all. Alone, the heroine remembered that she had also suffered from motion sickness in her previous life. At such times, she always drank chamomile tea, but she wasn't sure she could find it in this world. Suddenly, there was a soft knock at the door, and Meliora sat up in bed again to greet her visitor. It turned out to be Leftet, carefully carrying a cup of hot liquid for the girl. The man asked Meliora to drink what he had brought, carefully handing her the cup so as not to spill it. Meliora stared at her friend in confusion, surprised by his concern. After a moment, she obediently took the cup and asked what he had put in it. Leftet impassively explained that he had made some chamomile tea, which helps with motion sickness. This genuinely shocked Meliora, as she had only hoped for such a remedy and had received it unexpectedly. Miss Meliora asked Culber's owner how he knew about this, and he abruptly lied, saying that Tanma had told him the recipe. Meliora was delighted that such a good remedy existed in this world too, and happily drank the tea. Afterwards, the Duke's daughter felt significantly better and cheerfully thanked Leftet for his care. Leftet nodded in response and was about to leave, telling her she could rest well today, when she suddenly called out to him. Sitting on the bed, the girl suddenly told him that he was very kind, and she really liked that about him. For some reason, upon hearing these words, Leftet's expression changed, but he said nothing and simply left the room. The last words Meliora heard before the owner left were his request for her to rest well. But even after he stepped out the door and left the young lady, Leftet couldn't calm down after hearing those words. The problem was that he had heard such words once before, and since then, he hadn't been able to find peace, searching with all his might for that girl. Her appearance was completely different, but the same bright and cheerful smile captivated him. So, he hoped that this time he wasn't mistaken and had truly found the lost woman. Finding his butler, the Demon King ordered him to bring the carriage from the Duke's territory. Tanma agreed that the carriage would help alleviate motion sickness, but worried that the young lady might see through him, just as she had with Culber. But Leftet said that if Meliora truly saw the real carriage, it would confirm her abilities. He asked if they weren't certain yet, but Leftet stated that it wasn't enough for him. The butler pointed out that if his master suspected the young lady, he wouldn't have bothered finding chamomile tea for her. Tama sarcastically remarked that the master he used to know wasn't like this at all, implying he had changed. However, the Demon King himself complained that Meliora didn't remember him at all, even if she was that person. The butler replied that the girl's smile was simply impossible not to recognize. Even he could see the resemblance. Leftet, looking down, agreed with his assistant's words, as he himself had thought of something similar. At the same time, he knew many things about his past young lady, and Meliora also pursed her lips when nervous. Even Culber liked this young lady, just as he had liked the girl Leftet eventually lost. He knew that, besides her dazzling smile, his beloved hardly ever ate breakfast and adored chamomile tea. Leftet complained to his butler, saying he remembered these small details too clearly. Tama looked sadly at his master, suffering from his obsession with this human. Then Leftet stated that only after reaching the temple would he be able to confirm everything. The butler bowed in agreement. It dawned on the assistant that his master still hadn't forgotten that unsettling day 2 years ago. Back then, a saintess of the Temple of the Sun God had come to the Demon King's domain. She wanted to bestow blessings upon as many people as possible, so she came to the Alvise family. But at that time, the Demon King already had his own religion, worshipping the moon god, not the sun. So Leftet didn't need the grace of another deity at all. It only annoyed him. Tama said that if his master ignored the saintess, his reputation among the people might worsen. After a moment of thought, he agreed with his butler and ordered the arriving girl to be let in. But it was all just to avoid damaging relations with another religion and his reputation among the residents. Suddenly, the lady solemnly approached the Demon King's throne and pointed her finger at the dog beside him, the dog named Culber. She pointed out that it was a very strange animal, as she had never seen a creature with 3 heads before. Hearing this, Leftet was very surprised, because only his beloved could see through the illusion cast upon the dog. Only Tanma knew that, in reality, this young lady had merely made a pact with a demon, which was why she could see through illusions. Thus, Leftet, who had been expecting another saintess, was very disappointed with what had happened. The butler could only hope that this time his master wouldn't be disheartened by this. Just then, Tama heard a loud, strange sound behind him and turned around curiously. Leftet also looked towards the source of the commotion, and both were very surprised by what they saw. 2 villagers were trying to help their friend, who was coughing so hard that he had fallen to the ground. At the same time, for some reason, strangely colored blood was flowing from the man's mouth, while he remained unconscious. Seeing the color of the blood, the Demon King immediately understood what was happening, although he found it hard to believe. A while later, as Meliora was still asleep, recovering her strength, a figure suddenly loomed over her, calling her name. Still dazed from the motion sickness, she didn't want to open her eyes. However, no matter how much she resisted, she continued to hear someone persistently calling her. Suddenly, after another loud shout, Meliora's eyes snapped open, and she finally woke up. It was Linden, who, extremely anxious, had been trying to wake his friend all this time. The Duke's daughter asked what had happened, secretly hoping no one had noticed her drooling in her sleep. Ethison asked if she was feeling all right, which puzzled Meliora, as she was perfectly fine. Only then did he sigh in relief, realizing he had called for a doctor for nothing, and explained that a plague had broken out in the village. Meliora was horrified to learn that many people were on the verge of death, suffering from coughing and strangely colored blood. As they went out to survey the area, Linden noticed the situation was even worse than he had imagined. The prince used his powers to temporarily quarantine the village, though he knew this wouldn't solve the problem. He suggested Meliora leave, but she desperately wanted to stay and help the other villagers. Linden was distracted by the hissing of a magical communicator, a device only a select few were permitted to wear. Meliora noticed her friend's efforts for the village and decided to do everything she could as well. So, Meliora began running errands. But when she saw Leftet, she asked him what the doctors had said. He explained that without divine magic, it would be difficult for them to deal with the disease with medicine alone. He promised to take care of everything, noting to himself that even though she had promised to rest, Meliora was still helping to prepare blankets for the sick. But the Duke's daughter had no intention of hiding. Instead, she asked if they could get help from the temple. It was then that she realized the novel made no mention of this situation at all. Otherwise, she would surely remember. Meliora realized the protagonist of this story was Saintess Olivia, whose beauty and kindness amazed many. Meliora also found it difficult, as she knew so little about this novel, even though she was now a part of its history. As the Duke's daughter was lost in thought, Leftet suddenly began to speak to her, but stopped mid-sentence. Since she hadn't heard him at all, Meliora asked what he had said, but he didn't answer. With so much to do, she didn't press him further, simply continuing with her tasks. Meliora did her best to help as many of the plague-stricken as possible. As a result, Meliora didn't notice how late it had gotten, so the arrival of dusk caught her by surprise. Only after everyone had more or less calmed down did she collapse onto a bench for a short rest. Almost immediately, Leftet approached her. He too had been dealing with the village's affairs nearby. Meliora, knowing he was busy, was about to speak with him when she suddenly heard some angry shouts. At the same time, a disappointed Linden suddenly ran past his friends, completely ignoring them. Meliora worriedly asked what had happened, and he explained that the palace had refused to send aid. This was bad news for Meliora, as she had assumed the second prince wouldn't be refused. Linden said the palace considered the villagers' entire situation a minor issue, so there was nothing he could do. Meliora strongly disagreed with the dismissal of others' suffering as unimportant. The prince himself understood that for the palace, even at a time like this, only politics mattered. Meliora remembered what kind of person Linden was in the novel and understood why he had been so easily denied help. The second prince had always been a thorn in the side of those who supported the first heir. This was all because he possessed incredibly powerful magic, a kind that few people had. Even recalling all this, Meliora still couldn't understand how people could be so cruel as to abandon these villagers. To Meliora, who hadn't lived long in this world, such behavior seemed incredibly selfish. Just then, Ethison suddenly asked his friend if she could contact the first prince. This startled her. Embarrassed, she honestly replied that since the engagement had been broken off, she couldn't. Linden, only then remembering this, apologized for asking such a thing. To change the subject, Meliora said that in this situation, all they could count on was divine help from the temple. However, she knew the priests of the Temple of the Sun God were unlikely to help her, as they greatly disliked the Duke's daughter because of her actions. Meliora was prepared to swallow her pride. Lives were at stake. Unable to see a way out of their predicament, she suddenly stood up and addressed her companions. Remembering something, Meliora spoke up hopefully. Besides the Temple of the Sun God, there was another power that could help them. Linden's reply was somber. Meliora was mistaken. They had no one else to turn to. But the Duke's daughter persisted, reminding her friends that their empire didn't solely revere the sun god. She desperately hinted at the magic of the moon, a power distinct from the sun god's divine magic. Linden and Leftet, who had been listening intently, were visibly surprised by her suggestion. Meliora, however, was elated at having found another possible solution. Meliora was surprised she hadn't thought of the moon priest sooner. Given her strained relationship with the sun worshippers, their temple was precisely where she needed to go. She hoped the moon worshippers would be more receptive. After listening to her, Leftet suddenly asked how she planned to contact the temple. The question stunned the Duke's daughter, leaving her speechless. She had absolutely no idea. Leftet explained that the servants of the moon didn't use communication devices, but there was a way to reach them. With that, he produced a small, gleaming metal whistle seemingly out of thin air. Surprised by the sight of it, Meliora was instructed by Leftet to simply blow the whistle. Unsure of what would happen, but trusting Leftet, she did so without hesitation. The moment Meliora blew into the whistle, it emitted a beautiful, enchanting melody. Linden remarked that it was the first time he had ever heard such a sound. Such a magical sound. Meliora, however, doubted they could contact the moon temple this way. Just then, she heard a commotion in the sky. As if on cue, the moment the whistle's sound faded, a large hawk appeared above them. Only Leftet seemed unsurprised by the bird, as if he had been expecting it. He extended his hand, and the hawk obediently landed on it. Leftet himself looked incredibly pleased, as if greeting an old friend. Witnessing this scene, Meliora was instantly delighted. It was almost like a performance. Captivated by the hawk, and with her fondness for animals, Meliora asked if she could pet it. As she enjoyed the warmth of the bird, Leftet explained that it was responsible for delivering messages to the moon temple. Beaming with genuine joy, Meliora turned to Linden and invited him to pet the hawk as well. However, Linden, unnoticed by the others, had distanced himself from the bird as much as possible. It turned out the second prince wasn't particularly fond of birds. He preferred Culber. Not dwelling on her friend's reaction, Meliora announced she would fetch paper and pen to write a letter. Before she could leave, a small, almost inconspicuous figure timidly tugged at her sleeve. It was a local boy, drawn by the sound of the whistle, curious about it. Surprised to see him there, Meliora, always kind to children, didn't shoo him away. Enjoying the sound herself, Meliora happily discussed the whistle with the child. She even offered to let him blow it, an offer he eagerly accepted. Suddenly, the boy began to cough, his excitement immediately replaced by distress. Meliora looked at him with concern, asking if he was all right and if he needed help. Just then, the same telltale, dark purple blood that marked the illness spilled from the boy's mouth. Terror gripped Meliora. Resigned to the likelihood of her own infection, knowing the disease was airborne, Meliora braced herself. Suddenly, Leftet approached and took her hand. Meliora instantly and frantically urged Leftet to stay away, lest he too fall ill. However, Leftet didn't move, instead bending down to examine the boy. Only after pulling back the boy's sleeve did Leftet immediately notice the symptoms of the illness on him. Meliora's heart ached, helpless as she watched. Her greatest fear was that Linden might also be infected, having been near the child as well. She desperately hoped the boy wouldn't suffer, wouldn't be tormented to death by this mysterious disease. So, Meliora took a deep breath and screamed with all her might in protest. Meanwhile, the young woman squeezed her eyes shut and clenched her fists so tightly she didn't even notice how the light poured from her hands. Only a moment later did Meliora realize that she was radiating divine magic. Linden, having heard that the Duke's daughter possessed no abilities, was more surprised by this than anyone. Meanwhile, the light emanating from Meliora's hands faded as quickly as it had appeared, leaving her bewildered. Unexpectedly, Leftet called out to Meliora, wanting to show her something concerning the boy. He lifted the child's hand, revealing that the pigmented spots on his skin had somehow disappeared. Meliora could hardly believe her eyes, while the boy himself suddenly declared cheerfully that he felt much better. His eyes shone with genuine joy as he asked the beautiful stranger if she happened to be a priestess. Meliora was about to deny that she had helped the boy when Leftet suddenly declared that the healing was her doing. But the Duke's daughter, disbelieving her friend, insisted she had no such abilities and couldn't have possibly helped. Suddenly, her words were interrupted by loud pronouncements from behind her, causing her to turn around. Priests of the Moon Temple, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, began to claim that Meliora was the one who had helped the child. They all began to praise her in unison, a song she hadn't expected anyone to sing for her. As the three priests finished their strange dance, they announced that they had been waiting for her. Waiting for a long time, they said. But Meliora herself was frightened by the actions of these strangers, as she didn't even know them. Overwhelmed by these emotions, she couldn't even rejoice at their appearance like the boy had. As Meliora stood there, unsure of what to do next, the attendants of the Moon Temple surrounded her from all sides. Suddenly, their actions were halted by a pink-haired woman who had just emerged from a magical portal. Meliora had never seen this woman before, but she couldn't help but notice how powerful her aura was. The priestess approached Meliora and apologized for her attendance, frightening everyone. The Duke's daughter, not wanting to argue with anyone, accepted the apology and asked who stood before her. The woman bowed her head, as if just remembering she had forgotten to introduce herself. She then stated her name was Linda, the High Priestess of the Moon Guard. The group quickly moved inside to talk, and the High Priestess began discussing the illness. Meliora was only able to truly calm down after realizing that all the sick would now be healed. Then Meliora remembered that they hadn't even had time to send a message, so she asked how the temple had found them. Linda replied that Meliora had recently blown a whistle for them, but the Duke's daughter didn't believe a whistle could carry that far. The High Priestess then explained that the whistle was imbued with divine power, so they could hear it no matter where it was blown. Suddenly growing more serious, Linda added that not everyone could use the item. According to legend, only those chosen by the Moon Goddess could make the whistle sound. Meliora was astonished when Linda suddenly declared that she, Meliora, was in fact the saintess of the moon. With that, the High Priestess politely bowed to the still bewildered Duke's daughter. Linda confessed that she had been anticipating this meeting for a long time, a statement that startled Meliora. The young woman couldn't believe she was someone special to the people of this world. Under the High Priestess's gaze, Meliora jumped up and cried out that it was all impossible. She was convinced that everyone around her was mistaking her for someone else. Linda, surprisingly calm, asked why the Saintess was so sure she was nothing. Meliora then confessed that the priests of the Sun Temple had once told her she possessed no magic. It was for this very reason that Meliora had been frequently bullied by her father. Hearing this, the High Priestess was visibly surprised, not expecting the Saintess to have already received some information. Much to Meliora's astonishment, Linda suddenly asked if the old man had truly said such a thing. She clearly couldn't forgive the Sun Temple priests for remaining silent about the discovery of the Moon Saintess. However, the High Priestess admitted that the old man hadn't entirely lied, as Meliora truly possessed no sun magic. Even after hearing all of this, the young woman still couldn't believe these things were actually happening to her. At this point, Linden joined the conversation, asking if his girlfriend truly was the Saintess of the Moon. His aides answered him, indignant that this guy didn't believe their priestesses. The second prince tried to explain that he meant something slightly different, but no one listened to him. Meliora herself was impressed by the disrespect one of the priestesses showed towards the Ethicen heir. To settle all disputes, Linda reaffirmed that the Duke's daughter was definitely the Saintess because she possessed powerful magic. It suddenly dawned on Meliora that, besides herself, only one other person possessed such power, and that was Olivia. Then she asked what would happen if someone with even stronger magic appeared. But the High Priestess reassured her that this was impossible. Although Meliora still didn't understand why her magic had only manifested now, the High Priestess herself wasn't bothered by this fact, so she calmly explained that not everything manifests immediately. She said that from birth, every child has a certain amount of power within them, but it takes time to awaken it. But in the case of the Saintess of the Moon, everything is much more complicated, as their power only manifests when body and soul find balance. Linda shared that her abilities appeared around the age of 4, while others might not emerge until old age. Meliora suddenly began to seriously consider the High Priestess's words about the body and mind always needing balance. After all, in that case, it turned out that Meliora's body originally possessed her soul, which sounded very strange. But even with this assumption, she still didn't believe in herself, as she was just an ordinary worker. Unexpectedly, Linda asked if the Duke's daughter had any strange markings on her body. She explained that the point was that when she manifested her power, a pattern would appear like the one on her face. Meliora immediately recognized this marking, as she had observed it on her body her whole life and considered it very strange. She recalled a time when she was hanging out with her friends, and they even discussed this incomprehensible symbol. Then she explained to her friends that what was on her back wasn't a tattoo at all, but an ordinary birthmark. As a result, they all decided that this symbol was much cooler than any tattoo. So for some reason, there was no need to get a tattoo. Meliora only now remembered this whole conversation that took place in her past life. Almost immediately, she realized that she had seen the exact same thing on her body in this world, but she attributed it all to coincidence. Only after realizing all these facts did the Duke's daughter truly believe that she was somehow the Saintess of the Moon. The next day, after a good rest, the priest began helping the sick. At this moment, Meliora was sitting alone, carefully observing the work of the assistants. Suddenly, Linden noticed his friend sitting by herself and approached her. With a bewildered smile, she explained that she hadn't been allowed to participate in the healing yet, so she was sitting here. Hearing this, Ethicen chuckled good-naturedly, calling the priests very persistent people. Meliora noted that, in any case, the worshippers of the moon goddess quickly handled the healing and helped the people. She was glad that moon magic was suitable for healing illnesses, while the sun gods help only heal physical injuries. Linden sat down next to her and reminded her that she could also use this divine magic now. Meliora admitted that she was currently only learning the basics, but still showed what she had already learned. Seeing this magic, the second prince was speechless, amazed at how beautiful it was. The girl herself didn't even notice the guy's reaction, simply inviting him to touch her magic orbs. Ethicen had never thought that someone would entrust their power to him, but that moment had come. Meliora completely trusted her friend, so she didn't mind him somehow interacting with her magic. Unexpectedly for both of them, the orbs suddenly rose into the air, bursting above their heads in a magnificent display of fireworks. After this, Linden, like a small child, enthusiastically asked the Duke's daughter to show him again. This sudden and somewhat strange request clearly startled Meliora, so much so that she couldn't even control her emotions. Noticing this, the second prince inwardly cringed and apologized for disturbing her with his stupid request. But the Duke's daughter abruptly told the guy not to apologize for it, because she hadn't thought anything bad of it at all. Much to Ethicen's surprise, she waved her hand, once again displaying her beautiful magic. Afterward, the girl affectionately told her friend that he could watch her abilities for as long as he wanted. Linden hadn't expected her to promise to show him this beauty until she exhausted all her magic. And Meliora declared in that moment that showing him all of this, again and again, wouldn't be a burden at all. The second prince was deeply touched by the girl's words, his gratitude rendering him speechless. That evening, Leftet avoided everyone, dealing with his affairs alone as he was plotting something dangerous. The figures standing in the darkness, yellow eyes gleaming, awaited the arrival of the one he was to speak with. But it wasn't a person who appeared first, but a hideous, pitch-black serpent that crawled to the demon lord's feet. It had 5 heads, all hissing at the motionless Leftet as if on command. Leftet's yellow eyes only sharpened, for he understood what the serpent's appearance meant. A moment later, another demon emerged from the darkness, grinning at his brother. Culber almost immediately let out a threatening growl at the approach of this demon, for he did not like him. But the demon lord's brother only smiled mysteriously at the dog's snarls, not at all afraid. Then, with the same grin, he remarked that Leftet was now down to just a dog, not counting the butler, Tama. The demon lord didn't respond to the provocation, instead asking if his brother had forgotten that he had no right to harm humans. Leftet was referring to a well that had been contaminated with a special plant that only grew in the demon realm. Prody himself knew that the poison in the well could only be obtained in their dimension, which undoubtedly pointed to him. But he was still glad that he had only added a small amount of poison, so people hadn't died immediately. However, Leftet reminded him that too many people had still perished because of his brother's actions. This was unacceptable, but no matter how Leftet threatened, Prody remained indifferent to the punishment his antics could incur. So the demon once again mocked what a boring fellow his brother was. Then he reminded him that he had made a pact with that person, and now Leftet couldn't do anything to him. The demon lord was indeed speechless at this, so he stood in silence for a moment. Then, Prody instantly transformed, casting his charm magic in hopes of seducing his brother. At the same time, the demon remarked that he didn't dare to violate the laws of their world, because Leftet himself was the king. Culber's sense of smell was much more sensitive than his master's, so he was the first to succumb to the charms of his cunning brother. The dog obediently backed away, ceasing its growls as it temporarily perceived Prody as an ally. This made Leftet realize that his brother was using his power on him, trying to charm and confuse his mind. It was then that the demon personally asked if the ruler had been living among humans for too long. He slyly hinted that he could even replace the brother who hadn't shown his face in the demon realm for so long. Immersed in the conversation, the demon didn't even notice how Leftet cast a spell that eventually gripped his throat. Leftet angrily reminded him that, apparently due to his absence, Prody had completely forgotten fear. Meanwhile, in their last fight, the younger brother had managed to break off a part of his older brother's horn. The demon couldn't accept that he had lost so easily again to Leftet, the demon lord himself. It was then that the demon lord directed his spell at his brother's serpent, which began to hiss at him even more furiously. As a result, the serpent collapsed on the ground, and Leftet reminded him that he had been far too merciful. Prody was furious that his younger brother thought he was the strongest and was bossing him around here. He noticed that during this conflict, a necklace had fallen out of his clothes and was now lying forlornly on the ground. Despite his foul mood, the demon hurriedly picked up the trinket as it was important to him. Then, the demon muttered to his arrogant brother that they would see who was stronger when they met again in the village. The illnesses in the village began to subside quickly after the arrival of the moon goddess's priests. However, the problem of the lack of aid still hung over all the residents. So Meliora once again found something meaningful to do and promised everyone that she would handle it properly. But the young lady didn't take into account that she would become unusually exhausted, as there were too many tasks to shoulder alone. Sitting on her bed for the first time that day, the girl admitted to herself that she could barely feel her body. At first, the protagonist simply didn't want to be idle, but she hadn't expected the work to exceed her physical strength. After several days of working from morning till night, Meliora was finally exhausted. It had even gotten to the point where yesterday the young lady had unexpectedly fainted on her way back to her room, which had frightened her friends. At least today, the girl planned to behave so as not to worry anyone. But as soon as she left her room, at the entrance, she saw a rather surprising sight. Her friends were waiting for her, clearly worried about her condition. They had apparently been watching over her almost all day. Linden was the first to rush to Meliora's side, anxiously inquiring about her well-being. With a slightly apologetic smile, Meliora quickly reassured him, saying she was fine and that he needn't worry. Ethicen still seemed distressed, telling her that everyone had been very concerned. Because of what had happened yesterday, Meliora looked around, confirming with her own eyes what the second prince had said. He wasn't alone. Although Leftet didn't show much emotion, it was clear from his expression that he was relieved she was all right. Meliora was quite surprised, having never seen such an expression on Leftet's face before. But what comforted her most was the realization that her friends truly cared for her, and she gave them a sweet smile. Finally, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she apologized for causing them so much worry. Unexpectedly, Leftet suddenly reached out to her, softly calling her name. He placed his hand on her shoulder, telling her she didn't need to work so hard, to push herself so much. The Duke's daughter had never thought she could openly admit to being tired and allow herself to rest. Not only that, but the demon lord suddenly embraced her gently, comforting her as carefully as possible. Meanwhile, Leftet whispered in her ear that everyone has their limits, and it was perfectly normal. Although his words might have seemed somewhat sentimental, Meliora listened intently. Then, she suddenly became overwhelmed with emotion, unable to contain herself, because hearing such words was incredibly important to her. Unexpectedly, even to herself, Meliora recalled a time in her previous life when she had been content and happy. Meliora then confessed to her friends that her former mentor had once hit her for almost forgetting to eat. But instead of laughing along with her, her friends, for some reason, suddenly became alarmed. They even suggested reporting this teacher from the orphanage who had suddenly resorted to violence. Meliora tried to explain that it had simply been a friendly and harmless joke from someone close to her. But no one listened to her explanation, and someone even suggested punishing her mentor. Meliora was horrified to realize that everyone around her had misunderstood, and she couldn't do anything to change it. Finally, her friends calmed down and told her to be sure to tell them if the situation worsened. But Meliora still couldn't understand how her words had been so twisted. Meliora desperately wished her life could be like everyone else's, but it was simply impossible. Therefore, from that moment on, she decided never to show her vulnerability to anyone again. But here and now, for the first time, she heard the words she had longed to hear all her life from Leftet. Because of this, Meliora could no longer hold back her tears, finally feeling an immense sense of relief. Linden, witnessing all of this, realized he had missed his chance to say anything. He felt somewhat disappointed, but he didn't want to interrupt the Duke's daughter's current emotional state. Ethicen suddenly recalled a time when Meliora was sitting quietly in a beautiful garden drinking tea. At that moment, Ethicen, had called out her name, pulling her from her thoughts and drawing everyone's attention to himself. Linden had been visiting Meliora then, having not seen her for a while and wanting to maintain contact. Meliora had just arrived in the capital, and the second prince, Ethison, had only learned of it by chance, but he came anyway. He sat beside Meliora at the table, saying he hoped to hear about her arrival from her directly next time. Upon hearing this, Meliora lowered her head and said it was best they didn't see each other again, as too many eyes were watching her. She worried that Linden would gain a bad reputation for associating with her. In response, the second prince, Ethison, grinned, saying he wasn't worried about such things, as within the Empire, these matters were already common knowledge. Meliora hadn't expected him to suddenly take her side, but made her feel very relieved. Linden himself, unexpectedly, smiled and declared that he could even call them friends. Having said all this, he stood up, stating that if she still objected, he would leave now. Noticing that Linden might actually leave, the Duke's daughter immediately panicked, not wanting him to go. Then, overcome with emotion, she lowered her head and admitted that she also enjoyed talking with the prince, referring to Ethison. Moreover, Meliora even enjoyed listening to him speak about various topics. Hearing this, Linden smiled gently. Since they both enjoyed each other's company, he suggested they continue their conversation. He recalled their first meeting in the temple, when she had been accused of trying to steal Saint Olivia's necklace. The Duchess's daughter tried her best to convince everyone that she had been framed, but no one listened. Ethison thought then that the young lady's beautiful face didn't match the reputation of a thief. Suddenly, in front of everyone, Meliora's father approached her and slapped her, much to the second Prince Ethison's surprise. The man yelled that his daughter was a disgrace, his anger overriding any concern for public perception. Only then did the young lady finally become convinced that neither her words nor her tears could make anyone believe her. Ethison absently thought that the Duke was incredibly cruel to his own family. At the same time, this girl was the only one in generations who could become the first prince's fiancée. Ethison knew that Meliora was desperately lacking affection, so for his own benefit, he approached her in seemingly casual conversations. Although the young lady didn't attract him in any way, Ethison continued to maintain contact with her, hoping that her family could be of use to him. One day, out of boredom, Ethison began to examine Meliora's hands, and suddenly, he noticed something. It turned out that the young lady's wrist was red from a recent beating, and this spot couldn't be hidden. The girl herself noticed that Ethison had seen everything and, with a shy smile, said that she had just accidentally spilled tea on her hand. Ethison couldn't understand why the Duchess's daughter, even injured, couldn't properly care for her wounds. He observed Meliora for a while and realized that her life with her abusive father wasn't much different from his own. The girl desperately clung to any sign of attention towards her, as she was severely lacking it in her family. And because of Meliora's constant pestering and submissiveness, Ethison often avoided her company. But there was a moment when everything changed for Ethison. Somehow, the Duchess's daughter gave him support instead of annoyance. He had never thought that the young lady could smile so happily and bring others a good mood. Not understanding what was happening, the second Prince Ethison continued to carefully observe the young lady from the sidelines. Meanwhile, she had managed to give attention to everyone who needed it. She supported everyone. But what surprised Ethison the most was that, at some point, Meliora started to smile very brightly. At first, the second Prince Ethison decided to be with the Duchess's daughter only because Leftet had suddenly taken an interest in her. Ethison had no expectations for the young lady, as he had long been accustomed to considering her uninteresting and useless. But after a while, Ethison changed his mind. For some reason, he even wanted to communicate with this girl and not with Avis. Ethison remembered his childhood. In his childhood, he was incredibly lonely and lost. This was because his mother died early, and only his grandfather stood by the future second Prince Ethison. Young Ethison constantly had to carefully seek support and protection. But all he received was ridicule and bullying from those around him, which caused the boy pain. Even his father said that a child should know his place and not interfere in matters that didn't concern him. Out of sadness and resentment, the boy often ended up running away, not even looking where he was going. At one such moment, a woman he had never met before suddenly appeared in front of Ethison. The boy was crying so hard that he couldn't see anything, so he accidentally bumped into a beautiful stranger. Unexpectedly, the lady didn't scold him, but instead asked young second Prince Ethison who he was hiding from. Genuine concern appeared on the girl's face, an expression Ethison hadn't seen on the faces of those around him for a long time. Since the boy didn't answer, the young lady told him not to cry and promised to show him something unusual in return. She waved her hand, and beautiful magical bubbles appeared in the air, released by this girl. The sight made Ethison even forget that he had just been crying. He could only stare at the spheres. The boy had never seen such beautiful magic before, so he was incredibly amazed. And the woman smiled casually and said that she also liked these sparkling things. She promised to show them to the child for as long as he wanted, until her magic was completely exhausted. In response, Ethison burst into tears again, only this time out of gratitude for this kindness. The second prince, Ethison, shook his head, trying to dispel these unnecessary memories. Then he looked again at Meliora, whose magic so strongly reminded him of those spheres from his childhood. Unexpectedly, the girl finished her conversation and turned to her friends, meeting his gaze. Seeing him, the young lady happily waved to him, glad to see the second prince, Ethison, nearby. Ethison himself suddenly crouched down, much to the surprise of everyone around him. He did this because emotions flooded his entire body, and he didn't want to let them out. The second prince, Linden, truly couldn't understand why everything in his life had become so strange. The next morning, he very kindly invited Meliora to taste all the local delicacies. Not to be outdone, Leaf also made suggestions, although his smile wasn't as bright as before. Meliora couldn't understand why these men were all fussing over her, insisting she choose something from them. Meanwhile, the young lady clearly saw that these people were simply competing with each other. Unexpectedly, the priests also joined a friend's squabble and offered the young lady food. As a result, Miss Meliora laughed at the amount of attention given to her and promised to try everything. The girl understood that her stomach would suffer, but for the sake of her friends, she was ready to make such a sacrifice. Later, when the Duke's daughter had the opportunity to taste everything, she said that she now needed to rest in her room. Therefore, Miss Meliora temporarily bid everyone farewell, as she was truly tired after eating so much. Both Leaf and Linden wished the girl a good rest as soon as possible, as they had no intention of disturbing her. But as soon as Meliora closed the door behind her, the faces of both men immediately darkened. They were still competing for the young lady's attention, which even the priests of the lunar temple noticed. When everyone had left, Leaf turned to Linden, saying that judging by his expression, he clearly had something to discuss. Linden really couldn't remain silent any longer, and with a frown, he said he would get straight to the point. All this time, Eisen had been closely observing the relationship between the Demon Lord and the Duke's daughter, so now he asked why the Demon Lord was so protective of Meliora, clearly showing interest in her. Leaf understood why he was asking, as he had never been interested in politics or power. The second prince warned that the Demon Lord shouldn't even try to take advantage of a young lady's position. Suddenly, the Demon Lord interrupted the young man, asking if he himself had ever taken advantage of Miss Meliora. Linden wanted to object to this, but he restrained himself, realizing that to some extent, Leaf was right. Sighing, the prince admitted that it used to be that way, but now the situation was different. Realizing that the young man had told him the truth, Leaf himself admitted that he wanted to confirm something regarding the girl. Eisen immediately thought that his friend might be doubting whether Meliora was truly the saintess of the moon. But the Demon Lord didn't want to be more frank. He turned around and started to walk away. Linden followed him, shouting that if Leaf continued to bother the Duke's daughter, he would stand up for her. This surprised the Demon Lord, who was about to end their conversation, but the prince was convinced that his friendship with Meliora was truly pure and genuine. But the Demon Lord suddenly declared that before guarding the saintess of the moon, he needed to first purge himself of some inner abomination. The second prince himself was unaware of this, but Leaf saw that he was surrounded by some kind of so-called holy blessing. But Linden didn't know that this protection of his was just a disguise, so he was very surprised. Leaf explained that he could remain calm towards solar magic because it was the opposite of his own power. But the energy surrounding the second prince was something the Demon Lord truly disliked. Aizen defended Olivia, saying that her blessing couldn't be a simple deception. To this, Leaf just chuckled, saying that he had to decide for himself what was a lie and what was the truth. These words left the second prince even more confused, but he decided to find out the truth at all costs. Completely bewildered, Linden asked Leaf why he was telling him all this information. The demon lord looked at the young man and said that he hoped he was smart enough to figure it all out. Before leaving, Leaf advised him to look into the rumors about the disease, which surprised Aizen once again. That evening, all the villagers rejoiced at their salvation, merrily lighting bonfires under the night sky. Amidst this celebration, I sat quietly at the table, observing everything from the sidelines. This girl had come to enjoy the feeling of seeing people's happy faces without having to participate herself. Linden suddenly turned to the young lady and said that he simply couldn't believe they were leaving this place tomorrow. Meliora herself hadn't noticed how quickly time had flown by, as she was much busier in this world than she used to be. Sighing, Miss Meliora turned back to the people, continuing to rejoice that peace had returned to them. All the residents were completely immersed in this moment, enjoying it with all their hearts, as they still had to strive to live on tomorrow. The second prince couldn't help but notice the joy on the duke's daughter's face. Watching everyone around her, he asked the girl if she would like to dance with him, which immediately embarrassed the heroine. Miss Meliora told her friend Linden that she couldn't dance well at all, so she didn't like it, and then Linden noted with surprise that Meliora had always loved dancing before. This frightened her. However, the heroine said that liking dancing didn't mean she was good at it, and that's how she got out of the predicament. Ultimately, the boy took these words at face value, and the duke's daughter breathed a sigh of relief because the worst was over. He suddenly asked Meliora if she had always worshipped the moon goddess, which surprised her so much that she sprayed her drink. After composing herself, the girl somehow said that her entire family had long worshipped the sun god and not the moon goddess, after which the heroine admitted to being an atheist, although it was strange in this world. Linden was indeed very surprised to hear that the lady didn't believe in any gods, and only now did Meliora realize that there might be no atheists in this world, but it was too late for regrets. So Miss Meliora softened her tone, saying that she simply hadn't yet identified with any known deity, and as a result, the heroine was too immersed in her thoughts about gods, and the prince knew nothing about it. Therefore, a few seconds of awkward silence hung between them, which the lady couldn't dispel. Suddenly, laughter came from nearby, bringing Meliora and Linden back to their senses. The girl turned and found Left standing right next to her, having heard everything she said and supporting her. The guy even added that every god had their own magnificence, so it was indeed difficult to choose just one. In response, the duke's daughter asked the gentleman not to tease her, as she felt very embarrassed about it. To her surprise, the demon king suddenly reached out, gently picked up a strand of the girl's hair, and then suddenly kissed it tenderly, and Meliora herself watched this scene with undisguised surprise. And Left said that, for him, the lady would always be the child infinitely loved by the moon. Just then, the villagers suddenly picked up lanterns, lit them, and released them into the sky. However, neither the boy nor the girl, now only looking at each other, noticed this scene. Instead, the gentleman added that the lady would definitely receive infinite love, she just needed to believe it. The guy's actions once again pleasantly surprised Meliora, but she tried not to show it. Embarrassed, the heroine started babbling again, which made her blush even more. And finally, Miss Meliora adjusted her tone and promised that she would never again show her atheism to anyone. Left wanted to explain again that he didn't mean it that way at all, but the girl didn't listen to him because she had already stood up, explaining that she was too tired because she had drunk too much and wanted to rest now. However, the heroine suggested that the gentleman continue to enjoy this pleasant, warm evening, not wanting to delay the tired lady. Aizen silently followed her figure with his eyes, although he himself still felt sad. In fact, Miss Meliora left the table not because of tiredness, but because she could no longer control her emotions. So, after closing the door to her room, she collapsed on the floor and began to think about why Left was so kind to her. Moreover, the guy managed to say some things that still couldn't completely calm the heroine's heart. Meliora clearly felt the anxiety in her friend's words, but she didn't understand why he was acting like that. Remembering how gently the guy had held her in his arms, the girl understood that he wanted to comfort her with all his might. The result was only that Meliora's heartbeat quickened several times, as if Left had just stirred something up. So now the heroine felt embarrassed at the mere thought of the gentleman, which is why she decided to leave the event. The lady sincerely didn't understand if her friend treated her this way just because she was his moon goddess's saint. The priest who fell in love with Miss Meliora at first sight behaved roughly the same way, but the Duke's daughter herself was still unsure if she was the moon goddess's true chosen one. However, now all these thoughts were too tiring for the heroine, so she decided not to think about them for a while. At this time, as the celebration was almost over, the residents began to clear the place where they had been dancing. But Linden didn't notice the efforts of those around him at all, because he kept looking suspiciously only at Left. Suddenly, one of his assistants approached the prince and said that he had found the information he needed. Earlier, Ijessen was eager to know what his servant had managed to dig up, so he immediately followed him. Linden had ordered to find out as much as possible about the Saint of the Sun and was now ready to hear the report. The information seeker was lucky because he managed to find a reliable source of information. He said Olivia had disappeared from the temple a few days ago, and her body was found near this village. But even after investigating all of this, the assistant himself didn't believe the Saint of the Sun would be here. The second prince himself didn't want to accuse the lady of anything without reason, but he remembered Left's words. The Demon King was convinced that the energy surrounding him was just a disguise, and this tormented the boy. The next morning, when Meliora walked to the carriage in the courtyard, she was surprised by what she saw. In front of the girl, harnessed to the carriage, were not horses, but giant slugs. The steward politely explained that this mode of transport would certainly help Miss Meliora with her motion sickness, but the protagonist couldn't believe these slugs would carry her any better than any horse, as they looked terrifying. Tanma, noticing the awkward atmosphere, explained that this was their local specialty, so Miss Meliora needn't be afraid. The man assured her with a cheerful smile that despite their strange appearance, the slugs were very fast. Unexpectedly, the steward suggested that Miss Meliora get to know the slugs better before leaving. Although Meliora didn't want to touch the strange creatures at all, she still approached and held out her hand. The girl closed her eyes and reached out, so she didn't even notice how her hand suddenly touched its target. Realizing the sensation wasn't so unpleasant, the protagonist even opened her eyes in surprise. The slugs didn't seem slimy to her, but rather clean like washed dishes, which impressed Miss Meliora. So, the girl quickly took a liking to all the slugs, as the creatures fascinated her. Linden, not having time to approach the carriage, froze in place and began to watch his friend's actions. The guy couldn't even imagine that Miss Meliora would be so fond of ordinary horses, because he couldn't see through the magic. Then Meliora noticed Kerba squeaking sadly beside her, and she said it was much cuter than the slugs. Just then, Left approached Miss Meliora and sternly informed her that they should all leave for their destination. The protagonist obediently jumped into the carriage with the man's help, then asked how Linda and the other priests were doing. The gentleman explained that they could teleport, so none of them needed a carriage. He said as he got into the carriage with Miss Meliora. The boy remembered that the temple of Chihana was practically in ruins, and he explained to Miss Meliora that it had been closed for quite some time, so there was no need to see it. The protagonist didn't know that the followers of the moon goddess were in such a bad situation, and she felt sorry for them. However, Miss Meliora wanted to leave as soon as possible, so she looked out the window and called Linden over. At that moment, the man was carefully adjusting his suit when he suddenly heard Meliora call him personally. He immediately gave a happy smile and promised to meet up with his friend soon. Miss Meliora had time to think with slight sadness that she would have to say goodbye to this lovely village, which had suffered so much from the disease. But now she was glad that all the difficulties were in the past. The second prince was about to get into the carriage when suddenly a messenger ran up and called out to him. The assistant was out of breath and could barely speak, but he still reported that Linden's grandfather was in critical condition. The boy was stunned with surprise upon hearing this sad news, as he loved his grandfather very much. As soon as Meliora heard the news, she immediately jumped out of the carriage to check on Linden. Miss Meliora knew that according to the plot, the old man was on the verge of death at this time, so she asked the man how he was doing. The prince himself didn't believe anything serious could happen to his grandfather, as he had often lost consciousness before. However, Miss Meliora didn't think her relative's situation would be as simple this time. Linden suddenly told Miss Meliora not to worry, as there would be many skilled doctors by his grandfather's side, but the protagonist realized that the man was trying to calm himself down rather than comfort her, as he pretended everything was fine. The protagonist couldn't just stand by and do nothing, so she grabbed her friend's sleeve and stopped him. Miss Meliora very seriously asked Linden to go to his grandfather instead of staying with her. The prince replied with a smile that there was no need, as he wasn't worried or anxious at all. However, Meliora knew what was hidden behind the boy's smile, so she sighed and asked him not to lie to her. The protagonist knew very well that the man wanted to go east only because of her, and she told him so. The second prince didn't know that Miss Meliora had long known all the reasons for his trip, so he froze in surprise. Meliora, to be safe, said that the man didn't have to try anymore, as she was already on his side. Linden shuddered, for he had indeed entertained similar thoughts. But before he could delve deeper into his acquaintance with the Duchess, she unexpectedly confessed that her father had decided to remove her from the family, and she had agreed. Smiling, Meliora announced that she was heading east for a fresh start. She advised her friend not to waste time on unnecessary matters. Linden abruptly retorted that he hadn't become close to Meliora for her prominent position. Meliora was surprised to hear that this had been his initial reason, but although Linden then changed his tune, she still insisted he leave. Go now, to the one you truly love. To Meliora's surprise, the second prince suddenly asked her never to speak such words again. Linden was deeply upset, feeling insignificant to his friend. He asked her to let him decide who was most important in his life. Meliora hadn't realized this mattered so much to her friend, but she supported him again to quell any doubts. She then noticed, with some bewilderment, that Linden was leaning against her and made no move to pull away. After a moment, Linden finally straightened, asking if Meliora could show him her magic again. The Duchess hadn't expected such a sudden request, but she wasn't opposed. Once more, Meliora amazed Linden with a display of her magic, a breathtaking sight. Linden even closed his eyes in pleasure, feeling the currents of air with his fingertips. When Linden opened his eyes, he asked Meliora why she had never asked the reason, and why he was asking this. Meliora replied that she didn't need to know the reason, as the magic didn't take much effort. Hearing this, the prince admitted, for the first time in his life, that he personally couldn't be so selfless for others. Since childhood, he had been surrounded by people eager to sell him information, but not to help him. Consequently, the future second prince had always striven to prove his usefulness. From a young age, he had handled documents, even uncovering his own mistakes and those who sought to harm him. Sometimes, Linden would even deliberately dispose of documents others needed to frame them. When asked for something, he always sought a benefit, having become accustomed to it. Linden admitted to being a calculating person, and it was this that allowed him to survive in the world. However, Meliora was the first person to come into his life without expecting anything in return. Smiling, the prince told Meliora that he would now act differently, having changed thanks to her. Meliora hadn't expected such a confession, but she simply offered a supportive smile. Linden understood that it was best for him to return to his grandfather rather than continue with Meliora. He said nothing would prevent him from visiting his grandfather first and then witnessing the power of his beloved. Linden still found communicating with the Duchess difficult, unable to understand her as well as he understood his grandfather and mother. Meliora was pleased to hear he would visit his grandfather after all, as that was what she had hoped. Noticing this, Linden asked if she was truly happy about their parting, putting her in an awkward position. He then laughed, indicating the question wasn't serious, as he knew Meliora was simply worried about him. Meliora laughed along with him, though still slightly embarrassed by his teasing. Regarding her emotions, the second prince unexpectedly took Meliora's hand and kissed it gently, as he would soon have to leave. He smiled, saying he wished to experience as much beauty as possible. Linden's sweet words touched Meliora deeply, as she had never heard such things said to her before. Suddenly, someone approached and abruptly separated their hands. It was Leftet, who, looking displeased, pulled Meliora's hand towards himself. He glared at Linden and declared that he and Meliora should have left the second prince long ago. Linden couldn't argue with Leftet, so he remained awkwardly silent. The steward watched the scene with amusement, drawing his own conclusions. Tama realized that Leftet was being unusually rude, especially towards an ally. He guessed Leftet was deliberately showing off in front of Meliora, finding the situation quite comical. Meanwhile, Meliora peeked out from behind the blonde man, wishing Linden a safe journey. The second prince was grateful for the Duchess's small support. So, before leaving, he smiled at her. He suddenly asked if he could call her Melly next time they met. Meliora saw no harm in it, and with a sweet smile, allowed him his heartfelt request. This brought the second prince some peace and relief, at least for a while, as he now had a true friend. He watched somewhat wistfully as the carriage carrying Meliora and Leftet drove away. The carriage headed towards the village, and Meliora found herself thinking that she had even grown a little attached to the village where they had helped cure the illness. She then looked at Leftet and noticed he was unusually gloomy and depressed, as if something had happened. Meliora immediately asked her friend what was wrong, as he seemed so sad for no reason. But Leftet abruptly declared that he was fine, although his expression betrayed that something was still bothering him. The Duchess worriedly suggested that perhaps she had done something wrong without realizing it. Leftet, noticing her concern, said that it wasn't her fault at all and that she had nothing to reproach herself for. In fact, he couldn't forget the scene of Linden suddenly kissing Meliora's hand. Realizing she wouldn't get the truth from him, she asked why he had decided to go east with her. This time, Leftet lied, saying that he simply lived there and had decided to go home for a visit. Meliora asked him to describe the Duke's estate, and he said that he lived in a beautiful place. From his house, one could see the Milky Way, and many beautiful and unusual creatures lived nearby. Having said all this, he confidently declared that she would definitely like his home. Hearing this, Meliora even blushed slightly, as she was very pleased. Crossing her arms over her chest, she replied that she would very much like to see Leftet's estate. He replied that she could come anytime, and Meliora gratefully bowed her head to him. However, she first had to reach the ruins of the Temple of the Moon Goddess, so she could be officially recognized as the saint. Meliora still hoped to find a sacred artifact called Kian, something she had completely forgotten about. Only now did she realize that she had been planning to escape, not stay, in the Empire, and had been preoccupied with other matters. She was very afraid that the world would soon be destroyed by the Demon King and didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. Leftet noticed that the Duchess had become pensive for some reason, and he called out to her, startling her slightly. He asked if she was all right, and Meliora wondered if she could tell Leftet the whole truth about herself. She was very afraid that her friend wouldn't believe her at all and would even distance himself from her because of it. She understood that if she were in his position, she would never believe such a story, even if it came from someone close to her. However, she knew she couldn't keep up the pretense for much longer, not in front of the steward, nor Linden. There were many people around her, and she couldn't lie to them, as it would damage their relationships, in her opinion. She then thought that when she became a saint, she would tell Priestess Linda everything that had happened to her. She felt that if she had enough prestige, people might listen to her story and believe her. Leftet, seeing her deep in thought, asked if she had doubts about becoming a saint. Meliora had never thought her emotions would be interpreted that way, but she explained that she had no such concerns. She understood that the status of saint would certainly put pressure on her, but she wanted to try. Leftet noticed that she was clearly not telling him everything, but he didn't press her further. Instead, he changed the subject and asked where the Duchess planned to live once she officially became a saint. She replied that she hadn't thought about it yet, and Leftet offered to let her live at his house, which greatly surprised Meliora. He explained that living with him would certainly be comfortable, as he had vast lands and a fine estate. Meliora seriously considered the offer, as she believed her friend would be able to provide for her. Leftet himself very much desired this, but tried not to show it, and continued to maintain an outward appearance of calm. But Meliora saw through his desire, so she smiled and agreed to live with him, at least for a while. Only then did she realize that, for some reason, no one had ever cared for her the way Leftet did. She suddenly remembered that he had once sworn to her that he would always help her, no matter what happened. This memory even made her jump up in excitement. This startled Leftet, but Meliora, oblivious, grabbed his hand and asked if his oath still held true now that she was to become a saint. It was incredibly important to the Duke's daughter that her friend would continue to stand by her side, no matter what happened around her. Leftet listened intently to Meliora, who was clearly worried about his sacred oath. The protagonist knew that if Leftet was on her side, she wouldn't have to worry about any potential apocalypse. In response, he smiled and dispelled all the girl's doubts, saying he would always help her. Then, to prove his words, Left pulled Meliora's hand towards him and gently kissed it, as he wished. Meliora was delighted to hear her friend repeat the oath he had once made to her, finally calming her down. Then the carriage suddenly rolled over a stone, jolting sharply, and the protagonist lost her balance. Falling, she unexpectedly landed right on Left's warm chest, which was a complete surprise to her. Meliora immediately jumped back, blushing furiously with embarrassment, and apologized to her friend for falling on him. The carriage suddenly stopped completely, causing the boy and girl to look out the window, wondering what had happened. It turned out they had reached their destination, the village of Chiban, the very place the protagonist longed to visit. As soon as they stepped out into the fresh air, the girl turned to her friend and asked if Linda and the priest had already arrived. He replied that the teleportation had worked long ago and very quickly, and Meliora also wanted to use it next time. Left suddenly couldn't hold back any longer and called out to Meliora, who immediately turned to listen to him. He then asked why she had suddenly sought his protection, as if something serious had happened. Since Meliora couldn't speak about the apocalypse, she explained that anything could happen when she became a saint. Left then declared once again that no matter what happened, his oath still held true. At this moment, Kerbo was watching the conversation between the boy and girl with interest, only able to understand their intonations. The dog understood that its owner was somehow getting closer to Meliora, and it was personally only happy about this. The protagonist herself was incredibly pleased to receive such strong support from the gentleman, although she didn't know why. Because of his actions, he increasingly reminded the girl of a reliable knight from some romance novel. When they reached the priests, the worshippers of the moon goddess even shed tears at the sight of their saint. Like loyal puppies, they declared in unison how much they had missed Meliora, which brought a kind smile to her face. The priests also said that they had even prepared and cleaned a room for her in their dwelling. And, in addition, they had found the most delicious fruits, deciding to please their saint. To this, Meliora replied that they were most likely hungry too, so she suggested they eat together. As everyone began to walk inside, the girl suddenly remembered that she didn't know what to call her main assistants. So Meliora called out to them and asked them to introduce themselves, which caused slight surprise among the three priests. Meliora admitted that she couldn't keep addressing them in such a distant manner, so she decided to find out their names. Much to the Duke's daughter's surprise, the priest suddenly burst into tears in response, which frightened her greatly. The assistants tearfully admitted that they would forever remember the day the saint herself asked for their names. Finally, the eldest of them pulled back his hood from his face and asked his friends to calm down so he could give an answer. At the same time, he himself couldn't control his emotions, so tears were streaming down his face as he spoke these words. In the end, the girl was the first of all to calm down, so she was able to say with a smile that his name was Urine. She also introduced the others, saying the tall one's name was Peter and the redhead's name was Zion. After that, Urine explained that they were all brothers and sisters serving the moon goddess, so they didn't even consider age. He was very afraid that he would never see the saint, as she had not appeared among the worshippers of the moon goddess for a long time. At this point, the assistant jumped in front of Meliora, declaring that he considered their meeting a great fortune. After all, Meliora reminded the priest, somewhat embarrassed, that she hadn't officially been ordained as a saint yet. Urine immediately wanted to know if Lady Linda still had any doubts, as everything was perfectly clear to him. The priestess felt a tremendous holy energy emanating from Meliora that no one else possessed, so Urine gently took her hand and said that, for him, this energy was strong proof. Urine said that when the plague was spreading through the village, he saw Meliora helping others. Therefore, for Urine personally, everything was clear, even if the high priestess had doubts. For some reason, the priest was very sure that Meliora was a good person, and now it was difficult to convince him otherwise. Meliora was surprised by these words from Urine, since she had basically done nothing to warrant such faith. Snapping out of her thoughts, Meliora composed herself and temporarily parted ways with Urine as their conversation had ended. However, before leaving, Urine called the future saint to the table. Indeed hungry and needing to regain her strength, Meliora followed Urine to join the others. After the meal, the group headed towards the temple located high in the mountains. Meliora quickly grew tired. She asked how much further they had to go, and Linda pointed somewhere towards the top of the mountain, which startled Meliora. The Duchess was no longer surprised by the small number of followers of the Moon Temple. In her current physical condition, Meliora couldn't walk much further, as the previous Meliora had rarely walked. She could barely stay on her feet and suddenly began to sway, unexpectedly tipping to one side. But Left caught Meliora just in time, preventing her from falling as he was right beside her. Meliora sincerely thanked him for his help, as she didn't want to get hurt from a fall. Left looked Meliora over from head to toe, realizing how exhausted she was. He then crouched down, offering her his back. This way, he could carry her to the temple. Left was very serious about this, as he sincerely wanted to make the journey easier for Meliora. Meliora was immediately embarrassed by such an offer and tried to refuse. Just then, the steward joined the conversation, saying that Meliora should accept the help. Tanma explained that the mountain path was dangerous, and it wouldn't do for her to twist her ankle. Upon hearing this, the priests immediately turned around, deeply concerned for the saint. Everyone immediately offered their assistance, willing to do anything for Meliora. In the end, she chose Left, as she had at least known him longer than the others. Meliora worried that it might be too much of a burden for Left, but he assured her it was no problem at all. However, Left admitted he hadn't expected Meliora to accept his offer, though he was glad she did. This made Meliora even more shy, and she asked him not to tease her too much. She was worried about being constantly indebted to him. To this, Left pointed out that Meliora had clearly changed, but he really liked it. Flustered by the compliment, Meliora blushed slightly and murmured that she already felt like a saint. She truly hoped so, as she intended to officially make Left her guardian. Unexpectedly, she said that becoming a saint allowed her to see him in a completely different light, and she liked it. One of the priests shouted that they had arrived, interrupting Meliora's thoughts. Still on Left's back, she stared intently at their destination. Meliora climbed down, wanting to see the beauty of the surrounding area with her own eyes. The High Priestess knew the way better than anyone and made sure no one fell behind. Meliora remarked that she hadn't expected the temple to be so beautiful, bringing a smile to Linda's face. Since the sanctuary itself was small, the group quickly reached its center. The High Priestess was the first to approach a chalice, which would be used for the saint's dedication ceremony. Noticing the strange object of unknown purpose, Meliora asked what it was. Linda explained that it was a sacred relic of the temple and asked Meliora to lift it. As soon as Meliora did so, the chalice suddenly emitted a beautiful light, even though she hadn't done anything. For some reason, water began to rapidly gather within the chalice, greatly surprising her. However, the High Priestess calmly explained that this was because the chalice reacted to the touch of someone with the power of the moon. Since everything was going smoothly, the High Priestess instructed Meliora to take the chalice and follow her. Linda explained that every temple had a special pillar around which construction always began. Linda placed her hand on the pillar and asked Meliora to pour the water from the chalice onto it. Though Meliora didn't quite understand why, she did as she was told, carrying out the task perfectly. The High Priestess said that Meliora should now use the sacred power of this place to complete the ritual. After listening carefully to the High Priestess, Meliora focused her mind and began to slowly absorb the energy. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Suddenly, the girl's hands began to glow and the light gradually spread. As a result, a complete pillar of light rose from the pillar, illuminating everything for several meters around. The water in the pillars seemed to come alive, winding along its base and exquisitely entwining everything it touched. Then, ribbons of light began to spread across the floor, precisely covering the exquisite patterns throughout the central hall of the temple. When all the patterns were covered with water and light, a burst of light, even greater than the previous pillar, erupted above the temple. Before Meliora, a translucent shield suddenly appeared. It was the Kian's sacred shield. The girl had not expected to encounter it here at all, much less for the shield to appear before her in person. Seeing all this, the High Priestess explained that only one person could obtain this sacred artifact in their lifetime. The Demon Lord and his assistants were watching the young lady who was currently undergoing the enlightenment ceremony. Meliora stretched out her hands, sincerely desiring preparing to obtain this sacred protection for herself. At the same time, Meliora thought that, for some reason, she didn't feel any awe, as if she had seen this object before. Feeling the strong emotions emanating from the Kian sacred shield, the girl seemed to be conveying her love to someone. The only thing that bothered Meliora was that she might not be worthy of being a saint. However, the Duke's daughter remembered that a terrible disaster would follow. Therefore, she clenched her hands, unwilling to remain inactive any longer. Now that she had people like Left by her side, she didn't want to betray their trust in her. Meliora decided to take a chance and asked the shield to grant her courage, if it could. The girl then brought the sacred artifact closer to her face and closed her eyes to synchronize with it. Thus, another flash of bright light erupted, making it impossible for those around to open their eyes. People quickly covered their eyes with their hands. The temple thundered, and some parts began to collapse, but Meliora didn't notice anything around her. At that moment, the Kian sacred shield quickly merged with Meliora's energy and temporarily disappeared to continue protecting her in secret. When everything was over, the light and noise disappeared. Meliora opened her eyes in confusion. The priests looked admiringly at the young lady who had just become their official saint. The high priestess approached Meliora, knelt on one knee, and congratulated her on her new status. Following Linda, the others also knelt, still overjoyed that they now had saint. Just as Meliora implored the priest to rise, Left suddenly walked silently towards her. For some reason, Meliora was so engrossed in the ritual that she didn't notice him until he was beside her. Then she suddenly smiled at him, saying that he could finally accompany her as her escort knight. But in response, the demon lord, for some reason, gently grasped the girl's waist and carefully pulled her towards him. Meliora was completely taken aback by her friend's action and froze in surprise. He simply held Meliora closer, clearly enjoying the feeling of embracing her for that moment. After a while, Left whispered sadly that he knew it was her. As the Duke's daughter received the sacred artifact, Avis stood by, his fists clenched in excitement. At this moment, he wished for the girl's success more than anything in the world, as it meant a great deal to him. Meliora stood before him completely calmly, and the enlightenment ceremony proceeded as expected. However, in this young lady, the demon lord saw the saint he had met 100 years ago and had been searching for ever since. That young lady, after the ceremony, had smiled happily at him, just like Meliora now. Therefore, he couldn't restrain himself and embrace the young lady, as he had waited far too long, anticipating her appearance by his side. Meliora herself was very surprised by her friend's behavior, but didn't dare stop him, only calling out to him uncertainly. Just as suddenly as he had embraced her, he abruptly stepped away from Meliora, as if preparing to deliver a grand speech. With absolute conviction in his words, the demon lord suddenly declared that he swore this world would not fall. After that, he suddenly knelt on one knee and said he would strive to fulfill all of Meliora's wishes. Left took the girl's hand and said that if evil began to wander around her, he would always protect her. For the current Saint Meliora, it was crucial that her friend keep the oath they made, but she didn't expect him to suddenly reiterate it. At that moment, Avis himself smiled sadly, asking Meliora to allow him to help her forever. The girl agreed, and then the man carried her on his back again, noticing that the young lady was unusually tired. Linda said that she would contact them once she had finished all the preparations for the saint's proclamation. At this point, the high priestess had to bid farewell to Meliora and her friends, as she still had other matters to attend to. Left gazed at the lady's face and found her asleep from exhaustion after using the sacred power. So, the man very carefully carried her into the carriage, settled her comfortably, and tried his best not to disturb her sleep. Afterwards, the demon lord was about to ask Tommaso for a blanket, but the steward already had it in his hand. Noticing the smile on his assistant's face, Avis admitted, slightly embarrassed, that he was in a very good mood. To this, Tommaso said that he couldn't help but feel overjoyed because his master had finally found the person he desired, the girl he had been searching for so long. The steward himself had been anxiously waiting for this moment for a long time, so his joy at this moment was truly difficult to express. Seeing his assistant so happy, the demon lord also returned a smile, although he himself didn't notice. Afterwards, he boarded the carriage and looked at Meliora, who was sleeping soundly and hadn't yet woken up. Left couldn't help but sit beside the girl, gently resting her head on his shoulder, feeling the warmth. This man had been waiting for this moment for a long time, even though he understood that the lady didn't remember him, so he had to be careful. To Avis's surprise, he heard a female voice ask him if he really intended to give up everything just like that. Left looked up and saw the ghostly outline of the saint he had met 100 years ago. Her promise, the promise that they would meet again someday, immediately flooded the demon lord's mind. The man could only hope that this time, Meliora wouldn't leave him like she had in the past. Looking closely at the Duke's daughter's face, Avis realized that he had waited a whole century for her and was willing to continue waiting. He firmly believed that even though the saint's appearance had changed, her soul remained the same, and so he recognized this lady. Left kissed the lady's forehead lightly and secretly promised that no matter what happened, this time he would protect her. A moment later, Meliora's strength fully recovered, and she finally awoke from her sleep. The girl sat up in bed, stretched comfortably, and thought back to the beautiful dream she had recently had. Unfortunately, the lady had already forgotten the details of the dream, but she didn't mind. At this moment, the Duke's daughter suddenly noticed that the bed beneath her was unusually soft for some reason. The young lady looked around, and all around her were completely unfamiliar paintings, clearly of great value. Just as Meliora realized she wasn't at the inn, a maid approached. The maid curtsied to the lady and said that from this day forward, she would strive to serve her. This slightly reassured the protagonist, so she smiled and asked where she was. For some reason, the maid seemed quite surprised that her mistress didn't know where she was. But the girl still told Meliora that she was in the central bedroom of Duke Avis's manor. Hearing her exact location, the Duke's daughter was momentarily relieved as she no longer needed to worry. Suddenly, what the maid had just said became clear in the young lady's mind, and the protagonist was terrified. She asked again, and the maid repeated her previous words with a blank expression. The Duke's daughter clearly remembered that in the original story, Duke Avis was the demon lord. So the lady jumped up, realizing she had to escape from this place as soon as possible. The protagonist asked the maid if she had seen the people who came with her, but she herself didn't hear the rest of the message. Suddenly, the door burst open, and the girl trembled with fear, frozen in place, as it was too late to escape. Meliora began to stare at the man who was slowly approaching. To her surprise, it was Left, who casually asked how the lady was feeling. The protagonist immediately remembered how, because of the demon lord's wrath, the entire street had been consumed by flames. His three-headed hellhound barked incessantly, scaring everyone around. Duke Avis himself slowly walked through the imperial manor, for he now feared nothing. He searched for any remaining people to drive them away, for he didn't intend to kill, even though he had burned the place to the ground. The demon lord encountered the emperor and empress, who for some reason were still in the throne room. He remembered his agreement with Avis and couldn't understand why Left had suddenly broken it. The emperor tried to remind the demon that they hadn't broken any rules, so why was he doing this? Left seemed to have difficulty speaking, but he explained that he was doing this because the rose had died. The emperor trembled with fear, completely bewildered by what the demon lord was saying, which only intensified his terror. At that moment, Left extended his hand and invoked his magic, displaying the dead rose. The remaining petals of the deceased flower materialized above his palm. The demon lord clenched his fist and said that waiting for 100 years had been in vain, and it pained him now. Then he drew his sword, preparing to permanently eliminate everyone present. The demon explained that otherwise, he would truly go mad. But this way, he at least had a chance to do something to calm himself. And so, Avis nearly destroyed the entire empire, because absolutely no one could resist him. In short, the heroine read all of this in the book, but couldn't believe that such a flawless person was actually the demon lord. Left hadn't yet realized that the lady was perfectly aware of who he was, so he continued to act so gently. But Meliora herself could no longer see him as human, knowing he was a dangerous demon. So, the young lady couldn't bear it and abruptly turned away, though it was rather impolite to the others in the room. But the master didn't understand what was wrong with the girl, and the maid couldn't explain anything to him. Finally, Left gathered his thoughts and told the Duke's daughter to go to the dining room if she was feeling better. The heroine was terrified of being alone with the demon, so she said she wasn't hungry at all and didn't want to eat. But as soon as she said this, her stomach immediately protested with a growl, demanding food. The man noticed this and, with a smile, said he would have the food brought here for the lady, which again touched her somewhat, despite her fear of him. A little while later, when Meliora finally mustered the courage to leave the room, the steward immediately greeted her politely. Tommaso proudly declared that he had personally renovated the manor so that the lady would be comfortable there. The man suggested that the lady take a walk after dinner, as Lef had a beautiful garden where she could admire the plants. The heroine thanked her attendant for his kindness, though she wasn't in the mood for a walk at the moment. At that moment, the Duke's daughter wondered which of the people in the manor knew who their master truly was. Suddenly, the steward's face changed drastically, and he declared that the young lady urgently needed to see his master, though in reality, he was only joking. Meliora had already vanished without a trace, because she had believed Tommaso's words. The steward was very surprised to see the girl run into the dining room so quickly, but he said nothing. At that moment, the heroine thought that when she became a saint, everything would be all right, but for some reason, things had only gotten worse. In the room, the young lady saw Cerberus, who was very happy to see her, as for some unknown reason, he was very fond of her. Meliora couldn't refuse the dog, so she sat down next to him and began scratching his belly as it calmed her down. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the lady's mind. An animal raised by a monster couldn't be ordinary. Only now did she realize that something was wrong with Cerberus too, and the young lady abruptly stopped scratching him. The heroine couldn't understand how this dog could be some kind of terrible and terrifying creature, but just in case, she slowly moved away from him, promising Cerberus that they would play together next time. Since Meliora was only looking forward, she didn't notice that she had accidentally backed into someone. This person turned out to be Left. He anxiously asked the Duke's daughter what had happened. The man's eyes betrayed his inhuman nature, but for some reason, the young lady noticed this. Only now, and because of it, the girl became even more frightened, though she didn't want to admit her feelings to her former friend. However, the lady failed to act natural, so Left again noticed that something was wrong with her. The demon lord couldn't figure out the reason, so he guessed that the young lady might have gotten sick from being outside for too long yesterday. Suddenly, Avis reached out to the young lady, and Meliora even closed her eyes in fear, as she didn't want to know what he would do. But to the heroine's great surprise, the man only gently stroked her back, which she hadn't expected at all. The Duke's daughter even froze because of the demon's actions, as she had expected him to act differently. Left admitted that if he had noticed Meliora's health sooner, he would have dined with her in her room. Looking at the man, Meliora felt as if the person before her was indeed the friend she had come to know for his kindness and gentleness. The heroine couldn't believe that the gentleman could be a villain, so she suggested that perhaps there was another Avis. The fact that she hadn't even suspected such a thing made Meliora feel distressed, as if she had somehow betrayed him. Meliora was so lost in thought that she didn't immediately notice the man suddenly approaching her. For some reason, the gentleman had a serious and slightly worried expression on his face as he said he wanted to do something now. He placed his hand on the girl's shoulder, asking for permission, and the heroine didn't know what he meant at the time. Then, the friend leaned closer to the lady's face, whispering that he wanted to kiss her if she didn't mind. But the man didn't dare touch Meliora's lips, instead gently kissing her forehead. Even such a kiss was enough for Left, so he paused and then pulled away. Suddenly, the boy and girl heard a voice openly mocking their restrained actions. A certain blue-eyed, white-haired demon remarked that he didn't remember the demon lord acting this way. Then, crossing his arms, he said he was the demon lord's older brother, but he had expected the demon lord to do something different. Left was clearly displeased by Pretty's unexpected appearance and instinctively shielded Meliora with his body. The heroine looked closely at the man before her and was surprised to discover he was also a demon. The manor's master indignantly informed the older brother that it was rude to enter his house through the window like that. But this didn't bother the older brother at all. He just spread his arms and grinned again. At this moment, the demon's hydra hissed menacingly at the girl and boy, trying to subdue them. But it didn't manage to frighten the pair for long, as Cerberus suddenly jumped out from somewhere, growling in response. Meliora told the dog not to be so aggressive, and this didn't escape Pretty's watchful eye. He commented that he had never seen a dog obey anyone other than its master. For some reason, the heroine felt very frightened when the demon realized she was the saint. He said this unexpectedly. The older brother reached out to introduce himself, saying it was a pleasure to meet them, but Duke Avis rather rudely pushed him away, not wanting Pretty to touch Meliora. Pretty obediently stepped back, though he reminded Leftet that the girl didn't belong to him at all. He also suddenly said that the lady was much gentler than the previous saint, as she wouldn't just stand still. But what angered the demon lord the most were his brother's words, saying that he had chosen this young lady because of her title. Enraged, the master ordered the demon to disappear before he tore him to shreds. The older brother just laughed excitedly at this and pretended he was just trying to give advice. But the younger brother was already prepared to fight him. The heroine, watching everything that was happening, didn't even know whose side to take or what to do now. She took a step back, wanting to get closer to Cerberus, when she suddenly noticed that the dog was starting to change for some reason. Before the Duke's daughter could utter a word, the dog's size began to increase rapidly, which frightened her. Realizing he didn't have much time left here, Pretty advised Meliora to be more careful when dealing with others. The demon lord didn't like his brother's allusions to the missing previous saint, but he was too late to stop him. So Pretty said that 100 years ago, that girl had trusted Leftet and then mysteriously disappeared. These words made the young lady very wary, although she tried not to show that she was suddenly thinking about something. But in reality, the heroine thought it was more logical that the demon lord hadn't protected the past saint. The man immediately noticed that Meliora was carefully considering the older demon's words. This made the demon lord himself wary. He knew his brother was talking nonsense, but the girl clearly knew nothing about it. Pretty unexpectedly admitted that this time he had wanted to find the saint before his younger brother, but he hadn't been able to. However, he wasn't going to give up so easily, as he could try to bewitch the lady with his magic. The demon snapped his fingers, summoning a pleasant floral scent, intending to intoxicate her mind. Although the heroine's sense of smell wasn't as sensitive as that of a creature from hell, she almost immediately smelled an unfamiliar scent. This smell instantly affected the girl, and she swayed, falling straight into the master's arms. Duke Avis anxiously asked Meliora how she was feeling, but the young lady couldn't answer yet. This made the demon lord furious, and he glared at his arrogant brother. Pretty was even forced back a step by the powerful energy, though he continued to laugh mockingly. But before Leftet could take any action while holding Meliora, he suddenly heard a loud crash from behind. The door to the room burst open, and a strong gust of wind blew in, dispelling all the enchanting magic. The older demon, Pretty, was displeased with what had happened, but he couldn't resist the magic of the other being. Unexpectedly, a fellow with 2 demonic horns growing from his head rushed into the room, clearly furious, screaming at Pretty to get out. The steward also suddenly appeared in the room. The older brother, Pretty, immediately recognized the screaming fellow he had always looked down upon. Even Leftet wasn't particularly pleased with the appearance of this noisy assistant, so he asked Tommaso why he had brought him here. Tommaso replied with a smile that a mad dog was best suited to deal with a madman. Pretty heard these words clearly, but they didn't hurt him in the slightest, as he was long used to such an attitude. However, faced with so many opponents, it was difficult for him, Pretty, to continue the conversation. So the demon decided to retreat. But the fellow with the horns on his forehead didn't like the older ones, Pretty's sudden decision to flee. Pretty had indeed climbed out the window, but he promised Meliora that they would meet again, but alone. The heroine, Meliora, didn't reply, as she desperately wanted this strange fellow to leave. Unlike the young lady, Meliora, the assistant, Muso, wasn't going to let the demon, Pretty, off so easily, so he broke free from the steward's, Tommaso's grasp. He still managed to run to the window, shouting one last time, daring the enemy, Pretty, to come any closer. The assistant, Muso, didn't calm down until Leftet suddenly called out his name, which immediately brought the fellow to his senses. The demon lord, Leftet, asked his assistants to leave the room, as he wanted to talk to Meliora alone. Tommaso immediately left with the young demon, Muso, even though Muso, wanted to be present during the conversation. As soon as they left, the long-awaited silence returned to the room, broken only by the gentleman's, Leftet's, heavy sigh. The heroine, Meliora, herself couldn't calm down, as she was worried about Pretty's last words about being careful. Seeing that the man, Leftet, seemed afraid to speak, the girl, Meliora, first asked if he was truly the demon lord, Leftet. Leftet had been dreading this question, but he confirmed it, as he didn't want to lie. Realizing that her friend was Avis, the young lady, Meliora, became angry that he hadn't told her anything before. Even when the young lady, Meliora, asked Left some rather personal questions in the carriage, he continued to hide the truth. So now Meliora finally demanded the answers that the master, Left, hadn't given her before. The Duke's daughter, Meliora, was most worried about why the demon lord had treated her this way. In response, Avis calmly admitted that he had indeed hidden many things from the young lady. But he immediately explained that his silence wasn't due to a desire to lie to her, but because he was disappointed by people's reactions. The young lady, Meliora, listened carefully to the man's, Left's, words and could understand how difficult it had been for him to live all these days. From the very beginning, the Duke's, Left's, territory had vast lands and a powerful army, which attracted swindlers. So many people tried to win the gentleman's favor, which was why he tried not to communicate with anyone. The girl, Meliora, whispered sadly that Left was just afraid she would act like everyone else. The demon lord nodded briefly and explained that at first he wasn't sure about her, so he hadn't opened his heart. Then the young lady, Meliora, asked if the man, Left, knew she was the saint, as this also worried her. Meliora's mind was still filled with Pretty's words, who had said it wasn't a matter of personality, but of status. But the demon lord, Left, confidently stated that he didn't care about the girl's title. He was only interested in her as a person. These were the words the heroine, Meliora, wanted to hear, but she clenched her fists in disbelief. After that, the Duke's daughter, Meliora, fighting back tears, cried out that her friend, Left, had been deceiving her about everything. Somehow, the young lady, Meliora, decided that the man, Left, had been kind to her from the beginning solely because of her holy power. Seeing the girl's, Meliora's, tears, Avis instinctively wanted to approach her and comfort her. But the heroine, Meliora, took a step back and said that she knew Left's kindness wasn't initially directed at her. But the man, Left, stubbornly retorted that this wasn't the case. He just hadn't found the right moment to tell her everything. However, Meliora couldn't forgive her friend because he had deceived her after all. In fact, the heroine, Meliora, was more saddened than angry about everything that had happened between them. She had almost all her emotions and said that if she had known about this lie from the beginning, she wouldn't be here. These words deeply touched the demon lord, Left, for despite his inhuman origins, he had feelings. And at that moment, Meliora turned around and announced that she would leave before sunset. But Left couldn't allow that to happen. So, taking Meliora's hand, hoping to stop her, Left sadly confessed that he had been looking for her for a very long time, and now he definitely didn't want to let her go. In response, tears began to slide down the Duke's daughter's cheeks, but she herself said nothing to Left. The demon lord saw that the girl was no less worried than he was, and all this could not be changed. Therefore, Left could not forcibly keep the young lady by his side, and despite everything, released her hand. Feeling free, Meliora abruptly moved away from Avis, who had been deceiving her all this time. Before running out the door, she shouted that the thing she hated most in the world was lying men. As a result, the gentleman was left alone in the middle of the room. Left was very upset, but he understood that he himself was to blame for this whole situation. A little later, having found a room specially prepared for her, the heroine collapsed exhausted onto the bed. Although Meliora said she would leave, in fact, she didn't want it all. At that moment, the young lady was not only worried about what Left was going through because of her, but the girl was also troubled by what the demon lord's brother had said to her. Pretty was sure that the saint had disappeared precisely because she blindly believed Left, and now Meliora didn't know how to look at this whole complicated situation. She clearly remembered that Avis was indeed a demon destined to destroy this world, but the heroine still didn't understand why Left would do this. Meliora knew that the demon lord had used the rose as a pretext, but she couldn't guess the reason. The more the girl was immersed in her thoughts, the more saddened she became by this strange world. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Meliora buried her head in her knees as she couldn't think of anything. At this moment, someone timidly knocked on the girl's room door, and she, surprised, immediately raised her head. After that, the young lady ventured to allow this stranger to enter. Looking saddened, Left suddenly appeared at the doorway and asked the Duke's daughter to give him at least a little time, as he wanted to show her something. The heroine was curious about what the demon lord could talk to her about, so she followed him and saw a stunning gazebo. Meliora couldn't imagine that there was such a beautiful place on the Duke's estate. An astounding number of roses bloomed all around, and their pleasant aroma spread everywhere. Left himself remained completely and respectfully silent, leading the girl straight to the gazebo without explaining anything for the time being. He approached the flower located in the very center of this place, covered with a glass dome, with some hesitation, and then reached out to it. However, Avis still didn't dare to touch it and called Meliora to him. The heroine was very curious about what was happening, so she obediently approached the flower. At the same time, the rose under the glass dome suddenly began to glow, as if it were not an ordinary plant at all. Embarrassed by this, the young lady asked Left if this flower was really a rose. Turning to him, she hinted that this plant might have some special, magical charm. Suddenly, Meliora noticed the expression on Left's face. For some reason, he had such a look at that moment. From his expression, it was clear that Avis was, for some reason, almost crying, but he still confirmed Meliora's guess. At the same time, he himself kept looking at the Duke's daughter, who was standing in the shining light of the rose. After that, the demon lord came closer and explained that this flower was made from fragments of the soul of the saint who had disappeared 100 years ago. Hearing this, the young lady was once again saddened, as this story was full of mysteries for her. Only now did she finally understand that the former saint and Left were not just ordinary acquaintances. The demon lord suddenly announced that he had indeed been waiting for the goddess's messenger, and was now glad that Era had become her. The only problem was that Left himself wasn't entirely sure he was right this time, so he waited long enough to make sure the past saint had indeed returned. However, even after Avis told her everything, the heroine still didn't understand what he was talking about. So the demon lord explained again that he had been waiting for her all this time, and not for anyone else. The gentleman finally became convinced that the one standing before him was the same person he had fallen in love with 100 years ago. But Meliora herself immediately began to object, because for her, such a thing was simply impossible. The heroine almost let slip that she wasn't the real one, but she covered her mouth with her hand in time. However, the girl herself remembered that she had mistakenly taken possession of someone else's body and ended up in the world of a novel. Meliora, trembling, told Left that she wasn't the person he'd been waiting for, but the demon lord suddenly retorted that she was wrong and challenged her to prove otherwise. Avis didn't answer, but silently approached the rose and the flask and suddenly lifted the lid protecting the flower. He held the plant in his palm with the help of magic and stated that the soul fragments within would only react to the same soul. Moreover, even if the true owner had changed their appearance, the flower would still easily recognize them. After hearing these words, Meliora could no longer believe that her soul was the same as the saints from 100 years ago. Left suddenly mentioned, for the countless time, that the girl had promised him they would meet again someday. Hope still lingered in the demon's eyes, the hope that the promise once made would truly come true. He approached Meliora and whispered that he hoped she would never leave him alone again. Since the Duke's daughter still hadn't answered, Avis approached her himself and gently embraced her. He buried his head in the girl's shoulder and tearfully pleaded with her not to leave him again. The next morning, Musso, as usual, was checking if everything was all right outside the manor. He was one of the skilled workers who looked after the house, so he diligently went about his work. He worked so hard that sometimes people would yell at him, saying he was about to break something because of his excessive enthusiasm. But in response, the demon only smiled, as he was often in a good mood. He was so content with life now, because the steward had introduced him to the lady not long ago. Musso, like everyone else, longed to see her, so he could barely contain his emotions. Tommaso sighed and explained that the chief assistant was often quite boisterous. But the lady didn't mind. Instead of scolding him, she smiled sweetly and extended her hand to shake his. The demon even felt a bright light emanating from the girl, as if she were not a human, but an angel. Now, recalling that moment, Musso couldn't help but feel joy welling up inside him. He was even prepared to give his life for Meliora if necessary, not noticing that the lady was watching him at that moment. In fact, Meliora didn't want to see the assistant at all, but he happened to be blocking her path. When they met this morning, she asked him if he had truly waited for her for 100 years, and the demon confirmed it. At the same time, Muso confidently stated that he remembered the saint as clearly as if it were yesterday. Since the Duke's daughter still knew so little about herself, she decided to find out what she used to be like, and the first person who knew her was this assistant, so the lady finally decided to talk to him. But as soon as Meliora moved, Muso immediately heard a rustling sound nearby. He spun around sharply and, before even figuring out what was happening, activated his powers, demanding that the unknown thief show themselves. It wasn't until his incredible power caused the trees to fall that the demon realized it was his mistress who had come to him. Fearing that he might accidentally harm the lady, he immediately stopped his magic and ran to her side. It was only at this moment that Meliora realized that no matter how naive this demon was, he was ultimately not human. At that moment, in the temple of the sun god, a blonde-haired girl was quietly kneeling and praying to the sun god. She was Saint Olivia, known to many, as almost all the inhabitants followed the same religion. After finishing her prayer, the lady turned to the person standing by the window, who was indifferent to her. The girl approached the demon, Pretty, and asked him what he was thinking about so intently. But Left's brother didn't answer, only grinning in his usual favorite way. At this moment, he was watching the first prince frantically trying to break into the temple. The boy was making a lot of noise because he believed Olivia was too ill to pray. The demon listened intently to the cries in the air, as he could clearly distinguish them even through the closed glass. The Sun Saint, puzzled by her ally's unusual silence, tried to talk to him again, this time successfully, as Pretty did turn to her, although for some reason he wasn't very happy. Noticing his state, the lady lowered her gaze and turned away, pretending to be sorry for disturbing him. But her brother immediately saw through the girl. She was simply afraid of being completely isolated. Olivia looked at the demon she had made a pact with, mesmerized and ready to obey him in all things. Pretty himself also felt the lady's desire to obey him unquestioningly in all things, which was to his advantage. He leaned down slightly and touched his lips to the saint's forehead, causing her to freeze in that position for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Olivia shyly whispered that the demon could empower her elsewhere, but her ally grinned, turning her face towards him, and said that she had never been bothered by such things before for some reason. After that, Pretty, still holding the girl tightly, reminded her that nothing had ever stopped them before. So, the elder asked if the lady would agree to let him continue to help her within the walls of the temple. He was sure he was absolutely right, and the one who made the pact with him would have to give in eventually. As expected, no matter how much Olivia revered the temple, she eventually succumbed to the demon's persuasion. The fellow was only glad that everything went his way again, so he unexpectedly activated his magic once more. Although the young lady had been stubborn before, her expression changed dramatically, and she even began to beg for more magic. To this, the demon abruptly and sharply replied that it would be better if Olivia wasn't a fake saint. These words immediately brought the girl back to reality, as she herself was very worried about this matter and almost burst into tears. The saint asked Pretty why he was doing this to her, when he could easily not remind her of anything. But the elder didn't sympathize with the lady at all, because he knew that the true goddess wouldn't be seduced by his charms. The girl couldn't stand such mockery and asked her ally not to say such things to her anymore. Meanwhile, due to the excess of demonic magic in her body, the lady lost consciousness for a moment, and Pretty caught her. The demon only saw Olivia as a tool to be used, so he didn't care much about her. He was more intrigued by the saint who had disappeared for some reason 100 years ago, and by his own brother, who, after waiting for so long, had suddenly found a new goddess of the moon for himself. But the elder found it all very strange, because he knew that Avis didn't care about his title. Moreover, he acted as if it wasn't the first time in his life that he had seen Meliora unexpectedly possessing power. But then, Pretty's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the first prince, who had almost broken into the temple and was shouting outside the door. The demon had no intention of meeting him, so he left the saint when the first prince finally barged in. The man ran to the girl and immediately embraced her, cursing the priests who allowed her to pray. Olivia smiled gently at her future husband and told him that she was fine and that he shouldn't worry. But the first prince refused to believe her words, seeing how weak she was. Meliora's recent attempt to poison Olivia had resulted in the saint not yet fully recovering. The heir promised himself that he would deal with the Duke's nasty and terrible daughter no matter what. And the heroine herself was absent-mindedly scratching her ear at this moment, not even knowing that she was actually being cursed with every possible word. Muso worriedly asked the lady what she was doing, and she immediately explained everything to him with an embarrassed smile. Then the demon realized the position they were both in and asked why they were sitting like that. Meliora herself had taken this position, but she didn't really know how to explain it, so she thought for a moment. She remembered Avis's instructions from yesterday, where he advised her to rest if she suddenly got tired. As the demon lord was about to leave, the heroine couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly called out to him. The Duke's daughter was deeply troubled by the question of what kind of person she had been before. 100 years ago, Avis hadn't expected the young lady to suddenly ask such a question, but he wasn't at all opposed to the conversation, so he smiled. The Duke went on to say that the previous saint was a very powerful and at the same time loving woman. He also admitted that during their first meeting, he had promised the young lady that she would fall in love with him, and Avis was very happy that in the end, things turned out exactly as he had originally intended. The heroine hadn't expected to hear such words, so she was very surprised and didn't even try to hide her emotions. Meliora pondered all the latest information for a while and finally decided to ask a question. According to her assumptions, the rose containing the saint's soul fragments hadn't withered in the past 100 years. But the young lady didn't know what the demon lord would do if the flower suddenly died, so she asked. In response, Avis looked very sadly into her eyes, because he himself was afraid of such a thing happening. He knew perfectly well that it would mean that the young lady would die, and he would never see her again. The demon didn't want to lose his beloved forever, so he might even go mad because of it. Meliora listened intently, automatically connecting his words with the history of the novel she knew. The Duke admitted that he would hate the entire world that took the girl away from him if she died, and now of all times, just the thought of such a scenario had Avis ready to destroy all living things. Having heard the demon's words, Meliora anxiously asked him why he would go to such lengths. But for Avis himself, such a question wasn't a question at all, as everything was already crystal clear. He still vividly remembered the beautiful memories of walking with the saint. In a forest clearing, she once suddenly ran up to him and handed him a flower, saying that flowers were given to those one loved. The demon lord accepted the plant, his heart overflowing with joy, even though he knew it would soon wither. Moreover, it was the first time in his life that someone had looked at him with such loving eyes, making his heart race. Sometimes he even felt that, beside the saint, not only the sun, but even the moon could warm him with its warmth. So Avis admitted that he had been patiently waiting all this time only because the rose hadn't withered and hope still bloomed in his heart. After all, if he could no longer see Meliora, then a beautiful world or flowers without her held no meaning for him. Avis truly couldn't understand what benefit there was for him to exist in a world without his beloved. Meliora hadn't even considered the demon's feelings and why he treated her the way he did. Before Meliora could speak, Tommaso stepped forward, joyfully announcing her presence nearby. It was precisely because of this that the demon lord refused to entertain any sad or terrible thoughts about what he might do. Having said what he wanted to say, Tommaso wished Meliora good night with a sweet smile. Unsure how to respond, she simply watched her friend leave in silence, her gaze fixed on the back of his head and his retreating figure. Avis's behavior once again greatly surprised the Duke's daughter, as he had never spoken such words in the novel. That night, Meliora, preoccupied with her conversation with Avis, was ultimately unable to sleep due to worry. The fact that the man had opened his heart to her was incredibly significant, and she couldn't forget it. The next morning, Meliora decided to talk to the residents of the palace. She started with Muso, as he was the first person she encountered. Despite a sleepless night, she had come to some important conclusions. Firstly, she decided that, even if only temporarily, she would stay at the manor for the time being, as it was better for her. She had run away from home, so she had nowhere to go and didn't want to end up on the streets. So Meliora ate and drank well that morning, as her plan required strength. This was all because she had decided to gather at least some information about her past. Determined to learn the truth at all costs, she turned to Muso. Muso was surprised that the saint wanted to know what she was like 100 years ago. He unexpectedly suggested she ask Avis, which made Meliora slightly embarrassed, but she still told Muso that she trusted him. Upon hearing this, Muso was nearly overcome with joy, and he grasped Meliora's hand, promising to help her. Suddenly, the assistant realized that she had been squatting and her legs must be tired. The demon pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to Meliora, wanting to make her more comfortable. Meliora didn't refuse, gratefully accepting Muso's help as he clearly wanted to assist her. She promised to wash and return the handkerchief later, but Muso said there was absolutely no need for that. After a moment of thought, Meliora asked him why he was so kind to her for no reason. While she had noticed that everyone at the manor was generally kind to her, she didn't understand why. But for Muso, it was a very simple question, and he immediately replied that she was his savior. Meliora was taken aback, surprised by the assistant's words. Muso suddenly added that it was the saint who had given him his name when they first met 100 years ago. Meliora couldn't even imagine her past self doing such a thing. As a result, Meliora concluded that her past self must have been a surprisingly eccentric girl. Muso agreed with her, saying that she had indeed been very unique, which was why everyone liked her. He remembered a time when the saint had looked at a small, dirty child and given him a sweet smile. Moreover, she had confidently given him a name, as no one had cared for the demon before. For Muso, that day had become the most important day of his previously worthless life, giving him a reason to rejoice. Now, the assistant smiled, saying that he wasn't the only one who had received the saint's grace. He explained that 100 years ago, Danma had worn eye patch for a long time because, in the demon realm, heterochromia was considered a bad omen. However, the saint had convinced him that such a trait was beautiful and would only bring good luck. Even Muso was delighted, and from that day forward, the steward confidently wore his monocle, no longer embarrassed by anything. Looking at Meliora's face, Muso suddenly noticed the girl was crying for some reason. This greatly alarmed Muso as the assistant, and he tried his best to comfort the young lady. In fact, Meliora, the protagonist, was simply moved by her past self, as she hadn't expected any of this. The young lady couldn't believe that the people around her loved her so much, even waiting for her for 100 years. So now the Duke's daughter finally let her emotions pour out, as it was too difficult for her to keep everything bottled up inside. But the assistant understood that if Avis suddenly saw the young lady's tears, he would be in big trouble. Suddenly, Meliora raised her head, still wiping the tears from her face, and saw a furious silhouette. It turned out to be Avis, who seemed to have sensed the saint's state and appeared nearby in a rage. When Muso realized that his master saw him, the assistant, next to the young lady without helping, he became even more frightened. At that moment, Avis declared that Muso, the demon, would never be able to repay the young lady's tears in his entire life. Muso immediately tried to explain to the demon lord that it was just a small misunderstanding. Even Meliora realized that Avis had completely misunderstood, and so she defended the assistant, who hadn't done anything to her. But Duke Avis clearly wasn't prepared to listen to anyone's explanation now, and he silently walked towards the protagonist. Before the young lady could even speak, Avis, the demon, easily and carefully took her into his arms, preparing to carry her back to the manor. Only after this did he intend to listen to Meliora, and until then, he politely asked her to remain silent for the time being. Before leaving, Avis told his assistant that he would deal with him later, which made the fellow immediately stand up straight. However, he almost immediately fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness. But Avis wouldn't listen to him anymore. Only after the demon lord carried the girl to the soft sofa, wrapped her in a warm blanket, and handed her a hot drink did he calm down. Afterwards, Avis explained that when a person feels unwell, if they receive proper care, they will feel better. The protagonist was intrigued by these words and asked who had said them, to which he replied that she had said them 100 years ago. After confirming that the young lady had calmed down, Avis excitedly asked her to tell him why she had been crying. At the same time, the demon lord said that if it was because of Muso, he would severely punish him, which frightened the protagonist. Therefore, Meliora hurriedly explained that the assistant was completely innocent, and that her tears were for another reason. For some reason, the young lady didn't want to tell the truth, but she still admitted that she had cried because of Avis. Hearing her say that he was very kind, Avis laughed and said that the young lady was the only one who had always thought so. The protagonist stared at her cup, feeling sad that the past saint had already beaten her to it. The Duke's daughter didn't want her relationships with everyone to remain stuck in the past, so she came up with an idea. She asked Avis how he would feel about them starting their relationship over from the beginning. This request greatly surprised him, as he remembered the girl very clearly and longed to be close to her. Meliora lowered her head and said that she understood Avis's feelings of finally finding the person he needed. However, she confessed that she didn't consider herself to be the past self she had often heard about. So the protagonist even began to worry that Avis, the demon, might be disappointed when he realized that the saint was different after all. Hearing the sadness in the young lady's voice, the demon Lord himself became sad, but still wanted to support her. However, Meliora didn't give him a chance to speak, suddenly jumping up and suggesting once again that they start over. The girl said she wanted to get to know Avis as well as possible herself, and for that, she needed to reset their acquaintance. Avis couldn't imagine that the Duke's daughter would suddenly show such great interest in him, but he was overjoyed. The young lady asked her friend to stop seeing her as the past saint and to start getting to know the present her. Having voiced all her thoughts, the protagonist suddenly became afraid that this might have been too straightforward for her. But to Meliora's great surprise, after hearing these words, Avis, the demon lord, instead of getting angry, suddenly laughed. Then he said that he would never be disappointed in the girl, so she didn't need to worry at all. He reassured the young lady that even if her appearance was different, her soul was still the one he knew. Meliora was happy to hear that Avis loved not her shell, but her very being. And, just in case, Avis, the demon, even promised the young lady that he would only pay attention to the present saint. The gentleman also promised that he would try not to rush things, as Meliora wished. But he warned that there might be times when a demon's feelings become overwhelming. Duke Avis explained that this was all because the young lady was so charming that he found it hard to control himself. Meliora was clearly surprised and embarrassed by his words, not even trying to hide her emotions. The next morning, the girl woke up late, having indulged in a much-needed, long sleep. Her loyal maid immediately asked how she had slept and how she was feeling. Meliora replied that she was fine and asked who had sent the flowers. The maid answered that they were from the master. Meliora was quite surprised, not expecting the demon to suddenly decide to please her in this way. The maid confirmed her thoughts, adding that tulips were at their most beautiful this season. She then admitted that Avis had forbidden her to mention it, which surprised Meliora even more. Although pleasantly flustered by the demon lord's comical, secretive attentiveness, Meliora didn't have long to dwell on it, as the maid suddenly interrupted her, announcing that a letter had arrived. Meliora immediately became wary, remembering that no one knew she was at this location. As she opened the letter, she even considered the possibility that something might have happened at the temple. But what Meliora read in the letter exceeded her worst expectations. 2 days later, accompanied by a reliable escort, the Duke's daughter arrived at a completely different manner. The other invited guests immediately began gossiping about the girl who had caused so much trouble in the past. But Meliora tried to ignore the foolish whispers, preoccupied with other concerns. It wasn't long before she spotted Linden, who was struggling to cope after his grandfather's death. When she rushed to his side, he put on a false smile and said he was perfectly fine, so she shouldn't worry. But she knew Linden was lying to her, as the deceased had been the closest person in his life. The second prince said that his grandfather had passed away peacefully, so no one was overly grieving his death. As Meliora tried to offer comfort, she suddenly heard a sarcastic voice behind her. Confused and startled, she turned to see who it was. Imagine Meliora's surprise when she recognized the man's face. She had first seen him in the novel. The incident where she had encountered a man with the same face in her past life had occurred at a green light crossing. At that moment, despite crossing at the right place and with the light in her favor, she had been hit by a car. The resulting pain was so intense that she couldn't even move properly, though she desperately didn't want to die. Suddenly, she heard someone slowly approaching, but for some reason, they weren't offering any help. She heard the man's disgruntled voice asking where she had been looking. Only then did she realize that the stranger had no intention of helping, even though she was dying. The young man covered his face in dismay, having been warned that his driver's license would be revoked if he had another accident. But then, looking around and seeing no cameras or witnesses nearby, he approached the girl he had just hit with a menacing air, deciding to quietly slip away. And now, Meliora found herself face to face with a young man who looked exactly the same, much to her disbelief. She couldn't understand why a character from the novel would share the same appearance as someone from another world. Finally, clenching her fists, she concluded that it couldn't possibly be the same person. However, even the first prince noticed that the Duke's daughter was glaring at him with extreme hostility. Then Olivia turned to the air and said she was fine, so he didn't need to scold her. Seeing the Saint of the Sun, Meliora was stunned, her mouth agape. She had never seen the main character in the novel before, so this was the first time she had laid eyes on her. Just as she had initially imagined, Olivia was incredibly beautiful, as one would expect of an important character. Suddenly, their eyes met, and the prince's bride immediately lowered her head. Only then did Meliora remember that her predecessor had tried to poison the Saint of the Sun, so she bowed her head in return. As expected, her fiancé began to berate the Duke's daughter, who was trying to apologize. However, the Saint of the Moon found the inner strength to remain silent in the face of His Highness's insults. At that moment, Linden watched his girlfriend's repentance very carefully, as he was quite worried. And Meliora, determined to atone for the former Duchess's sins at all costs, bowed her head once more. But even a sincere apology could not convince the first prince, only making him shout even louder. To somehow calm the man down, Meliora said she would do whatever the Saint of the Sun desired. Then, unexpectedly, Meliora raised her head and declared that the prince had no right to scold her. The heir did not expect the lady to suddenly begin opposing him, but he was absolutely sure he was right. The Duchess suddenly screamed that there was only one culprit in Olivia's poisoning, and it wasn't her. The surrounding nobles, hearing that the prince had deceived the Duchess and then made her a laughingstock, began to whisper amongst themselves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Saint of the Moon asked that the sins committed because of the first prince not be attributed to her. Meliora also reminded everyone present that she had already repented of her transgressions before the Saint of the Sun. After that, the Duchess demanded that the prince also apologize to her for the harm he had caused. Linden, noticing in time that his older brother had completely lost his composure after these words, shielded the lady with his own body. But then Avis intervened in the conversation, also defending Meliora, as he couldn't stand it any longer. The first prince did not know what the demon lord looked like, so he began to boldly shout at him. Noticing this, the Duchess wanted to tell him who the man standing next to her was, but for some reason she didn't have time, as Linden suddenly grabbed her hand, thereby preventing her from speaking. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention to them, the boy whispered that there was no point in the crown prince knowing the truth, as Avis could stand up for himself. So he declared that if the future ruler didn't know who he was, then he wouldn't become emperor. But the blond man himself did not believe the words of some inexplicably rude stranger. Everything was almost about to come to blows, but Olivia suddenly called out to her future husband, distracting him. The girl also didn't know who Avis was, but she remembered him, as she had visited his estate a few years ago. The demon lord also clearly remembered this meeting with the Saint of the Sun, but he was not happy about it. However, out of politeness, the demon lord pretended to be kind to Olivia. She immediately brightened up because of this. At this time, Meliora looked at Linden in bewilderment, who, like her, simply watched the conversation. The Saint of the Sun suddenly held out her hand to Avis in approval, but he abruptly pulled his hand back. The demon lord was quite angry and showed it to everyone present without hiding it. Looking into the upset lady's eyes, Avis reminded her that he worshipped the moon, not the sun. Then the girl thoughtfully asked if it wasn't better for a person to be blessed by the sun and not the moon. Avis didn't even immediately think of how to answer this nonsense, as he didn't think so at all. Olivia, realizing that she had expressed herself incorrectly, explained that there were far fewer worshippers of the moon, fewer than those of the sun. Moreover, the lady knew that the Saint of the Moon had not appeared for many generations. In response to these careless words, the Duke laughed pleasantly, as he knew the truth. He asked the Saint of the Sun if she couldn't recognize someone when standing next to a person equal in power to her. Having said these words, the man called Meliora to his side as he decided to introduce her. Although the lady had not yet been officially appointed, Avis believed that it was already possible to talk about her. But Meliora herself did not expect her friend to suddenly reveal to everyone who she really was. Hearing this, the Saint of the Sun did not believe the Duke's words, as she simply did not understand what was happening. Meliora asked Avis if it was possible to talk about her so easily. Unexpectedly, the Demon Lord reminded her that no law forbade revealing the identity of a saint before the ceremony. Suddenly, a man's scream interrupted the boy and girl's conversation, saying that they were lying. It was the first prince who decided that Meliora was just trying to pretend to be the Saint of the Moon. The Duchess expected that people would not immediately believe her, but she did not expect that someone would scold her so harshly. The Duchess didn't want to leave it at that, so she told the man that she really didn't have the power of the sun. But when she wanted to tell about her lunar power, the future emperor rudely interrupted the lady. The first prince tried to say as loudly as possible that Meliora had long since become a despicable person. While the Duchess stood there bewildered, the heir demanded that she apologize to everyone for her lies. Meliora, moved by Avis's confident words, tried again to convince everyone he was telling the truth. To her surprise, Linden joined the conversation, and she turned to look at him. The second prince asked his older brother if he was prepared to bear the consequences of his words about the Duchess. Silence followed, prompting Linden to remind him that he had, indeed, asked a question. Meliora apologized to Linden for the funeral turning into such a mess because of her. He replied that he was the one who should apologize, as his brother had put her in a difficult position. Meliora worried that Linden's reputation might suffer because of this. The first prince, arms crossed, asked since when the two of them had become so close. Linden responded that it had been since the moment his brother's engagement was broken off. He clarified that their relationship shouldn't be misunderstood, as they were just friends. He added that Meliora was still loyal to her former fiancé. This remark instantly angered the first prince, who raised his voice yet again. The first prince couldn't understand how his brother dared decide with a lying saint and even accuse him. Linden, with a serious expression, said they would soon know whether Meliora was telling the truth or not. He turned his brother's words back on him, pointing out that it was the first prince who was so concerned with the Duchess. Olivia, only now realizing how much worse the heir was making things, watched them. Ignoring his brother, Linden turned to Meliora. He asked her to bless his grandfather and give him a final farewell. Meliora couldn't believe Linden would entrust her with such an important role. If she used her power, all the nobles present would see and believe her. Linden admitted that this had been his plan all along. It had all turned into arguments and disputes. Realizing how worried he was, Meliora tightly grasped his hand. She said she truly wanted to help him and didn't mind. Remembering that Avis might object, she turned to him for his opinion. Avis simply smiled, finding the idea good enough to implement. Under everyone's gaze, Meliora slowly approached Linden's grandfather's coffin. Saddened by the passing of such a good man, Meliora honored him in her heart. She thanked him for being there for Linden and supporting him all this time. Without delaying the ritual, Meliora gathered energy in her palms, sending a bright beam of light upwards. She began reciting sacred words, and the nobles gasped in surprise, convinced she was a saint. Still radiating magical power, Meliora focused it in her hands, touching the flowers. She continued whispering the prayer for the deceased's peaceful journey. At least for a while, Meliora found peace, completely immersed in the words. Beautiful, magical sparks began to fly in all directions from her power. The nobles immediately recognized the lights as the moon goddess's blessing, much to their astonishment. Meliora was overjoyed that everything was going as planned. Finally snapping out her thoughts, Meliora looked at her friends, who nodded approvingly. The only one deeply dissatisfied with what had happened was, for some reason, Olivia, furious and unable to bear it. Olivia ran from the funeral before it was officially over. Alone in the temple, she screamed for Pretty, wanting to talk. Seconds later, black smoke billowed from the necklace around her neck, signaling the demon's presence. He asked, with his usual sly smile, what had angered her so much. Too agitated to respond, Olivia angrily grabbed his clothes. She demanded he explain how Meliora could be the Saint of the Moon, convinced it was impossible. Olivia felt that Meliora had everything, while she had been robbed once again. Pretty listened patiently to Olivia's curses, recalling how the high priest had claimed the Duchess had no power at all. Only then did the first prince guess who Meliora had been talking about all these days, as she hadn't explained anything. Olivia had been competing with Meliora for quite some time, though she herself hadn't even realized it. The Saint of the Sun suddenly began to wonder how she had fallen so low so quickly. Pretty agreed with her, believing the demon by Olivia's side would do anything for her. Then he approached the one with whom he had made a pact and whispered that there was a way to get rid of the Duke's daughter. The first prince very much enjoyed the state Olivia had fallen into because of what had happened. Only then did Olivia realize what method her ally was hinting at, and she immediately agreed. The thought that she wasn't completely powerless made her unusually excited. Pretty, on the other hand, remained as calm as possible, simply nodding in response to all of Olivia's words. He reminded her once again that the wishes of the one who summoned him were always his law. Moreover, most of Olivia's thoughts coincided with his own, which also pleased him. That evening, the priest of the moon goddess caused a commotion in the tavern because of the cruelty of the people who believed in the first prince. Meliora, sitting next to Muso, was terrified, as it was impossible to so openly insult the heir. But it wasn't just Muso who wanted revenge. Other priests were already making plans. Meliora realized that the longer they sat and discussed, the more dangerous the situation around them became. She thanked Muso for his protection, but still considered it mostly unnecessary. Meanwhile, the priests had appeared completely uninvited a few hours earlier, having heard rumors about the goddess. From that moment on, they had been in a state of rage and annoyance, continuing to curse the prince. Meliora worried that these conversations might be considered treason, so she asked Avis to change the subject. But it turned out that the demon lord had already discussed with Donma the possibility of launching a full-scale war against the heir. So the Duke's daughter rushed between the two of them, canceling all possible preparations. Meliora explained that everyone around her was overreacting, as she had already been able to prove to the people that she was a saint. Moreover, Meliora recalled the official ceremony, after which nothing could be done. Having finished speaking, the girl noticed that the assistants of the moon goddess were looking at her with crazed eyes, ready to worship at any moment. After a while, they still had to leave, as they had to complete all the preparations for the ceremony in the temple. However, the priests were still happy to see Meliora, even if only for a short time, so they bid her a warm farewell. When the priests left, Meliora smiled, pointing out that they still worried about her too much. Avis explained to her that the priests simply adored the girl, so they wanted to stay by her side. After that, the demon added that he felt the same way, so he wasn't very surprised. At the end of his speech, Avis asked Meliora not to overwork herself, as she had already done a lot. Meliora felt shy and could barely speak, only saying that the demon lord was with her, so she was not afraid of anything. The Duke's daughter said that she felt her friend was having a much harder time than she was, but he didn't admit it. At this point, the girl's thoughts jumped from one thing to another, and she wondered if Linden was feeling better now. Avis closely watched the emotions on the goddess's face as she thought about her friend's condition. After that, he suddenly said that if she didn't pretend to be normal, she would soon break down. A while later, Meliora sat alone in her room, trying to make sense of what Avis had recently said to her. She guessed that the Duke understood Linden because he had also experienced something similar. Meliora also remembered that in the original story, it was Saint Olivia who comforted Linden at this moment. Then a thought flashed through Meliora's mind. What would happen if the Saint of the Sun, for some reason, didn't come? Many things had already deviated from the plot of the novel, which worried Meliora greatly. So she jumped up in bed, terrified that her friend might be alone now. And, since Meliora couldn't stay in the manor, she immediately ran to the chapel where Linden should be. She remembered too clearly the sad passage in the book where the boy said goodbye to his grandfather. The old man was too important to Linden, and losing him was a huge blow to the prince. But Meliora couldn't allow that to happen, so she intended to personally make sure everything was all right. Having run to the right place, the girl froze, as she didn't know if she had arrived too early or too late. Suddenly, a man's voice called out to the Duke's daughter, and she turned around, startled, as she hadn't expected it. The first prince approached the young lady and began to complain about how she had greatly embarrassed him today. Meliora was incredibly angry at the heir's extremely rude manner of speaking, but the girl had no intention of giving in to him, so she immediately began to defend herself. But the fellow seemed to deliberately ignore all of the lady's arguments and simply continued to blame her for everything. Eventually, the protagonist quickly grew tired of arguing, so she suggested ending the foolish conversation. This angered the blonde man even more, and he accused Meliora of causing Olivia's early departure, which greatly frightened the young lady, as she worried about the possibility of the sun goddess not being there to comfort Linden. As a result, Linden was now completely alone in the middle of the small chapel. The prince could only hear his thoughts, but the protagonist was actually on the threshold of the building, which gave her no peace as she wanted to hurry. Having no other choice, the boy actually sat down at the foot of his beloved grandfather's coffin. A few minutes before Meliora's arrival, the heir still went to visit his younger brother, which the blonde man hadn't expected. He admitted that he couldn't imagine Avis himself siding with Linden, reminding his relative that even their father had spoken of how dangerous it was to use the Duke. Linden himself understood everything perfectly well, but he absolutely did not want to argue with anyone now, not even his brother. But the future emperor still couldn't calm down, constantly asking the fellow when he had become close to Meliora. Much to his brother's surprise, the elders suddenly told him not to waste his efforts, as everything was under his control. The fact that the girl's father was a relative of the first prince, and that she was a saint played right into his hands. The fellow was confident that his former daughter-in-law wouldn't be able to resist him, and he would conquer two forces at once. The blonde man mocked his brother, leaning over to remind him that he was once again left with nothing. As soon as the heir started talking about Linden's mother, he couldn't stand it and grabbed his brother by the throat. His face contorted with rage. He ordered his elder brother to shut up, even though he had no right to do so at that moment. The first prince's personal guards rushed towards the brothers, fearing for the first prince and the heir's own safety. And the heir was only glad that Linden had lost his temper and provoked him even more. Linden suddenly realized that if he fought, he would desecrate his beloved grandfather's grave. So, gritting his teeth, the fellow was still forced to retreat for the time being, as respect for the deceased demanded. He slowly walked away from the blonde man, whom he had just released from his grip, although he still wanted to hit him. Before leaving, the heir threw a few more nasty words in Linden's direction and then took his guards away. Thus, Linden was left alone again, and now he felt much worse than before. The boy walked over to the table where his grandfather's coffin lay and gently touched the object that had become a relic. He remembered feeling roughly the same way when his mother suddenly died during his childhood. Back then, little Linden couldn't hold back his tears from the heart-wrenching loneliness. Only his grandfather noticed the child at that moment and took him to him with a kind smile. After a while, the boy asked his grandfather why he had taken him from the imperial palace. He knew that after his mother's death, he would not be able to become the crown prince and inherit the throne. The old man was surprised to hear Linden say that he always needed to calculate the gains and losses. However, Linden believed that there was no benefit in doing so he couldn't understand his grandfather's actions. Then the man knelt in front of the boy and explained that such a smart child was hard to find, which is why he took him in. Then the elder added that when you love someone, you even take risks, and stroked Linden's head. Even now, the boy still remembered these words of his grandfather, although their meaning had only reached his heart recently. He had never been bothered by a lack of power before, as the second prince simply lived as he pleased. However, now that Meliora was involved, the boy couldn't just stand idly by. Linden wanted to preserve the lady's status that the Duke had stripped her of when she ran away from home. In any case, Linden wished the girl well, as she had people who loved her, unlike him. So now the prince could only clench his fists, immersed in his sad and heavy thoughts. He conceived a plan, according to which he had to leave, and only wanted to see Meliora one last time before parting. Just then, Meliora found her friend, completely lost in thought. Imagine Linden's surprise when he heard such a familiar and pleasant female voice behind him. At first, Linden even thought he was just imagining a girl with a lantern approaching him. But after a moment, he realized that everything was real and asked the saint what she was doing there. Meliora smiled sweetly and replied that she hoped she wasn't too late for him. Hearing this, Linden couldn't resist any longer and rushed straight to her, wanted to feel the warmth of her body. He had never allowed himself to be so close to a girl before, but now he couldn't restrain himself. Although very surprised, Meliora didn't push her friend away, but simply asked him what was wrong. Linden replied, asking to stay like this for a while, and admitted that he didn't want to be alone. The Duke's daughter suspected the prince's feelings, but she didn't expect him to express them this way. However, her friend's sincerity pleased her, and Meliora smiled, saying that he wasn't alone. To support the prince, she even hugged him back, understanding how important this was for Linden. It wasn't until the next morning that Meliora encountered a very gloomy and depressed demon lord in the manor. She herself understood that she hadn't acted very well, so she felt guilty that last night, when she ran to her friend, she had pushed the first prince aside. As a result, she found Linden, who was sadly crying alone, and helped him. But after talking so much, Meliora didn't immediately notice that it had already become morning and she needed to return to her room. Therefore, Leftet had every reason to be angry with the girl who had slipped past the guards and run off without telling anyone. The only thing Meliora didn't understand was when she had started to care about Avis's opinion of her. Even Cerberus was clearly disturbed by the sudden atmosphere that had formed between the girl and the boy. Meliora felt as if she was about to be scolded, and she was afraid of it, though she didn't know exactly why. For a while, Meliora just stood there in silence, not knowing what to say, when Leftet suddenly spoke first. Much to the girl's surprise, the demon lord extended his hand, suggesting they eat first, as everything was ready. When Leftet took her hand, Meliora noticed how cold his fingers were. She guessed he had been waiting for her outside, worried, almost all night, which was why he was so cold. So Meliora did tell him that she had gone to Linden that night to support him. However, Avis, the saint, reacted slowly to all these words, as if he had no interest in them. Finally, Leftet just sighed and said he was glad she was all right. But the Duke, Leftet, not admitting it to Meliora, didn't mean he had ultimately forgiven the second prince. As they talked in reconciliation, the door to the room suddenly opened. A guest had arrived. Meliora looked towards the doorway, quite surprised, as she hadn't expected to see Linden at the entrance. And Linden himself, upon seeing the girl, beamed, for he had come here solely to see her. Meliora realized the prince hadn't slept yet, to which he replied that he simply had important business to attend to. Linden admitted he had to decide something first, which clearly piqued the moon goddess's interest. Linden pulled an invitation to a night festival from his pocket and showed it to Meliora, who had never been to one before. Then, smiling, he asked if she was free that evening, because he wanted to go with her. He confessed that he had come solely to ask Meliora on a date and hoped for a positive response. Meliora was very surprised by these words, and an aura of anger began to gather around Leftet. In the end, the Duke's daughter agreed to attend the event and even dressed up specially for the festival. Meliora hadn't allowed herself any rest for a long time, so she decided it was time. Linden, who had invited Meliora to the party, was a little late, for which he eventually apologized. The saint replied that it was nothing, but she was interrupted by another voice. Leftet, who had also gone to the party with his friends, complained to Linden about his lack of punctuality. The Duke's daughter realized that she was once again caught between two opposing forces, something she had always tried to avoid. So Meliora tried to at least somehow stop their quarrel, but she didn't do it very well. So Meliora simply pushed them both forward to at least distract them with the activities. With a pleasant smile, Meliora said she had long wanted to take a walk with them like this. Neither Linden nor Leftet wanted to disappoint Meliora, so after her words, they obediently stopped arguing. A little while later, Linden found some of the area's most famous ice cream for Meliora. Meliora was already quite content when Linden suddenly spotted something else and called her over. He had noticed some adorable little figurines, one of which was a perfect replica of Cerberus. Although Meliora hadn't planned on buying anything, she couldn't help but admire the charming trinkets. She even happily showed them to the demon lord, who had never seen anything like them before. In truth, Avis didn't particularly care what was around him, as Meliora's smile was enough to make him happy. However, even the Duke couldn't help but notice that the items were indeed quite cute and intriguing. In the evening, after they had their fill of exploring, Meliora and Lecter sat down on a bench as Meliora wanted to rest. She confessed to her friend that she was having a wonderful time, which pleased Lecter to hear. At that moment, Meliora realized that even in her past life, she had never truly relaxed like this. Unexpectedly, Linden, who had previously left to attend to some undisclosed business, returned to his friends. The Duke's daughter was instantly delighted when she saw the reason for Linden's departure. The second prince was holding lanterns, which all the residents would release into the sky during the festival. Linden handed one of the lanterns to Meliora, explaining that releasing them into the sky was a memorable part of the festival. Recalling how joyfully the locals partook in this tradition, she was eager to join in. Despite now being rivals, Linden offered a lantern to Avis as well, so the demon wouldn't be left out. As the event was already beginning, the prince urged his friends to hurry and witness it for themselves. For the first time in her life, Meliora released a lantern into the sky with her own hands, and she loved the feeling. With indescribable joy on her face, she watched the lit lanterns scatter across the night sky. Since it was customary to make a wish before releasing the lanterns, everyone now had their own secret desires. For some reason, the Duke's daughter still couldn't fully relax, but she still felt happy in that moment, and all Meliora wished for now was the chance to savor the present a little longer. And so, after chatting with various people for a while longer, they gradually concluded their time at the festival. Meanwhile, back at Duke Avis's manor, Muso was crying because he also wanted to go on the trip with his mistress and master. The attendant explained that they weren't going there for leisure, but the demon didn't care. Ultimately, Muso gained nothing from his complaints, concluding that even Cerberus was more important than him. To this, the maids explained that Muso wasn't human and casually handed him a broom to sweep with. Afterward, the girls began gossiping about how so many people had been falling ill lately. The demon himself, Muso, began to ponder how, no matter how much he desired it, he could never truly become human, even though, as an assistant, one of his wishes was to be able to control his appearance as easily as he controlled magic. Suddenly, Muso sensed something out of place near the manor. A faint floral scent hung in the air, despite the absence of any flowers nearby. At that moment, the Duke was explaining to his recently arrived son that Meliora had run away from home. When asked why he, as her father, wasn't doing anything, he replied that he simply wanted to see how long she could last on her own. The eldest son of the family couldn't believe that the master of the manor so easily let the girl leave home. He frowned, declaring that since no one had acted yet, he would personally bring Meliora back. The Duke's assistant immediately asked if everything would go smoothly, as he was unaware that Miss Meliora had requested to be released from the family. To this, the man confidently stated that he would bring back his daughter, not expel her, no matter what. And now that Miss Meliora had become the Saintess of the Moon, the Duke had even more reason to keep her locked away in the manor. After some searching, Arian quickly found Meliora, much to her surprise. The Duke's son pleaded with Meliora to return to the manor with him, as that was precisely why he had sought her out. At the same time, the man appeared somewhat numb and indifferent, as his face was almost devoid of emotion. All Meliora knew about her brother was that he had fought for a long time on the border as part of a punitive force. But even his appearance didn't make the heroine want to return home, a fact she relayed directly to Arian. Arian said that if Meliora was afraid of the consequences of running away, he could always talk to her father. But Meliora, raising her voice slightly, explained that she hadn't run away, but had been kicked out. Her brother, unaware of this, was shocked and initially disbelieving. Arian couldn't understand why the Duke had hidden this from him, knowing he would look for his sister. Miss Meliora stood up and firmly stated she wanted nothing more to do with the family. With that, she turned and attempted to leave quickly, unwilling to speak further with her relative. But before Miss Meliora could get more than a few meters away, her brother suddenly grabbed her hand, stopping her. The young man tried to persuade Meliora until the very end, saying it wasn't too late to reconcile with their father. Arian suddenly reminded his sister that she had often argued with the Duke in the past. So Meliora asked her brother if he knew the first words she heard after being born. The Duke had accused her, a newborn, of being his wife's murderer. His wife had died in childbirth, and for the rest of her life, Meliora heard those words repeated almost daily from her father. The Duke's daughter explained that after all this, she just wanted to forget the life she had lived. To this, Arian sadly admitted that their father had indeed always been so cruel and vicious. Meliora nodded, adding that the Duke always took out all his accumulated anger on her. As a result, Meliora had lived her entire life with these inflicted, unhealed emotional wounds. No matter how hard she tried to be a good child, she couldn't understand why they treated her so poorly. However, Meliora had no intention of living like that anymore, so she begged her brother not to take her away with him. Faced with his sister's powerful argument, Arian had nothing more to say. So, though extremely reluctant, he silently obeyed. Arian still summoned his guards, ordering them to follow him and announce their departure. The attendants began to object, as the Duke's orders had been completely different, but the eldest son quickly put them in their place. As a result, all the guests left Meliora, which was exactly what she had hoped for from the moment she saw them. As the front door closed, Miss Meliora stood there, staring at it for a moment. Then, Meliora thought about how fiercely she had defended herself during this time, despite her inner fear. Unexpectedly, Leftet noticed her state and approached the Saintess, trying to comfort her. To Meliora's great surprise, the demon lord, Leftet, bowed his head and asked for her forgiveness. When she asked why, Leftet explained that he had let Arian and his party in. Arian had told the demon lord that he was Meliora's family, and Avis, Leftet, had no reason to stop him. Meliora hadn't expected her brother to come looking for her at all, as their relationship, in her view, was terrible. And the Duke's son, Arian himself, was actually very sad and worried at that moment, although he didn't show it to anyone. Then, Tommaso, the steward, chimed in, saying it was all his fault, that he hadn't kept a proper watch on the strangers. But Meliora assured Tommaso that no one was to blame, though she was stung by his use of the word strangers. She remembered that in the novel, Arian wasn't a good brother to Meliora. He resented Meliora for their mother's death, so he hadn't offered any help when she was released from her engagement or even expelled from the family. The Saintess of the Moon, Meliora, didn't know if she should be grateful for her brother's even feigned concern, but his personal arrival, even calling them family, was a bit much for Meliora to bear. Tommaso, noticing Miss Meliora's fatigue, offered her tea, but she declined. At that moment, Leftet called out to Tommaso, questioning how he had kept watch on strangers if he had let the prince in. Linden himself had already approached Meliora, saying he had brought her a gift, completely ignoring the glaring Avis, Leftet, behind him. Linden confessed that he had seen a flower shop on his way there and couldn't resist buying the bouquet. Meliora thanked Linden, though she felt a little uncomfortable with his attentiveness. After all, the prince had been sending her flowers for several days now, and the demon lord's, Leftet's, patience was wearing thin. But Linden himself didn't care that he had angered the ruler of hell, Leftet. This was because Linden was actually the owner of this building, a fact he made clear to Duke Avis, Leftet. Meliora was surprised to hear this, and Linden explained that most of the inns here belonged to his family. Because of this, no one could stop Linden from entering his own property. As soon as Linden finished speaking, the window behind him suddenly shattered with a loud bang. The second prince was startled, as his property had been damaged for some unknown reason. Muso, for some reason, arrived at the inn riding a giant griffin. He immediately and anxiously inquired if everything was all right. Initially, everyone was so surprised that no one answered the demon, who shouldn't have been there in the first place. Linden, unable to see through the magical illusion, found the sight of the man on the giant eagle particularly strange. Then, Meliora, snapping out of her shock, ran over to the man and asked how he got there. In response, the assistant simply reported that he arrived just as everyone had seen a few minutes ago. But what worried Meliora most was that someone might see the demon's horns, and he wouldn't even be able to explain anything. Just then, Muso felt a murderous aura directed at him. Looking up, he saw Leftet looking at him with extreme anger. He hurriedly explained to Meliora that he, like the griffin, was under a special illusion spell. Meliora guessed that Cerberus was also under the same spell, which reassured her somewhat. Because every magical creature is affected by this spell, they don't frighten ordinary people. Only now did Meliora realize that the carriage with the slugs had also been enchanted, which was why Linden hadn't said anything. At that moment, Linden declared with conviction that this was the first time he had seen Sai's control used on animals. Hearing this, Meliora, a little embarrassed, poked the demon in the side, urging him to act like an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, Linden suddenly asked Muso, in a serious tone, how he was so familiar with Meliora. Unsure how to answer, the demon instinctively hid behind Tommaso, who held a higher rank. But then Lecter joined the conversation, anxiously asking his assistant to explain the reason for his appearance. Indeed, Muso hadn't come all this way for no reason. A plague had broken out in their territory. No one present expected to hear such news, and everyone froze in surprise. Meliora fearfully recalled that the illness that had broken out when they rested in that village was the same one. But Avis reassured Meliora that none of them were infected. Otherwise, the symptoms would have already appeared. He himself had already considered the possibility that his reckless brother was once again the culprit behind all this. Just then, someone in the street began calling for the saint, interrupting Lecter and Meliora's conversation. The calls grew louder and louder. To everyone's surprise, several breathless priests ran into the room, bringing bad news. It turned out that the plague from the village had indeed spread throughout the city. At first, Meliora couldn't believe it was possible, since they had eliminated all sources of infection back then. But the surprises continued, as the assistant said the disease had been resolved by a saint, which shocked Meliora greatly. The priest claimed it was complete nonsense, and that Meliora shouldn't pay attention to such rumors. But she could no longer hear them. Her chest tightened, and she struggled to breathe. Meliora didn't know what to do. Her mind was a mess. Just then, Lecter approached her and stopped her in time, noticing something was wrong. The priests also looked at Meliora with concern, hoping she was all right. Even Linden, who didn't quite understand what was happening, asked Meliora to try not to overexert herself. Meliora was surprised to find that everyone around her was so genuinely and gently concerned for her. Pulling herself together, the saint first asked Linden if he knew what had happened, receiving an affirmative reply. Then, considering the need to convey all the necessary information to the royal palace, Linden walked over to her and asked her to leave all matters of communication with the royal palace to him. The second prince promised that she could rely on him. Hearing this, Meliora breathed a sigh of relief. After assigning tasks to everyone, she announced that she and the priest would go to the place where the plague began. Linden reminded her again that he would personally handle matters with the royal palace. This left Meliora with the question of what to do about Avis's duchy. But Tommaso told her not to worry, as everyone there was healthy. Muso was about to say that demons were stronger than ordinary people, but Tommaso stopped him in time. After a moment of thought, Meliora decided to have Lecter, Tommaso, and the assistants return to their place. But the demon lord calmly countered, saying that he would accompany her wherever she decided to go. The saint was a little worried about the manor being without its master, but he reassured her. He then instructed Tommaso to try and gather information about the spread of the plague. Tommaso also wanted to do the same, so he obediently nodded his agreement to the task. Finally, everyone knew what they were doing, so Meliora suggested they all set off. Before leaving, Linden suddenly stopped and called out to Muso, which the latter didn't expect and was quite surprised by. The second prince, with a strange smile, said that the assistant would have to compensate for the broken window. Since the demon had no money, he didn't know what to do next. Linden then told him to cover the hole with his hand. So, unexpectedly for himself, Muso found himself left to his fate as no one helped him. At that time, Meliora, along with the priests and Lecter, arrived at the royal hospital, where they were helping the sick. She looked around and was glad that there were no seriously ill patients at the moment. There, Meliora's gaze landed on a beautiful girl whom she suddenly recognized as Saint Olivia. Meliora went straight to her, simultaneously inquiring about the current state of the plague treatment. But before Meliora could get close, one of the priests abruptly and unexpectedly blocked her path. The priest excitedly demanded that the Saint of the Moon stay as far away as possible from the approaching Duke's daughter. At the same time, he called her a witch who had spread the plague. This was shocking news for Meliora, who immediately became indignant at this statement, but that no longer bothered her. The man guarding Olivia mockingly asked if everyone present had come to justify themselves. He stated that the plague began to manifest itself immediately after the use of the divine moon's power during the funeral, which further surprised Meliora. Meliora couldn't stand it anymore and started trying to prove that no divine power could become a source of infection. At this point, Olivia intervened in the conversation and said that the patients reported the illness starting from the moon's magic particles. However, the Duke's daughter once again reminded her that the Saint of the Sun should also be aware of the safety of such powers. Moreover, Meliora recalled that on that day, the blessing covered the entire area, but only some of the townspeople fell ill. Hearing this, Olivia shuddered, as she had no arguments to counter those words. But she couldn't remain silent, so she asked for proof that the Duke's daughter possessed divine power. Olivia openly declared that Meliora's power reminded her more of some kind of dark magic. Looking at the main character, Meliora didn't understand why Olivia wasn't being sensitive and kind. Even now, according to the novel, the Saint of the Sun always helped everyone in need and even forgave the Duke's daughter for her misdeeds. But now, the girl standing among the priests didn't resemble a sweet and kind person at all. At times, Meliora even felt as if Olivia was deliberately trying to make her look like a criminal. However, she couldn't believe it, so she approached Olivia and demanded that she explain her words. Meliora stated that the Saint of the Sun doubting her powers could be considered blasphemy. Clenching her hands into fists, Meliora asked Olivia if she thought she needed to choose her words much more carefully. Disgusted by the way her help was received by those present, the Duke's daughter said she would leave. She had already turned to actually leave when she suddenly heard a quiet whisper from Olivia. To Meliora's great surprise, the Saint of the Sun suddenly shouted that she was right, and now the Duke's daughter was trying to escape. Because of what they heard, not only the Saint of the Moon, but also those accompanying her turned around in surprise. Olivia yelled until she was breathless, but she looked extremely confident and had no intention of backing down. Realizing that Olivia wouldn't give up easily, Meliora tried to convince her that her using dark magic made no sense. That was because they were currently in the hospital, and dark magic didn't need witnesses around. Meliora declared that she would no longer tolerate unfounded accusations against her, which made Olivia grit her teeth. Olivia couldn't stand it anymore, and even clutched her dress with her hand, reminding everyone that something similar had happened before. The Crown Prince's fiancé spoke about the poisoning incident, implying to everyone that the Duke's daughter was trying to cause harm. Meliora was about to reply when Leftet intervened in the conversation and said that he would personally look into all of this. He promised to find out if the Duke's daughter was truly the cause of the epidemic. Leftet suggested that perhaps someone had deliberately spread these rumors, and Olivia grimaced upon hearing that. Before actually leaving, Meliora said that if her help was needed, she wouldn't refuse. After that, those accompanying the Saint of the Sun slammed the door behind them, and the Saint of the Sun was left alone. But even now, she was extremely unhappy with the events that had transpired. All of this reminded her of her childhood and her first encounter with the Duke's daughter, who came from a wealthy family. Olivia herself had been walking barefoot in the cold, begging for at least a little food. Little Meliora looked the unfamiliar girl up and down, then for some reason began to take off her gloves. Before the blonde girl could say anything, the young lady tossed an expensive ring into her basket. After such a kind gesture, the servants immediately praised their little mistress. And Olivia once again felt that Meliora had surpassed her in some way, although Miss Olivia had vowed to herself that this was only temporary. The girl had barely left the hospital when she was almost immediately found by a Surson, who had finished his business. He said there was no one in the palace, so the guy left a letter to at least let them know what was going on. He also brought some of his own guards, even though he suspected he was doing something useless and foolish. But the heroine highly appreciated the second prince's resourcefulness and even thanked him for the help he offered them. She explained that she just needed some extra hands, but just in case, she asked her friend if he could help. As a result, all the guards of Surson brought quickly set up tents in the square for the sick. Miss Meliora walked among the crowd and asked everyone not to approach the area unless absolutely necessary. Leftet, who had been closely watching Meliora's actions, asked her if she really intended to take control of the entire area. The demon lord was simply worried that the young lady would become unwell again from overexertion. In response, the saint asked him not to underestimate her, as she was stronger than she appeared. However, Avis retorted that he believed in the girl's abilities more than anyone and supported her. However, under any circumstances, the demon lord wanted to protect the young lady, so he worried about her. The heroine was very pleased to hear such sincere words from this guy, and she even wanted to say something similar in response. but then a female voice shouted, asking what those around her were doing. Meliora immediately turned around and found that not far from her, Urine was indignant because the guards wouldn't let her in. Wanting to help the familiar priest, Meliora ran to the guards and asked what was going on. Since Miss Meliora had become very indignant, the guards let the assistant through, but that wasn't the end of it. It turned out that the first prince had come to the square and was very curious to know what was happening here. First of all, the heir had absolutely no idea who had given the order to restrict access to this area. Meliora stepped forward and apologized for taking the initiative, but she believed it would slow the spread of the epidemic. Seeing the familiar girl who gave him a headache, the first prince became even angrier because he knew the young lady had no right to make decisions. The guy said that the issue of closing off parts of the city should have been decided by the emperor, not by those around him. Meliora was clearly upset because she didn't want to argue with the heir. Looking at everyone again, she realized that the guy hadn't taken any action all day, and now he was saying such things to her. Suddenly, Linden intervened in the conversation and declared that it was he who had given all the orders to restrict movement. Linden confidently stated that if anyone was to be held responsible for these tents and personnel, it would be him alone. But the first prince was not flustered. He questioned what right the second prince had to give such orders, which shocked him. Meliora guessed that the heir was rudely infringing on her friend's rights, so she began to worry about him a great deal. And the guy himself had already crossed his arms over his chest, feeling like a victor, ready to come up with a punishment. The heroine guessed that this arrogant guy had planned this from the very beginning, and they had fallen into his trap. If she took responsibility, the prince would accuse the duke's daughter of disobeying the imperial decree. And if Linden took responsibility, the heir would present everything as him rising up against him. Even knowing all this, Miss Meliora couldn't let her friend get hurt, so she decided to take it all upon herself. But just as the girl stepped forward and opened her mouth to speak, someone suddenly interrupted her from the side. It turned out to be Leftet, who declared that he was the one who had set up the medical tent here without permission and should be held responsible. Duke Avis confidently demanded that the first prince speak his mind. The blonde man stepped back in shock. He hadn't expected such a figure to suddenly stand up for his enemy, and he would be left with nothing to do. At that moment, the demon lord declared that it seemed the future emperor lacked the ability to understand the seriousness of the disease. He came to this conclusion because the prince, instead of offering help, was looking for non-existent problems in others. The crown prince, taken aback by such defiance, was momentarily speechless. Meliora seized the opportunity, addressing the future emperor directly about the immediate threat to the citizens. She then questioned whether the royal family's reputation was more important than the safety of the entire city. With that, he noticed how public opinion instantly shifted in Meliora's favor. As he stood there, contemplating how to salvage the situation, someone approached Olivia. The attendant gave her a cue for her next move, and she smiled slyly before. The Saint of the Sun stated that Meliora's concern for the people was admirable, and she was grateful for it. Despite Olivia's attempt at sincerity, the protagonist sensed something more beneath her words. Suddenly, the Saint of the Sun turned and waited briefly while a servant brought her something. She then presented to everyone a vial filled with an unknown purple liquid. Olivia questioned whether the Duke's daughter's words contradicted her desire to spread the plague among the populace. She claimed her guard had searched Meliora's belongings and discovered the vial, filled with the unknown substance. Upon hearing that the liquid inside was the very cause of the spreading illness, Miss Meliora immediately cried out that it wasn't hers. To this, the first prince, with a triumphant smile, declared that any excuse from the young lady was now futile. Then, to the protagonist's horror, the crown prince ordered her immediate arrest. The guards obediently ran towards the girl. However, they failed to seize her, as Linden and Leftet immediately stepped forward to protect their friend. The future emperor, however, was uninterested in what followed and took his bride away with him. A sly smile flashed across the girl's face, but only for a fleeting, unnoticed moment. The Duke's daughter wasn't going to accept the accusations and give up easily, as she was innocent. The prince and his bride turned back in displeasure as the young lady cried out that she was being framed and the evidence was fabricated. Meliora herself declared with utter confidence that all the royal accusations against her were meaningless. The crown prince then shouted that those around her weren't fools and wouldn't believe her words alone. Some proof was needed. Miss Meliora stated that if they conducted an investigation, they would certainly find the culprit, and that person wouldn't be her. Olivia clasped her hands together and reminded everyone that the young lady had deceived them once before when she had gifted poison tea. It was one of Olivia's birthdays, so she hadn't suspected anything amiss and simply accepted the gift. The protagonist knew this was something Meliora had done in the original novel. But now, excuses were pointless. The first prince exclaimed that the Duke's daughter knew full well that Olivia drank chamomile tea in the evenings. Hearing the name of the tea, the Saint of the Moon was so surprised that she even momentarily forgot all her arguments. She asked again, bewildered, whether the chamomile tea really was poisoned, as it was very important for her to clarify this. This was because the young lady knew that in the novel, Meliora had chosen mint tea, which no one drank for a poison. The protagonist didn't understand what was happening, because until this point, all the events in this world had aligned with the story. In the novel, she tried to recall the scene where her own father had accused the girl of attempting to kill the saint. The young lady had stood before a large crowd, all witnesses to her punishment. But for some reason, Miss Meliora continued to shout that she hadn't poisoned anyone, that someone had cruelly framed her. The Duke's daughter asked the saint why she was lying, as she was sure the goddess knew the whole truth. But no matter how much Miss Meliora pleaded with Olivia to at least say something, she continued to stand silently among the crowd. After analyzing the situation, the protagonist suddenly realized that in this world, everything might not be so simple for her as the Duke's daughter. She distinctly remembered that all the atrocities Meliora had committed were always connected to Saint Olivia, and each time the Duke's daughter had screamed about the injustice of the accusations, but no one had ever listened to her. While reading the novel, the protagonist had considered the girl's behavior shameless, as she never admitted to anything. However, now, standing beside her friends, Meliora pondered, what if all the accusations against her were actually false? Then it turned out that the one who had been framing her all along, for some reason, was the sweet Saint Olivia. This assumption greatly startled Meliora, as the blonde girl had always seemed kind to her. Looking at the distressed Olivia, Meliora couldn't understand why the saintess would frame her. Her thoughts were interrupted by the crown prince declaring he had sufficient evidence to prove the Duchess' guilt and that she would do well to confess. Her friends once again surrounded her closely, ready to defend her with all their might. Meliora herself tried to demonstrate how flimsy and unfounded the accusations against her were, but the first prince was adamant that nothing was more important than the vial of poison found among the Duchess' belongings. Lecter also noticed the far-fetched nature of the crown prince's argument and pointed it out to him. Linden, with a serious expression, asked if there were any witnesses to the discovery of the vial. Meliora added that there was indeed no direct evidence of her guilt, despite their attempts to pin circumstantial evidence on her. The blonde-haired crown prince sighed sadly, scratching his head, realizing how stubborn his former fiancée was. Afterward, he once again ordered his guards to finally arrest the insolent girl. Suddenly, a butler appeared amidst the indignant crowd, politely asking everyone to calm down. The guards were astonished at how easily and unnoticed this person had entered the restricted area they were guarding. Meliora didn't expect to see another demon, who had appeared here somehow and for some unknown reason. Then, the butler, Tanma, suddenly announced that he had found the source of the malicious rumors that were slandering the Duchess's reputation. Meliora had been greatly anticipating such a turn of events, so she was overjoyed when she heard the butler's words. However, the future emperor didn't want anyone to find information that could prove her innocence, so he flew into a rage. Olivia herself hadn't expected the culprit to be found somehow, and so quickly. However, the butler was very confident in the lead he had found, so he smiled calmly, not worried at all. He reported that several witnesses had seen a peculiar-looking man spreading the rumors. According to the descriptions, the man had pale skin, blue eyes, and silver hair. Due to such an appearance, being incredibly rare for the locals. They immediately remembered the stranger. The strange fellow himself didn't even tell anyone his name. He just spread the gossip over and over again. Based on the description of the stranger, Meliora almost immediately recognized him as Lecter's brother. The girl hadn't expected Prody to be the culprit behind everything, and not Olivia, as she had already begun to think. But then Meliora looked at Olivia and was surprised to find her seemingly shocked by something. The Duchess couldn't explain Olivia's emotions to herself, as nothing serious enough to warrant such a reaction had happened, in her opinion. Suddenly, the first prince interrupted, asking where the dangerous man was now. The butler had to report that everyone who had seen him said that the man had immediately disappeared somewhere after the conversations. As soon as Tama mentioned that everyone around the fellow had smelled a floral scent, Olivia started sweating. Even her future husband noticed this, so he asked Olivia if everything was all right and if she was feeling well. Seeing the Saintess of the Sun's strange reaction, the butler asked her if she knew the man. Olivia, with great hesitation, said that she was hearing about such a person for the first time, so she definitely didn't know him. Just then, the first prince ordered his guards to find the fellow at all costs. However, the crown prince still told Meliora not to relax, as the suspicions against her hadn't been lifted. Suddenly, Olivia grabbed the first prince's hand, asking if such drastic measures were really necessary. The prince smiled, thinking that his bride was going to intercede for the Duchess again. He gently cupped Olivia's face in his hands, promising that he would conduct a thorough investigation to punish the liar. The Duchess didn't like the tone in which the fellow said these words, as he was clearly hinting at her. Since everything had calmed down for the time being, Meliora asked if she could go and heal the people. But the crown prince, once again crossing his arms over his chest, had no intention of giving Meliora freedom of action. Meliora angrily questioned whether the prince could disregard the fate of his people and not provide them with treatment. But she had to shut up, as the blonde-haired man brazenly asked her if she could even help anyone. Just as he spoke, a portal suddenly began to form near him, which few people noticed. Suddenly, Urine stepped out of it, announcing that she would be responsible for Meliora's treatment and her assistance to others. The High Priestess, being aware of the whole situation, took Meliora's side. She immediately turned to Meliora, asking if she was all right, while Meliora was simply happy about her friend's arrival. Urine apologized for her late arrival due to ritual preparations, then greeted the first prince, remarking that it had been some time since they last saw each other. The first prince was not pleased to see Urine there, but he responded as politely as possible, as was required by decorum. Urine, in turn, teased the crown prince for his overly courteous manner towards her. She reminded him that his belief in Olivia, while continuing to insult Meliora, was unforgivable. Meliora understood that even if her identity was confirmed, the first prince would not apologize to her. Urine understood that her mere presence was not enough, so she decided to inform everyone of something, declaring as loudly as possible that Meliora would never harm those around her. The first prince was displeased with Urine's promise to bring to justice anyone who scolded Meliora. Urine then announced that she would take Meliora back to the temple. Urine looked at the prince with a hint of threat in her eyes, asking if he had any objections. The crown prince knew that even members of the royal family were not allowed to enter the temple without permission. He gritted his teeth. Urine, knowing that the crown prince was powerless in this situation, smiled slyly. Before leaving, she invited anyone in need of help to visit the Temple of the Moon. Urine was certain that Meliora could heal anyone of any ailment. Meliora was overjoyed to hear these words directed at her, as she rarely received praise. Later, as the weather cooled, Meliora dressed more warmly and noted that this temple was larger than the one in Cheban village. Urine showed them around, but as it was getting late, suggested they receive visitors the following day. They suspected that not everyone who came the next day would believe in Meliora's magic. However, Urine promised with a sly smile that she would quickly deal with any skeptical locals. Urine then led Meliora to the bedroom typically used by the goddesses when they stayed at the temple. Seeing the beautiful and spacious room, Meliora was stunned into speechless delight, her mouth agape. Having completed her tasks, Urine wished them a good rest and returned home. Remembering that Lecter had his own accommodations, Meliora asked if he would stay with her at the main temple. Lecter immediately smiled and said he would be in the next room, so Meliora could call him if necessary. To her surprise, Meliora became so happy at hearing this that she clapped her hands. Realizing this, Meliora immediately became embarrassed, wondering how to diffuse this awkward moment. Finally, blushing even deeper, she said she would feel more at ease if Lecter stayed close. Lecter calmly stated that he was accompanying her, so it was only natural for him to stay by her side. For some reason, these words brought a wave of happiness over Meliora, but she tried to hide her emotions. Changing the subject, Meliora said that Lecter had helped her a great deal when the first prince was scolding her. She even admitted that when Lecter was by her side, she was completely unfazed, and the crown prince no longer frightened her. Unexpectedly, Lecter smiled gently, saying that protecting her was a matter of course, so she needn't thank him. Visibly shy, Meliora said she still felt it necessary to at least thank him for his help. Just then, Tanma suddenly interrupted Lecter, saying he had an urgent matter to discuss with him. This was a welcome interruption for Meliora, who was now completely bewildered by her own emotions and unsure of their origin. However, no one noticed her state, as Lecter was engrossed in a serious conversation with Tanma. Only after Lecter and Tanma repeated themselves did Lecter turn and look at Meliora with an inexplicably sad expression. Before telling Meliora what he had learned, Lecter decided to move closer to her to offer support if needed. As Lecter approached Meliora, Tanma asked her if she remembered who had spread the rumors. Meliora immediately named Prodi, whom she now believed to be the culprit behind the plague. Tanma concluded that Prodi hadn't bothered to conceal his identity from anyone. Therefore, Lecter deduced that Prodi had acted this way to provoke him. Meliora asked, puzzled, what Prodi would gain if Lecter took the bait. Lecter explained that due to their poor relationship, Prodi likely just wanted to anger him. Meliora realized that when the two brothers first met, she didn't think they were truly incompatible. Then Meliora thought for a moment and said that Olivia's behavior was somewhat suspicious. Now Meliora truly didn't understand why Olivia, the Saint of the Sun, wanted to blame her for the outbreak. Furthermore, Meliora remembered that what she had given Olivia wasn't chamomile tea at all, but ordinary peppermint tea with pepper. Tanma, the butler, seemed very surprised to hear that the drinks had been mixed up. But for some reason, Lecter's expression didn't change much, even though it was the first time he had heard this news. Tanma asked again if Olivia really wanted to deliberately accuse Meliora of something she hadn't done. In fact, now Meliora truly felt that she had never done anything wrong. At this moment, Meliora recalled some details and was very surprised. The whole thing was that the Duke's daughter, Meliora, had deliberately given Olivia holy peppermint tea, which she absolutely hated. However, no one would drink something they disliked, so the result was that no one had intended to poison Olivia at all. Therefore, Meliora loudly declared her complete innocence, stating that she was being accused for some incomprehensible reason. After listening to Meliora, Lecter suddenly announced that he was very certain that Olivia, the Saint of the Sun, was responsible for the epidemic. At this point, Tanma admitted that he had managed to find out that Olivia had made a pact with Prodi. Meliora, knowing little about the rules of the demon world, asked for more details. Tanma explained that only the demon lord, Lecter, could remain in the human world without a contract. His older brother, Prodi, had found a loophole because he had fulfilled Olivia's wish and could now stay by her side. Even Meliora knew that summoning demons was forbidden in the Empire, so it was impossible for the Saint Olivia to do such a thing. Lecter interrupted Meliora, telling her that Olivia, who had made a pact with a demon, was not a saint at all. Meliora was very surprised to discover that Olivia had only been pretending to be a saint using demonic powers. This was completely different from what Meliora knew, and at first, she didn't even believe the information was true. Meliora anxiously asked how Olivia had been deceiving the priests of the sun all this time. Lecter said his brother, Prodi, had the ability to charm people, so Olivia could easily utilize it. Since Lecter had explained everything clearly to Meliora, she had no choice but to believe him. Because Olivia was not only with the first prince, the heir, but also with the demon Prodi, she had the opportunity to seriously harm Meliora. Olivia was already the first prince's favorite, which meant that when he ascended the throne, she would be able to rule the empire. Then Meliora asked her friend Lecter if there was a way to capture Prodi and force him to confess everything. Lecter was about to answer affirmatively, but was suddenly interrupted by Tanma, who said it was best not to take that approach. Meliora was surprised to hear that this method could be very dangerous for Duke Lecter. Tanma explained that even the demon lord, Lecter, had no right to break a contract between a demon and a human. Meliora was very scared to hear that even Lecter himself would be in trouble if he tried to harm his brother, Prody. But Lecter himself suddenly declared that he didn't care at all and was fully prepared to risk himself. Looking into Meliora's eyes, Lecter seriously said that as long as Meliora asked, he would go and interrogate Prody right now. Tama anxiously pleaded with his master, Lecter, not to do such a foolish thing, because the punishment for doing so would be severe. Meliora didn't know what would happen if her friend Lecter broke the rules, so she asked him to tell her. But Lecter was very uncomfortable telling Meliora the truth, so he just remained silent. Then Tanma spoke up and explained that Lecter would be banished to hell forever and stripped of his title. In response, Lecter sighed and said that things might not turn out exactly that way, so Tanma might be exaggerating. However, Meliora still cried out that she didn't want her friend Lecter to suffer all that, so she wouldn't agree to such an idea. Lecter tried to explain to Meliora that everything would be alright, but she didn't even want to listen to him anymore, as she did her best to oppose him. Meliora was almost in tears, which only made her face look even cuter than usual. Lecter couldn't resist this expression on Meliora's face, so he finally gave in. Although somewhat displeased, Lecter said they would try to find another way. Meliora confidently declared that they would definitely find a way, because lies always come to light eventually. And now, Meliora believed the right thing to do was not to try to clear her name, but to help the sick people around her. Only now did she suddenly notice that, due to the late hour, it was already pitch black outside the window. At the same time, despite the late hour, the High Priestess's assistant knocked on her door, wanting to speak with her. He apologized for disturbing her, but he wasn't going to leave before hearing her opinion. However, Linda, despite her apprehension, wasn't angry with him at all and simply invited him in to talk. The priest, overjoyed, said that on the day of the saint's sacrifice, the red moon would appear in the sky for the first time in many years. To this, the High Priestess confidently replied that she had long anticipated such a move from the moon god, so she wasn't surprised in the slightest. I didn't expect their deity to be so proactive in making contact, although he'd heard he was quite talkative. Then Linda mentioned that the holy moon and the red moon would meet for the first time in a century, which greatly surprised the assistant. And the High Priestess herself was sure that the two must have a lot to catch up on after all this time. Then the man remembered he had one more thing to do, as a letter had arrived from the Imperial Palace. The High Priestess wasn't particularly pleased that they were writing to her again, but it was her duty to respond to the request. After reading the contents of the document, the girl was simultaneously very surprised and indignant. Yurin, upon learning that the Emperor was comparing their magic to the Sun God's magic, was just as agitated as the High Priestess. Linda herself anticipated that something like this would happen someday, as both the moon and the sun were pillars of the Empire. Since the High Priestess didn't want to deal with all of this right now, she decided to reply later. Even the most Emperor-friendly assistant had to admit that his behavior was strange. The problem was that he initially proposed cooperation and establishing good relations, and then his son publicly rebuked the Saint of the Moon. The High Priestess believed the heir acted this way only because he was blinded by love. In any case, the girl believed they were making fools of themselves, and it was up to them to sort it all out. When the High Priestess was alone again, she went back to the window to admire the moon. She knew that beside her was a man who loved so deeply that he waited a whole century for his beloved. So Linda thought that the first prince's love was nothing compared to this. Somehow, any creature who spoke with Meliora even once became captivated by her. However, the High Priestess was somewhat worried about the fate of the repeatedly hindered saint. The girl suddenly remembered that in her childhood, a saint passed by and said that the pattern on her face was very beautiful. At the same time, the goddess sincerely said that thanks to this mark, the moon god could find the girl anywhere. From that moment on, Linda began to perceive that lady as a true panacea, capable of saving her from any trouble. The High Priestess was sure that no one could voluntarily give up such love, and she smiled. The next morning, Linden came to the temple again, as he wanted to keep his friend company. The girl was glad to see the man because she knew he had come specifically for her, just to support her in her absence. Linden had managed to almost completely clear the quarantine zone, which was a great help, while the man himself, although he also worked hard, was only worried that the young lady might get sick again. Since Meliora's condition was being closely monitored by Lecter, the young lady told her friend not to worry. Before treating others, the protagonist had prepared herself, slept well, and eaten. She even specifically attuned herself to the state of healing and helping others. That way, everything would definitely go smoothly. The Duke's daughter was confident she wouldn't act as chaotically as she had in the village. So today, Meliora intended to demonstrate how excellent she was as a professional. Thus, the young lady arrived very early at the temple where the sick were supposed to gather. Then she opened the doors. Imagine the girl's surprise when she found the room completely empty. The protagonist had anticipated any scenario except for this turn of events. So she froze in shock. Urine asked in surprise, did everyone in the area think the Saint of the Moon was to blame for everything? The assistant knew that the life and death of the residents was being decided, but for some reason, they still hadn't come. Unexpectedly, Meliora suddenly smiled and said that she couldn't force anyone to accept treatment. Besides, there was still time. In fact, the protagonist suspected that first, she needed to find the person who saw what kind of tea she bought. This was necessary to restore the Duke's daughter's reputation, but she knew nothing about her past in another world. The girl even considered sending a spy to her father's estate to obtain information for her. But even in this indirect way, the young lady didn't want to have anything to do with the Duke anymore. So the young lady quickly realized that if she did this, she would only bring trouble upon herself. This frightened her, but at the moment, Meliora had no other choice. So she tried to think. Just a few hours ago, she had asked the butler if there was a way to find out how Olivia had obtained the poison for that disease. Tama had an answer to this question, as he knew that this poison came from a poisonous plant from the demon realm. So, the man was absolutely sure that nothing like this could be found in this world. Lecter suddenly declared that his despicable brother wouldn't admit his guilt. So easily and simply. Remembering all this, Meliora realized that she herself could not find the answer, so she simply stroked Kelba. Suddenly, the temple doors swung open, and Muzo, who had been looking for his master and mistress for a long time, ran in. The fellow was clearly upset that they had left him alone at the inn in Linden. Due to being busy, the young woman had completely forgotten about her assistant until he showed up himself. The demon suddenly fell to his knees, declaring that he deserved to die, so they had to punish him. The fellow tearfully said that he had let the soldiers into the lady's room, although he did not know why they had entered. Muzo was repairing the window at the time, so he didn't even notice the Emperor's guards, who claimed to have come for an inspection. Now the demon blamed himself for his incompetence and uselessness, even though Meliora tried to comfort him. Finally, the assistant became so despondent that he even said he no longer deserved the name Muzo. Lecter suddenly joined the conversation, ordering the boy to pull himself together and calm down immediately. Then he came closer and asked how the disease situation was in his estate. The assistant replied that the spread had stopped, and Meliora realized that even demons needed treatment. Since there was no one in the temple who needed treatment now, Meliora said she would go to the Arvis estate. However, Lecter objected, saying that the saint's power might be needed here, although Meliora knew that only she understood the situation of the estate residents. But she didn't want to argue with her friend about this, so she thought about what she could do. Suddenly, a female voice behind her confidently said that she would go to the estate. It turned out to be Linda, absolutely confident in her decision and therefore unusually calm. This frightened Meliora even more, and she begged the high priestess to let her handle it. She was most afraid that someone uninformed would learn about the demon realm. Then Lecter approached Meliora, pulled her aside slightly, and continued the conversation. He leaned towards her and whispered that he had completely forgotten to tell her something important. It turned out that Linda was half-demon, so she could perfectly well help everyone in the Arvis estate. Meliora found this hard to believe, and the high priestess herself admitted that she had also forgotten to mention it. Meliora asked Linda if she could see Muzo and Kelba's true forms, and she answered in the affirmative. Now that everything had been settled, the high priestess suggested they move on and asked her assistant to accompany her. To Meliora's surprise, she suddenly noticed that Muzo was rather embarrassed for some reason. At that moment, he stared into Linda's eyes and asked if they had met before. Hearing this, Meliora was quite shocked, as such behavior reminded her of a scene from a novel. The high priestess just smiled smugly in response, saying that she wasn't quite sure about their last meeting. The demon scratched his head, stubbornly insisting that the girl in front of him looked familiar. As the high priestess almost disappeared into the portal, the assistant shouted to Meliora that he would be back soon. At this point, Lecter began to scold him, reminding Muzo that his job was actually to stay at the estate. Then Linden approached Meliora and asked if she was busy, as he had something to tell her. It turned out that he had known for a long time that it was Olivia who had spread the disease, which surprised Meliora. Linden admitted that he wouldn't have been able to figure it all out if Arvis hadn't given him a hint at the beginning. The second prince revealed that when the plague broke out, the Saint of the Sun was in Chiban village. This shocked his friend. From that moment on, Linden began to be plagued by various doubts, so he conducted his own investigation. For some reason, Olivia had started to seem strange to him for quite some time. However, until now he had no evidence to support this theory, so he had to remain silent and gather rumors from taverns. After countless visits to one of these establishments, the prince finally heard something interesting. Some locals were shouting that the young woman had poisoned the saint's tea as a gift, but another person denied this possibility, saying that he had personally delivered the tea and it had been normal. Linden was stunned by the worker's words, swearing that Meliora had been completely framed. Hearing this, Meliora jumped up from her seat, thrilled, as she'd been dreaming of finding such a person. The second prince, noticing her reaction, excitedly asked if she was all right. Meliora immediately reassured him that she was simply surprised, but otherwise fine. The Duke's daughter was overjoyed, having unexpectedly found at least one witness. Then, it suddenly dawned on Meliora that Linden also knew she had been falsely accused. To this, Linden frankly admitted that until recently, he had assumed Meliora was capable of such actions. He had been accustomed to believing the rumors spread about her and hadn't even tried to get to know her better. But since their trip to Chiban village, Linden had changed. Now, he firmly believed that Meliora would never harm anyone. Meliora was pleased, though a little surprised, to hear her friend say this. After Linden finished speaking, eager to learn more, he arranged to meet the worker at his estate. Since the worker immediately recognized the second prince, he didn't dare refuse and agreed to come. Hearing this, even Lecter became concerned, asking Linden what he had found. Finally, realizing everyone was eagerly awaiting the conclusion, Linden hesitated as it was disappointing. He confessed that he waited until the next day's lunch, but for some reason, the witness never appeared. Linden didn't know the exact reason for the worker's absence, so he could do nothing. Meliora was incredibly disappointed, unable to believe her only witness had vanished into thin air. But Linden still had more to say, so he asked everyone to listen for a moment longer. While Meliora was speaking with Muzo, a knight reported to the prince that someone had intercepted the witness. Linden was shocked by this news, but he properly thanked the loyal soldier. Alarmed, Meliora asked Linden if Olivia or one of her aides could be responsible. Realizing everything might be lost, the turmoil within Meliora caused her to stand up again in agitation. But to this, Linden confidently replied that the Saint of the Sun had absolutely nothing to do with it. He had only recently discovered that the witness had been taken away by Alan Darkus. The second prince felt terrible, as Meliora now believed her own brother was hindering her efforts to clear her name. Therefore, Linden boldly suggested that Alan, the Duke's son, actually knew Meliora was innocent. Hearing this, Meliora immediately thought how impossible such a thing was. But just then, Meliora's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a sound, as she turned around nervously, asking, "Who's there?" But neither Lecter nor Linden heard anything, so they looked at Meliora in surprise. Meliora was frightened, thinking she might somehow be starting to hallucinate. She returned to her conversation with Linden, mentioning that she and her brother weren't close. Linden nodded in agreement, as he had researched the matter himself and was well aware of this. Since her friend Linden knew nothing about it, Meliora told him that Alan had recently visited her. Meliora sadly recalled how hard Alan had tried to persuade her to return to the estate. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Urin, who entered the room and requested to speak with Saint Meliora. Meliora didn't mind the interruption and suggested to Linden that they discuss all their speculations later. However, just as Meliora was about to leave, Linden suddenly stood up, imploring her to hear him out. In truth, Linden had a few more things he wasn't sure were worth mentioning. His hesitation stemmed from the fact that this information came solely from his personal channels and might not be entirely accurate. He asked Meliora if she remembered 2 years ago, when her conflict with Olivia began to escalate. Alan was fighting on the front lines. According to Linden, upon hearing of his sister Meliora's plight, Alan ordered his men to investigate everything. The second prince implied that Alan, the Duke's son, had actually been discreetly investigating Meliora's situation for some time. With a look of surprise on her face, Meliora listened intently as Linden suddenly reminded her of how she had been accused of stealing Saint Olivia's necklace. Meliora had read this chapter in the novel, so she knew the eventual thief was a maid from another estate. Linden said he discovered Alan had found the girl, unexpectedly helping his sister. To Meliora, Linden implied that her brother, Alan, might have been trying to protect her all along. But Meliora didn't entirely agree with these words, as the memories were painful for her. Even if it were all true, Alan had only stood by and hadn't taken any active steps to help. Therefore, the relationship between the siblings had almost completely broken down, so Meliora was sure that it was too late to change anything now. While saying these words, Meliora unexpectedly heard some incomprehensible sounds nearby more clearly. But even the Demon Lord said he hadn't noticed anything unusual, despite his superhuman abilities. But something still bothered Meliora, so she started pacing around the room, searching for the source of the sound. Suddenly, the search was successful because behind the long curtains, Meliora saw a translucent female figure. The Duke's daughter, Meliora, was stunned. She had never expected to encounter such a being. She approached slowly, as if afraid to disturb the girl sitting on the floor. Then Meliora abruptly pulled back the curtain and saw a tearful, surprised version of herself. Meliora stared in confusion at the other Meliora, whom she somehow hadn't noticed before, and the figure herself spoke. She asked in a faint, bewildered voice if someone could finally see her. For a moment, both of them silently looked into each other's eyes, trying to understand what was happening. After a while, the Duke's daughter, Meliora, asked her friends if they saw anyone, but they hadn't noticed anything. Meliora pointed to the ghost location several times, but it was completely in vain. Finally, the second prince, Linden, tried to look carefully, but he still only saw the sofa. This frustrated Meliora, because if her friends could also see the ghost, everything would be much easier for her. However, she couldn't ignore the mysterious girl, so she calmly began to communicate with her. Meliora tried to reach out and pat the ghost's shoulder, but her hand went right through her. Meliora was so surprised that she even took a step back, at which point the ghost suddenly said that only she could see her. At that moment, Linden called out to Meliora, noticing that she didn't look well. Meliora herself understood that, from Linden and Lecter's perspective, she was just talking to the air, even though that wasn't the case. In order to have a chance to talk to the ghost properly, Meliora asked Linden and Lecter to leave her alone for a while. When her friends left, Meliora sat down at the table, directly facing the translucent young lady. She then introduced herself, saying that her name was Era, and that the one before her was the real Meliora. This was the first time she had told anyone that. Until recently, she had lived in another world. Then she had died in an accident and woke up in this unfamiliar body. In response, the ghost told her own story. According to her, she had opened her eyes already inside this temple. At that time, no one could see her. Era asked, somewhat uneasily, if the Duke's daughter, the real Meliora, had died, which was why her soul was here. But Era said that she hadn't come here because of death, but through another, somewhat strange way. The ghost admitted that at first she really thought she was dead, which made her very sad. On the last day, she remembered she had another argument with her father, who yelled at her. Things escalated to the point where the Duke, in a fit of rage, threw a thick book at his own daughter. The Duke was furious because the first prince had broken off his engagement with Meliora due to her attempt to poison Saint Olivia. Meliora herself didn't even know what to say to her angry father, who wouldn't listen. Finally, the Duke declared that Meliora was not allowed to leave her room, and locked her inside alone. Without a second thought, Meliora knelt by the bed and started to cry. She whispered over and over again, in great distress, that she hadn't done the thing she was accused of, but it was pointless. What hurt Meliora the most was that neither her father nor her former fiancé believed she was telling the truth. Meliora imagined her brother Alan scolding her like her father, and tears streamed down her face even more. At that moment, she wanted to disappear from this world more than anything. To Meliora's surprise, her clenched fist began to glow with divine magic. Meliora had always assumed she had no power, so she was extremely surprised by this. Era hadn't expected to hear that when the real Meliora regained consciousness, she was already in such a strange state. The ghost admitted that at that moment she hadn't wanted this outcome at all, but now nothing could be changed. Era would never have thought that such a thing could happen completely by chance. She had read the novel, so she knew how much effort Meliora had put into learning everything. Yet despite Meliora's, the ghost's, best efforts, the Duke always took every opportunity to taunt her even more. Even now, the ghost, Meliora, began to say she hadn't done well enough in life, but Era asked her not to say that because she, Ghost Meliora, had tried harder than anyone. Era explained to Meliora, the ghost, that her father only wanted her to become a saint out of his own greed. Upon hearing this, the ghost, Meliora, thanked Era for her support and asked how she knew all this. Realizing that she had to tell the truth now, Era hesitated for a moment, but finally made up her mind. So, Era told the ghost, Meliora, that she, Ghost Meliora, was actually the villain in the novel, not the protagonist. Meliora, the ghost, couldn't believe that she was a character in a book from another world, but Era reassured her that this world was just as real as her original one. But even so, it didn't offer much comfort to Meliora, the ghost, who had heard too much. Then Era admitted that she didn't think of Meliora, the ghost, as a villain and even sympathized with her at one point. Initially, like all other readers, Era only liked the protagonist. However, the more Era read, the more she came to like the Duke's pitiful and lonely daughter, Meliora. In the end, Era was even able to realize how hard Meliora, the ghost, tried, yet was still not accepted. Hearing this, Meliora, the ghost, sighed in relief, as she had always thought that no one cared about her, but it wasn't true. This time, the ghost, Meliora, shed tears of joy and smiled happily. After hearing this story, Era was surprised to find that the Duke's daughter, Meliora, only needed this little bit of support to blossom. And the former Meliora, the ghost, really couldn't stop her tears and kept thanking Era. As soon as their conversation ended, Era walked out the door and stood there quietly. She sadly thought about Meliora's, the ghost's, tragic fate. She, Ghost Meliora, had basically been unhappy all her life, but at the same time, the girl, Ghost Meliora, was still as sweet as she was in her childhood. Even though she, Ghost Meliora, had been forced down a crooked path, Era knew it was Olivia's doing, so she intended to do everything in her power to get revenge on that lying saint, Olivia. Lost in her thoughts, Era didn't notice her friends, who were still worried about her, suddenly walking towards her. Linden and Leftet had noticed as soon as Era left the room and decided to check on her. Now Meliora, Era, realized that, because of her worries, she had completely forgotten about Linden and Leftet. Seeing how worried they were, Era realized she had to tell the truth. But Era was very afraid that this truth might greatly disappoint her friends. After all this time, under the guise of the Duke's daughter, a completely different person, not belonging to this world, had been hiding. But no matter how afraid Era was of the consequences, she had no choice now, as she was tired of lying. So, she said she had something to tell them, and asked if they could listen carefully. When they agreed, Meliora, Era, went on for a long time, trying not to leave out any details. She first explained that she came from a completely different world. Moreover, she, Era, hadn't ended up in her own body, but in Meliora's, which she hadn't expected. Era was well aware of how difficult it was to believe such a thing, because her story sounded too unreal. Finally, Linden realized that when they first met at the tavern, the lady before him was no longer the Duke's daughter. Era responded by asking for her friend's forgiveness, because she had been lying to them all along, but she had no other choice. Leftet admitted that he had noticed some oddities in Meliora's, Era's, behavior, but assumed it was all due to the shock she had experienced. He remembered how stubbornly the Duke's real daughter, Ghost Meliora, had denied her guilt, and he felt sorry for her. Era noticed the emotion that emanated from Leftet because of this, and she felt sad along with him. Since Era hadn't confessed everything yet, she turned to Leftet, who was ready to listen to her. Era remembered when she had scolded Leftet for hiding his true nature, and now she asked for forgiveness for that too. In response, Leftet approached Meliora, Era, and gently said that she didn't need to apologize to him for anything. After that, the demon lord, Leftet, said that he now finally understood why she, Era, had always been so worried before. Era was very surprised that her friend, Lecter, ended up not only supporting her, but also comforting her. And Lecter actually stated that what kind of body the saint, Era, was in didn't matter to him at all. At this touching moment, Linden suddenly coughed, interrupting Lecter and Era. As a result, Meliora, Era, became very embarrassed and jumped away from Lecter, but he looked very annoyed. After a while, Era returned to the Duke's ghost daughter, Meliora, who was still waiting for her to talk. This time, Era wasn't alone. She came with her friends and explained that they knew everything. But no matter how hard Linden and Lecter tried, they could only see ordinary furniture in the room. However, Lecter still tried to at least roughly understand the ghost's exact location. Since he couldn't do it himself, he asked Era to tell him where Meliora's soul was. Era replied that the girl, Meliora's ghost, was still sitting motionless on the sofa. Lecter immediately went to that spot, knelt on one knee, and spoke to the invisible girl. The Duke's daughter, Meliora's ghost, was completely taken aback by Lecter's sudden apology, as they had rarely interacted. Lecter admitted that when he first spoke to her, he was only thinking about how to gain something from it. However, now Lecter promised that he would do everything in his power to clear Meliora's name and restore her reputation. He even declared that if Meliora didn't believe him, he would ask the saint, Era, to slap him a few times. The saint, Era, and the demon lord, Lecter, exchanged glances. Era smiled at him, happy that he had said those words. Afterward, she relayed the Duke's real daughter's, Meliora's ghost, words, saying that she didn't want to hurt Lecter in any way. On the contrary, Mura, the ghost, was in tears because she needed affectionate, warm words more than anything in the world. At that moment, equally important events were unfolding at the Duke Arvis's estate. Linda had almost completely healed all the demons. Her power was perfectly suited for this. The assistants didn't know that not only saints had healing abilities, and the priestess Linda explained that all priests possessed this power. However, Linda then admitted that the moon goddess's power was more amazing than anyone else's. Then Linda asked if a demon, having become a priest, will be able to use both their own power and divine power simultaneously. Muso was watching Linda's conversation from behind the door, unable to muster the courage to approach. When the conversation turned to the demons living in the estate, Muso jumped out and joined in. Muso declared that he, like Linda, was both a demon and a human, his eyes shining with joy. Because of his exciting appearance, the girls fell silent, staring at Muso in surprise. But then Linda grinned, stating that it was quite rare to meet another half-demon. Linda acknowledged that they were indeed of the same kind, which made Muso very happy. So from that moment on, Muso followed Linda everywhere, keeping a small distance, while she calmly went about her business. Even the assistants noticed how persistent Muso was and how patient Linda was. Finally, the maids couldn't hold back any longer and began whispering that Muso was clearly in love with Linda. Muso did indeed bring Linda all sorts of things, even though she hadn't asked for them at all. However, no matter how hard Muso tried, the maids had already concluded that he had little chance of winning Linda's heart. The girls, maids, thought so because they knew how shy Muso actually was. That very evening, Linda finally noticed Muso and asked if he needed any help from her. Muso was so used to Linda not noticing him at all, so he was very surprised. Linda was puzzled, noticing that Muso had been following her for some reason. Hearing that Muso wanted to ask something, Linda laughed, thinking that Muso was now going to court her again. However, Muso immediately declared that he wasn't trying to please her at all. It was just that Linda's face seemed very familiar to him. Only then did Linda admit that it was her, which shocked Muso even more. Linda laughed, saying she was disappointed that Muso had forgotten her so easily. After all, even in their distant childhood, Muso had followed Linda around like a loyal puppy. When they first met, Linda stubbornly covered part of her face with a silver mask. It dawned on Muso that Linda was the girl he had met a long time ago. But Muso didn't understand why she pretended not to know him, to which Linda replied that she just wanted to observe him. As a child, Muso assured Linda every day that she must be much prettier without the mask. And now Muso admitted that he hadn't recognized Linda because he thought she was long dead. Noticing tears welling up in Muso's eyes, Linda reached out and touched his face, smiling encouragingly. Even as a little boy, Muso had always cried incessantly, while Linda, as a child, had never shed a single tear. Meanwhile, Linden, Lecter, and Era were still discussing what they should do next. Lecter pointed out that Era should ask Alan for help, but Era herself didn't know if she could trust her brother Alan, whom she had barely spoken to. Suddenly, the ghost Meliora spoke up, saying she fully supported Lecter's. Era immediately objected, saying that Duke Arvis's son, Alan, wasn't a good ally for them, but the ghost of Meliora replied that she was aware of this. However, Meliora added that if they asked Alan for help, he would hardly refuse. Era noticed how sadly the ghost of Meliora had spoken these words, but then Linden suddenly interrupted her. Linden asked why, if Alan had evidence, he hadn't denied his sister Meliora's crimes. Lecter thought the evidence might be insufficient. The Demon Lord Lecter was an excellent strategist, and he knew very well that being unprepared wouldn't end well for Alan. Era generally agreed with Lecter's opinion when she suddenly heard Meliora's voice. Meliora very seriously asked Era if she could go and talk to her brother Alan. She explained that Alan wasn't someone who acted recklessly, so he could help. Hearing this, the ghost of Meliora worried about her own safety. Era sighed nervously and eventually agreed to talk to Duke Arvis's son, Alan, informing everyone in the room beside her about it. That same day, Era wrote a letter and had her assistant deliver it to Alan as soon as possible. She didn't know if Alan would agree to speak with her, as she had been very cold to him last time. However, it turned out that Alan came to the temple as soon as he received the invitation letter. Era met him dressed in beautiful attire and greeted him quite formally. Upon entering, Alan looked around, but didn't notice Lecter or Linden, who were usually nearby. Era didn't hide anything and honestly replied that her friends were currently out on business. After her confession, Era even clasped her hands tightly, as she was a little afraid to be alone with Alan, her nominal brother. Even Meliora herself whispered that she felt awkward, as she had never seen Alan so close before. Era understood Meliora's embarrassment very well, but she still needed to talk. As a result, Alan spoke first, saying that he was usually late, but today he had even arrived early. Alan admitted that he did this to at least make up for some of the guilt he felt towards his sister, Meliora. He then added that he actually just wanted to have a cup of tea with her, but he knew she hadn't invited him for that. Era didn't expect Duke Arvis's son, Alan, to be the first to mention the conflict between her and the first prince, Lecter. Meanwhile, Alan continued to deduce and remembered that Era had addressed him as Lord instead of brother when they met. So Alan knew very well why he was here, because the Duke's daughter, Meliora, clearly needed help. Era was shocked that Alan had seen through her so quickly, but there was nothing she could do. Finally, Era admitted that Alan's deduction was completely correct. She didn't need his help. Alan didn't expect Era to suddenly ask him if he was only interested in this. Then Era, as Meliora, explained that there were so many rumors about her, yet Alan hadn't asked anything. At this moment, the ghost of Meliora looked sadly at the floor, knowing she couldn't participate in this conversation. In any case, to Era and the ghost of Meliora's surprise, Alan declared that he believed his sister, Meliora, because she had denied everything from the beginning. Era was so stunned by Alan's confession that she forgot what she wanted to say and simply confirmed her innocence. Hearing these words from Era, as Meliora, Alan nodded and said that then there was nothing he needed to know here. Being able to hear these words was crucial for his sister, Meliora, who had become a ghost. The ghost of Meliora turned and noticed that Saint Era was equally surprised, which was particularly striking. Just in case, Era asked her brother, Alan, if he believed her innocent from the start, despite all the rumors. This time it was Alan's turn to be surprised, as he had hoped his sister, referring to Era acting as Meliora, wouldn't know about his investigation. So Alan explained that he had always trusted her and just wanted to find something that could help her. And Alan himself had always believed her words, as she stubbornly claimed she hadn't done anything wrong. Hearing all this, Era was speechless for a moment, because this was the first time she had encountered such trust. After this conversation, the ghost of Meliora couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly jumped up, slapping her palms on the table, even though Alan couldn't hear her. Era whispered that Meliora couldn't believe Alan didn't hate her. Indeed, the ghost girl Meliora's reaction was both expected and reasonable, as she longed for love. Moreover, the real Meliora knew Alan's past behavior better than Era did now. Therefore, Era continued the conversation, saying that from an outsider's perspective, it would even seem as if she and Alan were close. Hearing that she thought he hated her, Alan even slammed his fist on the table in frustration. For a moment, Alan looked like he really wanted to tell his sister something important. But he quickly exhaled and changed his mind, asking Meliora why she had summoned him. Era desperately wanted to know what Meliora's brother was hiding from her, but the opportunity never arose. So, without waiting, Meliora immediately said she needed the man who had delivered tea to Olivia on her behalf. She desperately hoped he could at least reveal something about the witness's whereabouts. She also mentioned an account book that could prove her complete innocence. Alan countered by asking his sister if she truly wanted this war, because there would be no turning back for her. But Meliora calmly stated that she never intended to go back. Era also understood that there was no way back for any of them, so she silently showed her support. Dax scratched his head and nodded, certain that Miss Meliora was indeed serious. Then Alan said he would provide everything Meliora needed, which made her ecstatic. However, unexpectedly, Alan, in turn, asked her to come home as soon as possible. Meliora didn't understand her brother's motives, but his request made it clear that home would never change. Initially, she was callously driven away for being useless, but upon learning of her abilities, they immediately tried to bring her back. When Meliora was still living in her own world, she grew up in an orphanage and had encountered people with the same two-faced nature. To Meliora, these adults were worse than beasts, as they had once considered sending the children back to the orphanage for their own benefit. So, Saint Meliora couldn't forgive Alan for asking her to return to such people. Realizing the true nature of her family and her own situation, Meliora silently stood up from her seat. Then she calmly and frankly admitted to her brother that she could never fulfill his request. Since leaving the estate, she had severed ties with her family. Miss Meliora offered her services as a saint, but Alan declared his conditions remained unchanged, as he wanted his sister back, not because of her status. Alan confessed that he truly wanted Meliora to return, which deeply touched Era. Unexpectedly, the Duke's son suddenly placed a box containing something unknown on the table, surprising both girls, Meliora and Era. Afterwards, Dax, somewhat melancholically, announced that he had brought something specifically for Meliora. He asked if she would accept it, and Meliora immediately looked to Miss Era, the ghost, to make the final decision. With Era's consent, Saint Meliora opened the box, unsure of its contents. But when she saw what was inside, her eyes widened in surprise. Inside the box was a brand new, adorable teddy bear, albeit small. Meliora held it in her hands and asked Alan, puzzled, why he had given it to her. To this, Alan replied apologetically, saying he did so because he had never been a proper brother. Just then, Meliora heard a strange sound from Era and turned to her. It turned out that Meliora was crying, although she was completely unaware of it at the time. Alan suddenly began to recount his past from when he was 8 years old. When his mother died 20 years ago, Alan, the Duke's son, still remembered it vividly, as if it were yesterday. Unlike his stern father, his mother was always gentle and loving, so young Alan didn't want to lose her. At the time, his mother was still alive and pregnant. She gently called young Alan to her side and told him that he would soon have a little sister, a fact she herself considered a near miracle. But as it turned out, Alan's beloved mother died in childbirth, despite giving birth to a healthy girl. Young Alan witnessed his father screaming uncontrollably, ordering the servants to get rid of his daughter. The man couldn't bear the loss of his beloved wife, as she was far more important to him than the child. So he blamed baby Meliora for his wife's death. Later, the doctor told the Duke that it was a miracle the child had survived. Seeing the Duke's mood slightly improve, a maid dared to approach. Holding the baby girl in her arms, she said it would be best to find a wet nurse for the child, as she couldn't care for her herself. But the man didn't answer, instead glaring at them with extreme anger and malice. Then he demanded to know how they dared bring the girl into his private study. Meliora had been sleeping soundly until she was startled awake by the yelling and immediately began to cry. That very evening, while strolling through the estate, Alan overheard the maids locking the baby girl in a side room. At the same time, the maids were whispering amongst themselves, saying that the Duchess had been killed by this girl. Suddenly, the attendants discovered that the Duke's son had awakened, and they were startled by his appearance. Much to their surprise, the boy suddenly declared he wanted to go to the annex. For some reason, he wanted to see his sister, as he knew she wasn't responsible for their mother's death, no matter what anyone said. But Alan still couldn't help but be affected by the emotions of those around him, who did their best to hate the girl. Years later, when a grown boy was once again walking around the estate, he heard scolding. It was their father berating Meliora, and the girl simply listened silently to all the Duke's discontent. Suddenly, her gaze met her brother's. Alan watched the young lady for a while, seeing her cope alone with the estate owner's difficult personality. Then he turned and left, as he wasn't ready to stand up for her. That day, seeing this scene, Meliora finally and irrevocably realized that she was completely and utterly alone. Some more time passed, and Alan entered the military academy, so he could now leave the estate. Suddenly, his little sister came up to him and sadly asked her brother if it was necessary for him to go to the academy. He noticed bruises and scars from beatings on her arms, and the brother's heart ached for the young lady. However, even at his age then, he couldn't do anything to make the girl's life easier. So he knelt down on one knee in front of her and said that their father was doing this only for his daughter's own good. After that, the boy told the girl to try harder, but immediately noticed her face change. But at that moment, Alan only thought about how to escape this terrible, suffocating house as soon as possible. Although the brother felt sorry for his sister, he couldn't even guess how desperate she was. Years later, the boy returned to the estate and immediately asked where his sister was. The butler reported that the young lady was being punished again for something and was in her room, so the brother hurried there. But as soon as he opened the door, Alan saw a scene that shocked him to the core. Meliora sat on the floor by the bed, tears streaming down her face, muttering terrible things about herself. The girl even convinced herself that she shouldn't have been born at all. Only now did Alan realize that while he was living a peaceful life, his sister was going through hellish torment. He immediately remembered his mother's request that the boy be a good older brother to his little sister. He had been the only one close to the girl, but he had also abandoned her. Only at this moment did it dawn on the boy that he hadn't dared to enter Meliora's room that day, because he himself had fallen into the abyss of despair. After that incident, he tried more than once to get close to his sister, but to no avail. The girl would say each time that their father was waiting for her. It was clear from her words and actions that the young lady felt very uncomfortable around her brother. So, in the end, Alan once again played the role of a mere observer and stayed close to the Duke to be aware of everything. The boy still felt sorry for the girl, but he understood that he couldn't be the one to save her. Then, Alan noticed through the window that, for the first time in her life, the young lady smiled sincerely while talking to her fiancé. He thought that at least in the Crown Prince's family, the young lady would finally be happy. However, after returning from the punitive expedition, the boy was greatly surprised to find that the situation had only gotten worse. Alan was so shocked that at first, he didn't even believe that his sister had suddenly left the estate on her own. All this time, the girl had been silently listening to her brother's confession, without interrupting him at all. Then the boy suddenly shared his observation, because when he tried to bring her home, he noticed an unprecedented determination in the young lady's eyes. Alan still believed he had to do everything in his power to make up for the young lady's miserable childhood. He clearly remembered how various vicious rumors about the girl had reached his ears, but he hadn't believed a single one. Only now did Alan realize that all this time, Meliora just wanted to hear someone say they would be on her side. However, the brother understood this too late, so he at least gave the grown-up sister a teddy bear. He had been staring at this toy in the store for quite a while, as it strongly reminded him of something. One of his aides noticed the boy looking at the display case and immediately asked who he was choosing a gift for. Alan himself remembered the situation very clearly when he passed by little Meliora, who was talking to a maid. The girl tearfully asked her servant if she could mend the toy, but the maid said that the bear was too worn out to be mended, so it was better to buy a new one. Alan realized at that moment that his father would never buy Meliora a toy, and that was why she was doing this. Years later, Alan happened upon a nearly identical teddy bear in a shop. However, the Duke ultimately changed his mind, telling the servants they were leaving and wouldn't be buying anything. Alan knew that if he did nothing, nothing would change, but he was consumed by self-reproach. Only now had he finally found the courage, and so he begged his sister to give him one last chance. Meliora's ghost could barely hold back her tears, as she had always longed to hear such words from her brother. The Duke's eldest son confessed that he truly wanted his sister to be happy and was willing to do anything for it. Even Era, the saint, who knew Meliora's entire story, was deeply moved after hearing Alan tell everything. In fact, the saint initially wanted to angrily retort that these words were far too late. However, it shouldn't be Saint Era who made such a decision, but Alan's true sister. At that moment, Meliora's ghost was clearly touched by her brother's words. Unexpectedly, Alan himself admitted that he understood it was far too late to ask for forgiveness. Therefore, he concluded that his sister most likely wouldn't change her opinion of him. So, as Alan stood up, he asked Meliora's ghost to forget everything that had just transpired between them. As a result, Meliora remained seated, her mouth slightly agape in surprise, as she hadn't expected such a gesture from her brother. Her brother finally told Meliora that she could come to him anytime, and he would certainly help her. Era hadn't expected this conversation to leave her with such mixed feelings. However, at that moment, Era felt she didn't have the strength to continue the conversation, so she remained silent. But Meliora's ghost freely expressed her emotions, bursting into tears as her brother, Alan, left. Era tried again to touch Meliora's ghost to calm her down, but this once again proved impossible. No matter how hard she tried, her fingers passed right through the still weeping, ghostly girl. Era realized that Alan's apology was ultimately unlikely to be of much help to Meliora's ghost. Finally, Era decided to give Meliora's ghost some time to compose herself, so she left the room, even instructing the servants to clean it later. At that moment, Era decided to at least take a walk in the garden to clear her head. The fact that Alan had always been a victim of the Duke and Duchess was difficult for her to accept, but Era still believed that she had no right to decide how Meliora should develop her relationship with her brother, Alan. Therefore, at this moment, Era had absolutely no idea what to do in this situation. To her own surprise, she only now noticed that the wind had picked up, thinking she was dressed too warmly. Suddenly, a faint floral scent she knew well wafted into her nose. It turned out that Era hadn't noticed Pretty suddenly appearing before her at all. The demon smiled at her, saying she was more perceptive than he thought, as he had planned to appear a little later. Era immediately yelled at her brother, asking how he got here. To this, the demon replied that it was easy for him, then added with interest that he couldn't see his brother anywhere. Era was displeased to hear Pretty compare Alan to a loyal dog, but remained silent for the time being. It wasn't until Pretty became smug that Era snapped at him, telling him to mind his own business. Then Pretty began to retort, telling Era she shouldn't be so relaxed. Era was quite surprised to hear that Pretty knew about her predicament and even offered to help, but she didn't like that this demon had first approached Olivia and now had come to her. To this, Pretty explained that he had to do everything his clients asked, but in his free time, he could act in his own interests. So Pretty suddenly approached Era, saying he was giving her a chance to trust him. Then he leaned in close to Era's ear and whispered that he would provide help faster and more efficiently than Leftet. But Era didn't answer. She immediately pushed away Pretty, the impudent fellow who was trying to beguile her. Afterward, Era screamed that she would never choose Pretty, as it was complete nonsense to her. But Pretty didn't give up. He spread his hands, imploring Era to stop picking favorites on her own. Using his magic, Pretty sweetly asked Era if she disliked him, considering he was so handsome. Pretty moved closer and closer to Era. Every sweet word he spoke to her amplified the power of his magic. He remembered that Era had once nearly fainted from his power, which meant she wasn't immune to him. As the boy spoke, a blue light suddenly began to glow faintly somewhere in Meliora's chest. Then, before the demon had a chance to touch the girl, the light grew larger and stronger. Pretty hadn't expected this. When his hand began to burn, he quickly pulled it back. The point was that a sacred object called cane helped the saint withstand the demon's power. Seeing the confusion on Pretty's face, the lady said she knew that every demon had its own special abilities. As the girl described his skill, saying he could charm people's hearts, her brother listened in bewilderment. Meliora could even describe in detail how the guy seduced everyone around him with his scent. The protagonist knew all this because she'd had a conversation with the butler a few days earlier. The butler explained that demonic skills were very similar to human magic, despite the differences. Demons were stronger simply because they could use their abilities without limit, unlike humans. So, the assistant warned the young lady that all humans were much weaker than demons, even though humans could use a wider variety of magic. However, as the servant said, any saint had the ability to block a demon's abilities, regardless of their strength. Meliora couldn't even imagine that the sacred objects she had absorbed in the temple would save her from danger. Therefore, at this moment, the lady was able to calmly talk to Pretty and guess that he avoided Muso because of the difference in their strength. Leaf's brother was displeased to hear that he was inferior to someone else in terms of power. So the boy asked the young lady not to provoke him, and then the demon explained that it was much more logical for him to fear the demon king than the foolish Muso, rather than that foolish Muso. Suddenly, the guy changed the subject and asked the girl if she remembered the advice he had once given her. Pretty once again told Meliora that if she decided to be with his brother, she would completely ruin her future. But in response, the protagonist confidently declared that she didn't believe a single word from the insidious and cunning demon. However, even in this situation, when the lady was clearly not fooled, the guy didn't give up and continued to try to persuade her. But the young lady suddenly interrupted him, saying that she didn't care about other people's words, nor did she care about his opinion. The saint, after careful observation, said that although Pretty was smiling, his eyes revealed a strong hatred for Leftet. Therefore, Meliora concluded that all this time, the demon had only wanted to drive a wedge between her and his brother. In response, the guy just tried to make a light-hearted joke because he had no other choice. He finally admitted that his relationship with his brother was indeed not very good, but the demon hadn't lied to the lady about his brother. The protagonist frowned when the guy suddenly said that she didn't know what had happened 100 years ago. Back then, in the demon realm, Leftet wasn't the king and didn't even intend to become one. He was just honing his skills. His mentor couldn't help but notice that in a short training period, the Lord made rapid progress. When the phase dry fire practice was over, the man declared that he had nothing more to teach the boy. After that, he declared that there was no one stronger than Leftet in the demon realm. These words happened to be overheard by Pretty, who was passing by. The older one wanted to become the demon king himself, so he couldn't remain silent and turned to his brother and mentor. With a hint of sarcasm, the demon pointed out that compared to many, his brother was indeed gifted. However, Pretty believed that he was the direct heir to the throne and had no intention of giving up this position. The boy didn't understand why Leftet could easily do in one attempt what took him several training sessions to master. Later, the older brother found the mentor and began to scold him for calling his younger brother the future king. Pretty said that no one knew who Leftet's mother was, so he should be grateful that he was even allowed to participate in the training. The man excitedly tried to remind his master that the heir to the throne wasn't solely determined by birth. Only the demon with the strongest magical abilities could ascend to the throne of the demon realm. But the guy didn't even want to hear that he might not be chosen for some reason. Then, other demons approached them and asked Pretty not to torment his swordsmanship teacher. They also explained to the boy that Leftet had no intention of becoming the demon king. But these words did nothing to calm the older one down. On the contrary, they made him even angrier. He confidently declared that it was in a demon's nature to wear multiple masks. So the guy was quite sure that his brother was just mocking him and plotting how to get rid of him. Having said this, the guy left. His friends thought with horror about what a serious inferiority complex this demon had. Pretty's nightmare only came true decades later, when Leftet emerged as a candidate. Moreover, that guy brought a saint whom he intended to make his queen, and it was for her sake that he accepted the throne. Having said all this, the demon asked the young lady if she still didn't understand the meaning of his words. Meliora was startled by this story, but she still asked Pretty for details. Then the demon said that to become the demon king, one needs to be chosen by the moon, and the saint of the moon is its confidant. So Pretty was sure that Leftet used the saint to seize the throne, but the girl was very surprised by what she heard. He added that as soon as his brother ascended the throne, the saint disappeared without a trace. With a predatory glint, the demon implied that it was simply because that guy no longer needed the young lady. So he once again asked the girl to be careful, especially when she was around him, lest the heroine suddenly guess what Pretty was trying to achieve, because the most logical thing for her to do now would be to ask how Leftet had deceived her. Miss Meliora realized that he wanted her to get truly angry and eventually take his side. But he didn't know that she was also that black-haired saint from 100 years ago. So the goddess clenched her fists in anger, reminding herself once again that Leaf's feelings had always been genuine. After that, she told Pretty that she still trusted him as much as she trusted her brother, although she thanked him for the advice. Hearing this, he sighed and shook his head, saying that he was so worried about her out of goodwill, and suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. He said that due to the girl's stubbornness, he would have to resort to force. Meliora immediately felt how much the demon's aura intensified as he prepared for battle. The young lady screamed that he wouldn't dare touch her in the temple, to which he explained that he could take her away without causing any harm. Unexpectedly for both of them, not far from him and the girl, a sword suddenly fell from the sky, landing in the grass. Pretty immediately guessed what this meant and looked up in disappointment towards the source of the sound. It turned out that Leaf seemed to sense that Miss Meliora was in danger, so he spread his wings and flew to her side. As soon as he landed, he immediately grabbed his sword, which made his brother's face even paler. Leaf impatiently reminded him that he had warned Pretty many times, but he ignored it. He then reminded the Demon King that due to the deal he had made, he had no right to touch him. However, Leaf swung his sword sharply, the blade stopping near the arrogant demon's neck, after which he asked why he should care about things like the laws of the demon realm. He declared that if his brother touched Meliora, no one would return to the demon realm alive. In response, he sarcastically pointed out that his brother was simply head over heels in love with the Saint of the Moon. He turned to the young lady one last time, realizing that for now, he had to retreat. However, Pretty still managed to remind the girl to think about his words, which angered her. This time, the demon began to emphasize that only he could prove the saint's innocence. Taking advantage of Leaf's arrival, Miss Meliora started asking questions in front of everyone. So Pretty admitted to being Olivia's accomplice. The demon didn't understand why Miss Meliora was taking the whole situation so seriously, since the priest's healing abilities were very high. So, considering that no one died anyway, the demon believed that there was nothing wrong with any of it. But Meliora disagreed that his misdeeds didn't count just because no one ended up getting hurt. She recalled that many people had struggled greatly with the epidemic, but for someone, this suffering was merely a way to bypass someone he hated. So from that moment on, the girl would be even more vigilant than before. The saint clenched her fists, promising the demon that she would avenge Olivia for all the evil they had done to her. In response, Pretty quipped that Meliora and Leaf were such a wonderful couple that he was ready to cry. But after everything he'd been through, the demon wasn't about to give up. With a sad smile, he reminded her that before disappearing, he said he didn't want to be a victim like he was 100 years ago. As a result, what she saw even made the young lady feel a little sorry for this demon who couldn't find his place. But then she noticed the one who had just saved her from her own brother. Only now did the girl realize that Leaf was in his full demon form, not even hiding anything. So the girl anxiously ran up to the demon and asked if he could show her all of this. Leaf wasn't used to considering such trifles, so he just sighed in confusion. In response, Meliora didn't understand what this meant, but obediently stood and waited until he took care of everything himself. Here, he began to glow faintly, and literally a few seconds later, he appeared before the young lady in human form. Leaf explained that there was no one around, and Meliora nodded, saying it was good that no one had noticed his transformation. At the same time, Meliora felt a little sad that Leaf had changed back, as she thought the long hair suited him better. Realizing what she was thinking, the saint felt incredibly embarrassed and tried to shake those thoughts from her head. Since there was nothing else to do outside, Leaf and Meliora went inside, and he asked her how things were with Alan. Meliora said that she had left the decision of what to do with Alan entirely to the ghost of Meliora. The saint herself could accept her brother's apology, but in reality, he wasn't asking for her forgiveness at all. However, Meliora admitted that even a good outcome troubled her considerably. This was because, according to the Duke's family customs, if a man helped a girl, she would eventually owe him a debt of gratitude. Leaf agreed that such a thing could negatively affect Meliora, so he pondered for a moment. However, after a short while, the demon smiled and said that there must be another solution, and he would find it. Suddenly, Leaf asked Meliora if she was worried about inhabiting this body, which she immediately denied. Meliora explained that she was only thinking about the ghost girl, as she had been so unfairly accused. Furthermore, Meliora confessed that of all the characters in the novel, she had always liked the villain. But then, the cheerful expression on Meliora's face was replaced by sadness as she remembered the ghost again. She clearly remembered the day Linden promised to help the ghost, and she couldn't forget how grateful the ghostly Meliora had been. At that moment, the saint again pondered why she had come to this unfamiliar world. One possibility was that she had to appease the soul of the girl who had been at odds with everyone in the novel. But Meliora knew from her own experience that in life, you always need at least one person to support you. That was exactly the kind of person she wanted to be for the ghostly Meliora, as no one else could see her now. And Leftet was that person for the saint, although she had never thought about it before. Suddenly, the Duke's daughter's thoughts were interrupted, as she was very surprised by the direction her thoughts were taking. Leftet noticed that Meliora had stopped in the middle of the hallway for some reason and looked at her questioningly. Meliora, blushing to the roots of her hair, raised her hands to cover her face, trying to compose herself. For a few seconds, she couldn't even hear the Demon King calling her name over and over again. Snapping out of her thoughts, Meliora found Leftet standing next to her, suggesting they go and rest. Leftet noticed that even though the saint wasn't feverish, her face was still very red. Meliora didn't answer, but she thought to herself that she had known everything for a long time, even though she had been avoiding the answer. Leftet's words about protecting her being a matter of course echoed in her mind. But the only thing Meliora didn't understand was how long she had loved this man without admitting it to herself. Duke Leftet had become almost a habitual presence for her, so she hadn't even considered her feelings. Moreover, because this world was depicted in a novel, Meliora was afraid that she was experiencing someone else's feelings, so she pretended that she hadn't even thought about the demon, which now seemed very selfish to her. The saint thought so because she suddenly discovered a strange desire to hold the Demon King's hand. She had never done this before, so Meliora instinctively clenched her own hands. For a while, Meliora wondered if she should confess her feelings, as she didn't know what the best course of action would be. Finally, though hesitant, Meliora called out to Leftet, saying she did have something to tell him. However, even after making up her mind, Meliora suddenly found that, for some reason, the words became unusually difficult to speak. The point was that Meliora sincerely hoped that Leftet had fallen in love with her present self, not her past self. At that moment, the Duke's daughter wished more than anything in the world to reciprocate Leftet's love. Therefore, to avoid feeling embarrassed about what was happening, Meliora took a deep breath. Suddenly, a voice called out urgently from behind her, startling Meliora. It turned out to be Linden, who had rushed into the temple as fast as he could and was now out of breath. Seeing the second prince in such a state, even Leftet asked him what had happened. Finally, Linden managed to smile and announced that he had good news this time. The point was Ethison was one of the first to discover that Olivia had gotten her just desserts. This is how it happened. As time went on, the plague didn't stop, and people began to consider going to the Temple of the Moon. Thus, the Temple of the Sun was under pressure, and its representatives decided to issue a statement to the public. Among the temple representatives on the stage was a saint who diligently offered a sweet smile to everyone around. Suddenly, someone in the crowd raised their hand and asked if the sun priests had run out of medicine. Hearing this, the crowd immediately stirred, discussing the need to go to the Temple of the Moon as soon as possible, and this did not escape the saint's eyes. The sun priest, noticing that people were starting to disperse, tried to persuade them to stay. At that moment, Olivia spoke to the people, declaring that her followers still had plenty of medicine. After these words, Olivia suddenly walked straight into the crowd, despite the risk. She carefully looked around and then noticed a sick girl and her mother not far away. Olivia immediately approached them, asking if the girl was truly ill, which the mother confirmed. Then, Olivia, the saint of the sun, raised her hand over the child's head, using her power to save the girl. It took her only a few seconds, and the child recovered. After the success, the healed little girl jumped up, and Olivia loudly announced to everyone that she had cured the child. But to Olivia's great surprise, instead of worshipping her, people avoided her for some reason. The residents began whispering amongst themselves, saying that the people from the Temple of the Sun couldn't cure the infectious disease. Olivia realized she had made a huge mistake when she decided to demonstrate her power in front of everyone. Meliora was surprised that people were so quick to accuse Olivia of using false magic. Although her rival Olivia initially seemed like a good strategist to Meliora, now Meliora couldn't believe how foolish Olivia was. Olivia completely forgot that every power has its specific purpose, and her personal power was completely powerless in treating this kind of disease. Linda had told Meliora that the power of the moon lies precisely in purifying the body and removing all toxins. And the people of the Temple of the Sun could heal any physical trauma, no matter how complex. Therefore, by healing the girl, Olivia brought upon herself that immense distrust and suspicion. Meliora guessed that Linden was among the nobles who had listened to the performance of the people from the Temple of the Sun. When Meliora's eyes met Linden's, he winked at her, saying that heaven was on her side today. At this moment, people were still slowly moving around the square. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Priest Zion." Zion turned around and saw Yulon running towards him, asking where Olivia was now. Meliora followed Yulon, unable to believe that the people of the Temple of the Sun were truly helpless. But the priests explained that corruption was rampant within their ranks, so it was no surprise that no one had touched the lying Saint Olivia yet. However, Zion pointed out that there were too many witnesses this time, so Olivia couldn't be hidden for long. This is how it happened. After this incident, countless sick people immediately flocked to the Temple of the Moon. All those who had trusted the Temple of the Sun now came to the Temple of the Moon for help, and they were not refused. Meliora worked harder than anyone else, knowing her magic could last a long time, while others tired more quickly. Meliora had just cured a boy when suddenly someone called her name, as she turned towards the source of the sound. It was Yulon, who, worried about Meliora's body, asked her to rest, although Meliora subsequently refused. Meliora was sharing her joy with Yulon that the illness had significantly subsided when Yulon suddenly asked, if Olivia doesn't possess the holy energy of the sun god, then what kind of magic is it? Hearing this question, Meliora froze, as her assistant Yulon knew nothing about the demon realm. Just then, they both heard a voice explain that Olivia had used a forbidden spell. It was Linda who spoke, and she specifically added that the princess bride, Olivia, most likely borrowed this power from a demon. Meliora and Yulon were very happy to see Priestess Linda and politely greeted her first. Then Yulon screamed, "Did Saint Olivia really borrow power?" Meliora had to cover her mouth. After a while, Meliora and Linda found a more secluded place and explained everything in detail to their assistant Yulon. However, Yulon still didn't understand how Saint Olivia could have made a deal with a demon herself. But most importantly, Yulon didn't understand how dangerous those creatures from hell were to them. Finally, Yulon even admitted that she had always considered information about demons to be nothing more than rumors. Then Linda once again told her assistant Yulon that demons did exist, they were just very rare. This is because these creatures live separately from humans and use magic very similar to human magic. At the time of the Empire's founding, the Emperor and the Demon King promised each other not to invade each other's territory. Hearing this, Meliora guessed that in the novel, Leaf broke his promise and attacked the ruler. Linda added that now the people of the Temple of the Sun are twisting the truth, portraying demons as true monsters. Then Yulon asked if making a contract with a demon was always a terrible thing. To this, the priestess replied that it's not certain, but it's definitely a different matter, because the girl disguised herself as a saint, which is a violation in itself, and she also harmed people. At this moment, the high priestess stood up and said that the high priest of the Temple of the Sun most likely knew nothing about Olivia's actions. Then she smiled and said she was looking forward to the continuation of this story, as she wanted to know the old man's reaction. And the priest himself, at this moment, was shouting about how that woman could be so ungrateful as to make a deal with a demon. He was terrified that if the Emperor found out everything, then merely stripping Olivia of her title of saint wouldn't be enough. Suddenly, while angrily pondering what he should do, the old man found a way out and burst into laughter. Even the guards outside the high priest's doors heard this laughter, as he made no attempt to hide it. And the priest said that he would not give up so easily and would act faster than the people from the Temple of the Moon. At this moment, Olivia, having completely lost her composure, was carefully considering what she could do. She was well aware that a large group of people had already seen her abilities, so it was only a matter of time before they started hunting her down. But in order to be loved and accepted by everyone, the girl even deliberately charmed the crown prince. At the same time, she didn't feel sorry at all for Meliora, who was initially engaged to him, being cast aside. Olivia wanted the Duke's daughter to experience pain and despair, as she really wanted to see that scene. It was extremely important for the girl to look down on the lady, and she quickly achieved this goal. At this moment, a man's voice interrupted her thoughts, a man who had been looking for her for a while, as he was her fiancé. Seeing the heir's anxiety, the young lady smiled slyly, as she guessed he was still under her control. So the girl threw herself directly into the first prince's arms, deliberately forcing a pitiful tone into her voice. The saint tearfully declared that whatever that blonde woman was now hearing about her was a complete lie. To this, the man calmly replied that he hadn't come here to interrogate his dear fiancée at all. He himself believed that people simply misunderstood everything, but he was afraid that these false rumors might accidentally reach his father. Unexpectedly for the man, the girl cupped his face in her hands, which made the first prince even close his mouth. And Olivia easily and imperceptibly used Pretty's magic, the kind that could charm people, and then asked the man if he loved her. After that, the lady asked him to believe her no matter what happened, or what would happen in the future. Under the spell, the man immediately swore that he would fulfill any of the girl's wishes and would never betray her. Since this was exactly what Olivia really wanted to hear, she smiled and said that the first prince had made a wise decision. At this moment, Meliora was still waiting for some kind of decision regarding the Saint of the Sun, but for some reason, there was no news. Finally, the girl sighed, loud enough for Linden to hear, and so asked the young lady if everything was all right. The protagonist realized that she had distracted the priestess, and for this, she immediately apologized, as she hadn't meant to do so. Then she admitted that she was worried that the people from the Temple of the Sun were still silent. The high priestess agreed with the lady and said that the old man should at least do something, but there was no news. Noticing that the lady spoke so easily about the priest of the Temple of the Sun, she asked if they knew each other, and Linda replied that she had taught him magic. The saint was very surprised to hear the girl say that she first met the old man in his childhood. Therefore, despite being very worried, Meliora decided to ask how old the lady standing before her actually was. Only then did the half-demon realize that the Duke's daughter knew nothing about her past life as a saint 100 years ago. Therefore, the priestess smiled and said that they had met a long time ago, so they communicated well. Meliora was very surprised to hear that she had met Linda 100 years ago. The young lady immediately wanted to know what kind of person she was to have such close contact with demons, since almost no one did. Suddenly, the priestess reminded her that Olivia was the heir's lover, which was why the people from the Temple of the Sun hadn't abandoned her. Linda began to ponder. The royal family clearly didn't want the Temple of the Sun to collapse, as the empire was built upon it. But Meliora couldn't understand why the emperor would defend a false saint who had been deceiving everyone. Linda explained that the royal family wasn't acting out of self-interest, but rather to minimize potential damage. Meliora understood. The crown prince couldn't be told what his fiancée had actually done. Meliora suddenly realized that if the high priest of the Sun Temple tried to cover this up, their situation would become very difficult. At that moment, the spectral Meliora was still sitting at the table, next to the teddy bear her brother Alan had recently brought her. Meliora still couldn't fully believe that Alan had never hated her, even though she had once thought otherwise. Now, the Duke's daughter was trying to figure out how things would have turned out if she had known about her brother's feelings for her sooner. The spectral Meliora couldn't forget Alan's calm face as he invited her to seek his help anytime. Suddenly, Meliora remembered the time Alan suggested she hide her report card so it wouldn't be found. Meliora didn't even understand why this insignificant moment from the past had suddenly surfaced in her mind. At present, Meliora was pacing around the manor, contemplating her next move against Olivia. A lady in spectral form quickly ran up to Meliora, wanting to tell her something very important. Meliora asked the specter what had happened and why she was so agitated. The spectral lady replied that she knew she could help them. As the specter recalled the past, she found the answer to where her brother Alan had hidden the key witness. It turned out that the Duke's family had a manor that had been left unattended since the Duchess's death. The servant who had delivered the tea from Meliora to Olivia had been staying there for several months. He was very worried that he had been there too long, constantly asking when he could leave. However, the maids apologized and replied that Master Allen hadn't given any instructions regarding the matter. Then the servant went to the window, thinking that although he was confined, he was well fed there. However, he desperately wanted to return to his family, because somewhere in the city he had a beloved wife and child. Suddenly, the door to the man's room opened, and a dark figure quickly and silently slipped inside. The figure deftly jumped behind the unsuspecting servant and covered his mouth. As expected, the servant began to struggle, as he didn't want to be caught, especially not knowing who the other person was. At this moment, a second, more feminine dark figure asked her companion, Leftet, to wait a moment. The lady told Leftet not to be so rough with this crucial person, as they needed him alive. Realizing that the servant wouldn't recognize her, Miss Meliora removed her mask to calm the frightened witness down a bit. Seeing the face of the girl who had come before him, the servant immediately recognized her and was extremely surprised, as he hadn't expected to meet her here at this moment. On the first floor of the manor, Allen was calmly reading a book, surrounded by servants serving him tea and refreshments. Suddenly, a maid heard some suspicious noises coming from upstairs. This was unusual, and the maid offered to go and check, but Master Allen smiled and said it wasn't necessary, as the person he was waiting for had arrived. Meanwhile, the servant on the second floor panicked and asked his mistress Meliora why she was here, as it was too dangerous for her. The servant had heard that Miss Meliora had left the Duke's house, but what surprised him most was her attire. Meliora couldn't answer all of the servant's questions, as it was too difficult for her now. She recalled the conversation with the spectral Meliora, who had accidentally realized where her brother Allen had hidden the witness. The spectral Meliora had no doubt that the servant must be at their family manor in the mountains. Meliora asked why Allen hadn't taken the servant to the family's main manor, which had much tighter security. Then the spectral Meliora said that Allen had only been there a few times, as the place had long been out of favor. But whenever Meliora, as a child, went there, she was interested in learning about the place where her mother had once lived. And Meliora could notice that for Allen, this manor was more special than all the other family buildings, even though Miss Meliora didn't know her mother at all. Soon, this manor became more than just a building to her as well. This kind of situation happened to her from time to time. Despite Meliora, the girl, doing her best, the teacher still gave her a very bad grade, which she was very afraid of. The spectral Meliora said that her brother Allen then went to that small manor and hid her test papers there because they couldn't be found. That's why Meliora's soul was certain that only there could Allen hide the witness without being discovered by all the other nobles. Leftet and Meliora easily found the man, who was unsure how to react to their appearance. The heroine turned to the servant, knowing he was aware of her innocence. Meliora bowed to the man, stating she needed his testimony to prove her innocence. The servant was clearly lost in thought as Meliora pleaded with him to testify on her behalf. Much to Meliora's surprise, he suddenly declared he had never believed, nor did he now, that she was a bad person. However, the servant said he was staying there on Allen's orders and therefore could not leave this secluded place. In response to his words, Meliora said he needn't worry about such a thing, as she would take care of everything. A few minutes later, the same maid saw an unfamiliar carriage carefully driving away from the manor. She turned to Allen and asked if he would really let his sister go so easily. But Allen replied that it was enough for him that Miss Meliora had managed to find this place, even though Meliora herself was worried about being pursued. However, Meliora quickly realized that although her brother had hidden the witness here, he hadn't placed a single guard to watch over him. Moreover, there were only a few maids in the manor, and their only duty was to look after the servant. From this, Meliora concluded that Allen had been waiting for her to figure out all along, to come to him. The next morning, the high priest of the Sun Temple left his office as quietly as possible. Suddenly, he was called out to. It turned out to be Olivia, who had been waiting for him at the door and asked the old man where he was going so early. So early. The priest was momentarily speechless, but he managed to come up with an excuse, saying that he was going to talk to the girl personally. However, he chose a far from friendly topic of conversation, asking through gritted teeth, "How dare Miss Olivia do such a thing?" What angered the priest the most was not that Olivia had lied to him from the very beginning, but that she had made a pact with a demon. He was confident that he could do everything in his power to stop Olivia's atrocities, as he had always held the power. Throughout the priest's speech, Olivia listened with an impassive expression, despite the old man saying he was going to see the emperor. The priest suddenly declared that Olivia had not only tarnished her own reputation, but had also completely lost his trust. In fact, while still in his office, the priest had considered telling the ruler that he was merely a victim. To the old man's surprise, Olivia said with a bored expression that she wouldn't allow information about her to reach the emperor. The priest hadn't expected her to say such a thing, but Miss Olivia continued, saying she needed him to do something for her. Olivia seriously demanded that the priest make a statement that her magic was also a part of the sun god's power. But the old man immediately exclaimed that this was true blasphemy, and he would never do such a thing. But Olivia suddenly smiled slyly and said that time doesn't stand still and many things eventually change. Having said these words, Olivia happily spread her arms, saying she could combine both powers at the same time. Her cunning plan was to make the high priest acknowledge Olivia's abilities as a saint. That's why she said Meliora was a fake, because Meliora only had the power of the moon. Only now did the old man realize how insane this woman was to come up with such nonsense to justify herself. He remembered their first meeting, when Olivia had seemed to him just a kind and simple country girl. But she turned out to be extremely vile. So the priest said he had already sent a letter to the emperor. He turned to leave, but suddenly the guards, for some unknown reason, blocked the high priest's path with their weapons. The old man didn't even understand what was happening, why the guards' weapons were suddenly pointed at him. Then the priest looked closely and noticed that the soldier's attire resembled that of the imperial knights, not members of the Sun Temple. Just then, Olivia grinned behind the high priest's back and asked if he was talking about the letter she was holding in her hand. Many years ago, when Meliora gave this girl her ring, she began to think that there was nothing more beautiful in the world. If the little girl sold this, she could buy a lot of bread and not have to sleep on the floor. But Olivia had never owned anything so beautiful in her life, so she didn't want to part with it. Sitting in a secluded spot on the street, the girl remembered that the lady who gave her the ring was also very beautiful. The little girl understood that the ring's previous owner most likely came from a noble family, unlike herself. The image of the strange person with unusual hair lingered in the mind of the orphaned Olivia, leaving a deep impression. Olivia tilted her head, thinking that there must have been more such moments in that girl's, Meliora's, life where happiness reigned supreme. While little Olivia herself had to endure hunger and cold, she too yearned for a life like that young lady's, Meliora's. And now, Olivia was striving to make her own life luxurious, which is why she intercepted the high priest's letter. Of course, Miss Olivia couldn't have accomplished this alone, but she had her lover's help. The heir, Crown Prince, personally followed the messenger, making it easy to intercept the letter. So at this moment, the false Saint tore open the envelope, saying that no one wanted to disturb his majesty. The high priest watched with his mouth slightly agape, understanding his complete powerlessness. The lady, Olivia, gracefully approached the old man, smiling as she asked if the empire truly needed two religions. Miss Olivia knew that the priests of the sun and moon drew power from the same source, so why separate them? The high priest, that had always carefully concealed the fact that he was initially a follower of the moon. In his childhood, Linda had taught him magic, so the man knew her origins, yet he still supported her. Even now, he felt discomfort whenever someone reminded him of how the high priest had learned magic. So, the old man flew into a rage, roaring that such a wicked which had no right to tell him how to live. Hearing these words, the heir, Crown Prince, could no longer endure it and reminded him that Olivia was his fiancée. But the girl, Olivia, said she wasn't angry at all and still believed that magic should be unified for the sake of stability. And besides, Miss Olivia knew that in that case, all the remaining priests would gain far greater power than they currently possessed. But in response, the high priest said he shouldn't have accepted her into the temple in the first place, a statement that even made the ladies, Olivia's, face change. The high priest looked around, appealing to the holy knights who were supposed to be guarding the temple. But the false saint smiled, saying they had all been sent to the villages to assist with the epidemic. This enraged the man even more, as he had forgotten that he had once allowed the lady, Olivia, to manage security matters. And Olivia, at that moment, smiled sweetly and said that all her actions were for the good of the Empire. Noticing that the high priest was not ready to accept her, Miss Olivia ordered him locked up in the temple until the old man came to his senses. The man screamed to be let out, but the Imperial Knights had no intention of listening to the high priest. The saint, Olivia, watched this scene for a moment, then said that she and the prince would return to the village for the time being. But at that moment, Meliora appeared at the temple threshold with her friends, demanding the guards release the high priest. The prince was immediately angered by Meliora's appearance. The saint Olivia told her, Meliora, not to interfere in the internal affairs of the Sun Temple. But the duke's daughter, Meliora, said that because of the rumors circulating in the city, everything that was happening also concerned her. Olivia gritted her teeth, unable to refute the arguments presented by her rival. At the end of her speech, the protagonist, Meliora, declared that she was only concerned with the ladies, Olivia's, misdeeds, so she set off for the imperial palace. To the high priest's horror, Miss Olivia still dragged him into this mess, despite the old man's best efforts to appear amicable. However, the duke's daughter, Meliora, confidently declared that the emperor would surely investigate all their wrongdoings. Just a few days later, everyone gathered at the imperial palace to speak with his majesty. Olivia came only to refute Meliora's words, although she had no idea what Meliora was thinking. Moreover, the girl, Olivia, tried to get closer to her fiancé, but still felt fear upon hearing the news of the emperor's arrival. His majesty approached the crowd and majestically sat on the throne, then began the agenda of the gathering. He looked around at the guests, greeting Duke Avis, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. The young man nodded in response. After that, the emperor turned to Olivia, pointing out that she had created a mess in the empire during his absence. The girl, Olivia, tried to defend herself, but the man, emperor, ordered everyone to remain silent while he spoke. He began to scold his son, who listened in horror to the fact that he was not yet qualified to rule the country. Having finished his speech, His Majesty asked why his subjects suddenly needed him so urgently. Then Meliora spoke first, asking if the emperor remembered the incident where she was nearly poisoned, to which the man, emperor, nodded. He asked the lady, Meliora, why she was bringing this up again, and she replied that she was doing so because the poisoning incident was fabricated. Hearing this, the emperor wasn't surprised at all and reminded Miss Meliora that she had said the same thing last time. However, Meliora calmly explained that she now had proof of her innocence that day. The girl turned to the servant and said she had found a witness who could confirm her words. Under the emperor's gaze, the servant was clearly uneasy, but still tried to remain calm, speaking in an even tone. Meliora said that after she had chosen the tea for Olivia, the man had personally delivered it to the Sun Temple. Meliora recalled how, a few years ago, chamomile tea containing poison had been presented as evidence. Afterward, the young lady, Meliora, had the man recount what had happened that day. The servant nodded, telling everyone that there had been a heavy downpour that day, which he remembered vividly. Then the heroine, Meliora, hinted that the man should also remember what gift she had finally chosen. The servant immediately said that Meliora, with an angry expression, had demanded peppermint tea wrapped in paper. Hearing this, the prince immediately shouted that these words were a blatant lie, as he was unwilling to believe such a thing. But the heroine, Meliora, had anticipated that someone would consider her evidence insufficient. To everyone's surprise, the servant raised his hand and then hesitantly said he possessed all the necessary proof. Everyone was astonished when a man suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper he had been given at the shop that day. It turned out he had kept the delivery receipt, which listed peppermint tea, but he hadn't given it to the young lady. The young man admitted that he had given the tea to a blonde man who claimed to be Saint Olivia's assistant. The emperor asked if the man was a priest of the Sun Temple, but the witness denied this. He remembered that the stranger had silver hair and bright blue eyes, an unusual appearance. Upon hearing the description of the man, the heir immediately guessed that they were talking about someone he already knew. The father, emperor, immediately noticed his son's reaction, but the prince didn't want to admit anything. So he said that nothing had happened. However, the emperor immediately noticed that the young man wasn't telling him the whole truth and sternly ordered him to tell all. Under such scrutiny, the prince couldn't restrain himself and said that he had heard something from one of Duke Avis's servants. Olivia, realizing that her fiancé was about to reveal that the stranger bore the primary responsibility, turned away displeased. For the first time in her life, Meliora was grateful to the blonde man for at least helping her now by telling the truth. The girl, Meliora, announced to everyone that her investigation hadn't ended there, as she had found another witness. The heroine, Meliora, said mysteriously that this maid had worked for Olivia in the past and had also seen the man. The emperor listened intently to the duke's daughter's, Meliora's, narrative, for strange things were happening in his empire. The maid respectfully bowed her head and said that the silver-haired man had handed her a jar of tea. Trusting the man, the girl maid had given the gift to the saint Olivia without a second thought, not even checking it beforehand. But as soon as the goddess of the sun, Olivia, took a sip, the cup slipped from her hands as the tea was poisoned. The maid still remembered the horrifying scene of Olivia losing consciousness before her eyes. The ruler, emperor, was a reasonable man, so he listened carefully to everything that was said to him. He was surprised that, according to the testimonies of the two, Meliora was completely innocent. So, the man, emperor, turned to the saint of the sun, Olivia, with a menacing tone and asked if she knew what had happened. The girl, Olivia, tried her best, pathetically saying she knew nothing about what had transpired. It was impossible to tell from the emperor's face whether he believed the young lady, Olivia, as he remained completely calm. Meliora stood listening quietly when the ruler, emperor, suddenly said he had heard that a saint had made a pact with a demon. At the same time, the heir's father, emperor, barely suppressing his anger, asked Olivia if she was sure she wasn't lying to him. The young lady, Olivia, barely holding back the urge to grit her teeth, shrieked that someone must have framed her. Finally, she, Olivia, confidently declared that if anyone had made a pact with a demon, it must have been Meliora. Olivia announced to everyone that Leftet, the one who befriended the duke's daughter, Meliora, was actually the demon king. Even the prince didn't have such information, so he looked in horror at the guy Leftet, with whom he often argued. The nobles, summoned to testify, immediately began whispering amongst themselves after hearing this news. The heroine, Meliora, realizing it was her turn to speak, informed the emperor that she had never made any pact with Avis. His Majesty was confused at this point, but tried to restrain himself from jumping to conclusions. Meliora mentioned that summoning a demon requires a certain medium, which must be carried at all times. She added that this item is necessary for making a pact, and then turned to Olivia. The duke's daughter asked why the saint always wore the same emerald necklace. Olivia, not expecting her opponent to understand everything so quickly, instinctively grabbed the jewelry. But then she calmed down and said that she simply considered this necklace to be the most beautiful of all. However, Meliora wasn't going to stop there. She asked Olivia if she didn't think the necklace that was almost stolen was the most beautiful. Furthermore, thanks to the maid, the protagonist found out that Olivia had a lot of different jewelry, but she only wore one piece. However, the false saint continued to insist that it was simply her favorite. The girl's answers made the duke's daughter realize that her assumptions were completely correct. So, Meliora walked up to Olivia and quickly ripped the emerald jewelry from her. The goddess of the sun, referring to Olivia sarcastically, was so surprised that she didn't even have time to react, only widening her eyes. The protagonist demanded that Olivia explain the following phenomenon and crushed the saint's favorite accessory with her foot. In fact, the duke's daughter did this for a reason, having spoken with her butler shortly before that day. Meliora had very carefully studied all the laws of the demon realm and wanted to discuss them with her assistant. Tama once again confirmed the girl's words that Leaf should not, under any circumstances, break Prote's pact. Then, the protagonist opened a book and asked what would happen if she were to destroy this medium. This is exactly what Meliora did now, causing the room to suddenly fill with black smoke. The nobles backed away in fright, utterly astonished. A few seconds later, Leftet majestically appeared before everyone in the room. But unlike Olivia, this demon wasn't the least bit flustered, as he had nothing to worry about. He looked lazily at the broken necklace and asked Meliora why she had committed such a foolish act. Prote reminded her once again that since the medium had been destroyed, their contract was now dissolved. A few days earlier, when Meliora and the butler were thinking about what would happen, she asked him what would happen if she broke the demon's pact. Tanma admitted that, essentially, nothing should happen to Meliora, but the demon realm might start a confrontation. The girl hadn't expected this and asked her assistant to tell her more details. He reminded her that Leftet hadn't appeared in his kingdom for a long time, and they might remind him of this fact. The demon realm has a high society, and they only remain quiet because the demon king is much stronger than them. But if they found out that the saint had interfered with a contract between a demon and a human, it could become grounds for rebellion. The butler reported that some had long complained that Leftet had completely abandoned his affairs. The protagonist was frightened when the man said that the demons were eagerly awaiting her in their kingdom. Imagine Meliora's surprise when Tanma admitted that all the saints of the moon had previously been the demon king's wives. The assistant began to think about how to further explain the whole theory to Meliora while she was awkwardly silent. Finally, the man said that the demons were only complaining because His Majesty hadn't introduced her to them yet. He also added that he, too, hoped that the girl would visit the demon realm in the near future. However, Tanma was well aware that only the master could invite Meliora. Having said these words, the butler returned to the serious conversation, asking if Meliora really wanted to break Prote's pact. The protagonist confirmed her desire, but she really didn't want anything to harm Leftet. Then the assistant said that if they could come up with some good reason, the demons wouldn't rebel. Meliora herself understood that such an act couldn't be carried out simply for breaking the rules. Suddenly, a decision formed in the Duke's daughter's mind. She said that the illness at Duke Avis's estate was spread by Prote. Musa was convinced of this, as he smelled the Demon King's brother's scent and told the others about it. Meliora went on to say that Olivia wouldn't attack Leftet. This meant that Prote was acting alone at the time. The butler immediately understood what the girl was trying so hard to convey. He had also considered this, but Meliora jumped in, saying that the demon had harmed other demons, which wouldn't be welcome in his world. Tanma laughed and said that if it weren't for the saint, he wouldn't have come up with such a solution himself. Afterward, he turned around and said that he urgently needed to return to the Demon King's castle in that world. The young lady was surprised by this, but the butler explained that he wanted to turn this reasoning into a belief. So in the end, Meliora calmly destroyed the medium, thus breaking Prote's contract. The only thing the guy didn't expect was that he'd end up being seen by a whole crowd of strangers. The nobles immediately recognized the demon by his horns and appearance, which frightened them. Even His Majesty was visibly worried at this point, despite having seen a lot in his lifetime. Prote didn't stand still, but approached Olivia and asked if everyone had really figured out that she was a fake. These words made the girl very angry, but she couldn't do anything in this situation. Meliora was closely watching the false saintess, so she saw how badly her face was distorted. For the first time in her life, the protagonist didn't regret being able to defeat someone. At this point, the Emperor demanded that at least someone explain what was going on here. Until the very end, the ruler refused to believe that his son's bride had actually made a pact with a demon. Seeing that no one was going to speak, the Duke's daughter stepped forward and confirmed all of His Majesty's guesses. The girl said that she had read in a book that if the medium was destroyed, the contract with the demon would be broken. The ruler still didn't quite believe what was happening, so the young lady suggested that the high priest check. The protagonist was absolutely certain that all of Olivia's power had disappeared the moment she lost her connection with Prote. Just a few seconds later, the priest studied the girl's magic and reported that he really couldn't feel anything. Only then did the former saintess come to her senses, screaming that Meliora had simply cast some kind of spell on her. She squeezed through the crowd surrounding her, wanting to get as far away from them as possible. Then the girl rushed straight into the first prince's arms, begging him to help her. Prote watched her from behind the young lady, smiling as she continued to lie to get out of the situation. But then the protagonist walked past the couple, which left Olivia speechless with surprise. Meliora summarized the former saintess's crimes in front of the emperor, which finally put an end to her whole story. However, the most terrible thing was that the girl was mistaken for deliberately spreading the disease and putting people's lives in danger. But even though she knew she was about to lose, the false goddess still screamed that no one had any proof. But to this, the Duke's daughter said that the plague was caused by a poisonous flower from the demon world, which only Olivia could have obtained. Then Linden suddenly entered the room and asked permission to tell the rest of the story. His Majesty hadn't seen his second son for a long time, but still allowed him to speak. Then Linden said that he accompanied Meliora and Lester to the village of Chiban, where the plague first broke out. He admitted that thanks to the help of the Moon Tribe, the disease was cured, but as a prince of the Empire, the guy began his investigation. Then he managed to discover that a few days before the plague began, Olivia was found unconscious near the village. After finishing his speech, Linden asked the former saintess if all this was just a coincidence. The girl was still desperately trying to avoid taking the blame, even though she had no justification. However, all the conversations in the hall were suddenly interrupted by the emperor. Linden stopped his attack on the young lady and looked at his father. The ruler rose from his throne and ordered the guards to immediately take the beautiful white-haired witch out of the hall.